Alrighty, what's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We're getting everything completely set up on the stream. How's everybody doing? Getting everything completely set up on the stream. Alrighty. Do give it a quick second. What's up, Courtney? How you doing? What's up, C8? What's up, Luis? How you doing? What's up, what's up? What's up, London? How you doing? What's up, Spencer? What's up, Jen? How you doing? Anna, what's up? What's up, V? What's up, Katarina? What's up, Daily? What's up, Leslie? What's up, Solus? What's up, Jillian? What's up, Tylen? What's up, Melmento? How you doing? What's up, Father Elio? How you doing? What's up, BB? How you doing? Dixie, what's up? What's up, Bridget? What's up, Betty? What's up, Kath? What's up, Laurie? What's up, Reagan? Marky Mark, how you doing? What's up, Iris? How's everybody doing? Only do send a guest request if you are a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for some debates. What's up, everyone, though, this morning? I did just start the live. We just started the live. Let me actually go to my second account here on my phone and repost the live stream. Oh, let me turn off my audio, too. Let's repost it right there. There we go. What's up, everyone joining in? Whoa, is that Dean Withers in the chat? Whoa, that's a quick hopping in the live really early. Hopping in the live already at 9 a.m. How you doing, Dean fucking Withers? You didn't do live battles with Dean last night? Yes, we were very tired. What's up, everyone joining in, though? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a quick second. We're going to start getting the debates going. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get this first person up here for the debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I don't support Trump because he's a paedophile. You should all that.
So the next individual, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's right wing. He was the only option.
He's right wing and he was the only option. So Kamala Harris was another option. Why didn't you pick Kamala Harris?
Yeah, but she's a leftist. She's crazy.
She's a leftist. What is a leftist? Can you define that for me, please?
A far left person.
Yeah, what is that?
Like you're far left on the political spectrum.
Yeah, so when you say left, what does that mean to you?
Liberal.
Okay, so leftist means leftist and liberal are two separate things in typical terms. If you're saying that they're the same thing and she's just a liberal, what's wrong with being a liberal?
What's wrong with being a liberal? The highest goal is not liberty. The highest goal is order. So the most important thing is not that you can be as free
Can
as
they
you
both be
want to
goals?
do whatever you want. Yeah.
Okay, so then what's wrong with that?
The most important thing is not liberty.
We want liberty and order, right?
Yeah.
If you think the most important thing is order and not liberty, then what you're saying is you prefer order to liberty in every circumstance. If that's true, well, then you're saying that you don't want any fundamental rights and you want the government to know absolutely everything you do in your life. Is that what you want?
No.
No? So then that to me sounds like you do prioritize liberty over order to some degree. Do you agree to that?
Yeah, but
Okay.
But if you're a liberal, then you want as much freedom as possible, and that's not right.
Liberal doesn't mean you want as much freedom as possible, because there are going to be circumstances where freedom is possible, but it creates issues for our society that are so vast that we want to restrict that in order to be able to make a better society. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, tell us right now, what about liberalism gets you to support Trump?
Liberalism, they are completely lost their mind. They think men can be women. They think you don't need borders. I mean, you can't possibly support liberals.
So no borders, and they believe trans people's identities are valid. Is that because you were trying to just misrepresent
Yeah.
and equivocate? So, or actually, you could say straw man. But no borders
No,
and
but that
trans
is what
people's
they
identity
think.
are valid. Well, trans people's identity is definitely valid. There's nothing wrong with that from a logical standpoint at all. And you're just coping with
Yes.
reality. And then in terms of borders, we do believe borders should exist. We do believe people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes should be deported. But people who have been in the country who haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country, where there's a vetting process within that situation, right? Alongside the fact that we want to make the legal process go significantly quicker because the current legal process costs too much and takes too long. Is that a
But if
crazy
you can
thing?
just
And by the
come,
way, that's not even all liberals.
yeah.
Kamala Harris specifically wanted to still criminalize undocumented entry, but she just wanted to make the legal process go quicker. So your understanding of liberals all thinking that they want no borders is literally such a unbelievable straw man. It's ridiculous. And of course, if that were the position of the liberals, you'd probably be against that if it meant literally zero borders. But that's not the position of practically any liberal. I don't even know a single liberal that holds that position.
That's your
Genuinely.
position because
No, it's not.
you want to find them a pathway to citizenship when
Yeah,
they're
for
here
people who
illegally.
haven't committed a violent crime and bad crime. I just said people who have committed violent crimes and bad
Yeah.
crimes should be deported on the condition they'll be put in a prison in another country. That's still having a process in terms of a border, still having enforcement that exists, but that's still
No.
focusing on the right people that should be focused on.
But most of them are not. Most of them don't have criminal convictions, but they're still there illegally.
You said most people who are in the okay, yeah. So 73% of those in the country undocumented have no criminal conviction. 95% of those undocumented in the country, actually, that are detained by ICE. 95% of those undocumented in the country detained by ICE have no prior violent criminal record. So they're going after people who are just coming here for a better life. They're not going after the people who are actually just a threat to the safety and security of our communities. So I'm telling you, let's focus on those that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our communities, make our legal immigration process go quicker, and stop worrying about things that are unnecessary to worry about so that we can focus on things that actually negatively impact the American people and are things that we need to address.
But if you want to just find them a pathway to citizenship, then you are for open borders because you don't want to get rid of the
That's
illegals.
not open borders because there still are restrictions on those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
Yeah,
You understand that?
restrictions
You
on the
understand that open
illegals. But
borders,
then
let me tell you something. Open borders means absolutely no restrictions on the border. That's not my position. That's not the liberal position. That's
that
no
is
one's
your
position.
position.
That's an unnecessary straw man that you're deciding to bring up in order to make the liberal position look worse than it is.
No, that is your position
No,
because you
it's
want to find
not.
them a pathway to citizenship. You want to find them a pathway to citizenship. You don't want to get rid of the illegals.
So, again, what does an open border mean?
That you can just go in and get a pathway to citizenship.
Anyone, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
so
what
that's
you
not what
want.
I'm saying. People who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes that are in the country undocumented should be deported.
Yeah, but yeah, still,
Okay, so is this what? So that is a restriction, is that not?
it's a restriction on the illegals. Yeah, but there
So
shouldn't be
if
any
it is a
illegals.
restriction, doesn't that necessarily entail that it's not an open border?
No,
And by the way, I just want to
no,
let you
it
know it's
doesn't.
the right that actually wants it's a faction of the right that actually wants open borders. You want to know why?
Why?
Libertarians believe that it's a restriction on the free flow of labor between areas for you to have a border enforced by the government and by the state. So like actually, it's a faction of the right that doesn't believe in borders.
Yeah, but libertarians don't count. They don't. They're not right wing.
Libertarians don't count. They do count. They
They're
quite
not right
literally do
wing.
count. Yes, they are right leaning economically.
Okay, but I'm not a libertarian, so that doesn't matter.
Okay. But I'm just telling you a faction of the right is the one that doesn't believe in open borders, not necessarily the left.
Okay, but I don't consider libertarians right wing.
Okay. What is right wing to you?
No illegals.
So that's all it means?
That's one of the things.
So would you want to deport Elon Musk?
He's not illegal.
He violated immigration law, though.
How did he do that?
How do you do that? I'm pretty sure he lied about the status when he was running a business. It was something like that. It's been a while since I've looked back on it. I just remember that he violated immigration law. I can find the exact violation if you'd like.
Okay, yeah. If he violated, then yeah, he should be deported. But I don't think he did.
Okay. Next question. Next question. Um, so anyone that violates immigration law should be deported, right?
Yeah.
So you know that Trump violated immigration law by allowing ICE to search and seize without due process rights, without judicial warrants, and literally not using due process rights to deport undocumented immigrants. That's violating the law. Not releasing all of the Epstein files in the way in which the law explicitly tells them to is violating the law. So quite
Illegals don't
literally,
have rights.
there are multiple examples, not only of him violating immigration law, but other laws as well. So you said if someone violates immigration law, they should be deported. Trump has violated immigration law. Should he be deported?
Illegals don't have rights.
So I'm asking, Donald Trump, should he be deported because he's violated immigration law?
He didn't.
He did. I
Because
just
illegals
explained it
don't
to
have
you.
rights.
Okay. So undocumented immigrants do have rights. Do you think you can just murder undocumented immigrants?
No, but they don't have right to
Okay,
due
so they
process
do
or
have rights. So
anything like that.
undocumented immigrants do have rights. They have human rights,
No,
correct?
but they
Do
don't have right
undocumented
to due
immigrants have
process.
human rights?
They shouldn't.
They shouldn't have human rights. So do you think it should be
No.
justified to murder undocumented immigrants?
Yeah. They're
Okay, get the
illegal.
fuck
They're
off my
invaders.
stream. Get the fuck off my stream. Straight up advocating for the mass execution of undocumented immigrants. That's fucking ridiculous. That is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Kick me if you like me,
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, 28,
What's your birth year?
1997.
And do you support Trump?
I'm curious why this is the question you ask every single day.
Because I debate people about politics. This is a political debate live where a liberal debates Trump supporters, and going into the next election cycle will be whoever the Republican nominee is. That's what the people all debate, the supporters of them. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Kind of. I
Election
would
held
say
today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
today, for sure, Harris.
Oh, based. Based. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I did forget to tell Instagram. Do apologize for that, actually. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Okay. Election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
definitely Trump.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay. And what month?
November.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I think he has the best economy policies. I agree with his border control. Let's see. What I
Okay. So
don't
can you
like
name one
about
economic
Trump
policy of Trump's that you like?
is tariffs.
His tariffs. Can you tell me what a
I like
tariff
the
is?
tariffs. It is an increased tax on another country on the products that they sell to us.
And who pays that tax?
Who pays that tax?
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, we do, as the citizens of the U.S.
Okay, so you want to tax American citizens.
Yeah, so I think the whole purpose, the reason I like the tariffs is it's to promote manufacturing in this country, and I think that's a great thing.
Has
And the last time
manufacturing
we had that
investment
was when
increased
this
since
country
Trump
was
got
really
in
great.
office?
I mean, that I'm not sure. You know this better than me. This is
It's
what you do like
decreased
every day.
every single quarter of Trump's administration so far. Real domestic manufacturing investment has declined
See,
every
like,
single
this is
quarter of
something
Trump's
like I'd
administration
like to see.
after multiple years of growth under the Biden-Harris administration. Would you like to see?
Yeah, let me pull that up for me.
I got you. By the way, you are lagging a little bit, just letting you know.
Yeah, let me see what I could do.
So do you see this? So I'll go through the years for you so you can see completely. Take a look here. So this is when Trump got in office in his first term. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You actually see a decrease by the end of his administration. This is when Biden gets in office right here. Look at this growth. This is Trump in office. Every single quarter of his administration.
It's expected to be bad for the people of the U.S. for the first few years.
Wait,
And then
this is
once
real
factories
private fixed investment. Didn't you say that this would go up? But it only went up under Biden's and it's gone down under Trump. So why would you do Trump's mechanism rather than Biden's? Because Biden seems to be way more effective. Like, look, in the first year of Biden's administration, look at this growth. By the time we got to quarter four, there was good growth. And then going into 2022, boom. You know, that's when the infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act started going crazy, right?
Obviously, when tariffs start, it's going to be bad for a while. And then it takes time for factories and manufacturing plants to open up in this country. And when that happens, everything's going to be a lot cheaper.
This is investment. This isn't like jobs in manufacturing. This is investment.
Okay.
So if there's less investment, how is there going to be more jobs?
All right, fair enough, man. You got me.
Because like tariffs didn't make manufacturing more productive. That's not how,
but
that's
also
not how
at the
tariffs
same
work.
time, at the same time, I think it's a good play to kind of grab control back, because China and other countries have been doing it to us for years on end, and we've never gotten any return on it.
So China's been doing tariffs to us, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
But they pay that. So what's the issue?
Sorry, can you hear me?
They pay that and have an incentive to get rid of it. So what's the issue? And also, those were not universalized tariffs. Those were targeted tariffs. And also, why do we place them on our allies then?
Which allies have we placed them on?
Like every country that around, like Canada, the entirety of Europe. Do you want me to keep going? Like we literally place them on every country.
Fair enough. Can we talk? Do you mind if we shift to the?
You know, he even put it on an island of penguins. He put tariffs on an island of penguins with no imports or exports. That has no human beings on the island. It's just penguins.
I was not aware of that.
What's up?
I was not aware of that.
Yeah, it was an interesting move by the president. But yeah, what do you want to pivot to?
Can we? I want to see your thoughts on the border. On his
My
border
thoughts
policy.
on the border? What about the border?
Like ICE and deportation, like that thing.
Yeah, I believe we should abolish ICE, and we should have border enforcement structured in the federal government in a manner in which it can only be changed by the legislative and oversaw by the judicial. I don't think the executive branch should have so much power over border enforcement. I think it allows for them to engage in abuse of power like what the president's engaging in right now. I think that they should be focusing on going after those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes right? And we should have a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
Okay. And on the note of ICE, like how do you feel about ICE as a enforcement agency?
I literally just told you I think it should be abolished. And it
What
should
do you
be
not like about it?
border enforcement should be structured in a manner in which it can't be changed by the executive branch, but just by the legislative and oversaw by the judicial, and then it should go after those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. How do I feel
Okay.
about how ICE is operating now? Horrible. They literally have murdered people and justified it in broad daylight.
Who have they murdered?
Renee Good and Alex Preddy.
Is Renee Good the woman
I can give
that
way
was in
more
the car?
examples as well, but like those are two examples that I bet there's going to be probably some disagreement on because you'll know about that.
Is Renee Good the woman in the car?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So ICE agents have the same level of authority as regular cops. They're both enforcement agents. And she's trying to drive her car into the guy, and his number one thing is to defend himself.
No, she wasn't. She was turning to the right in the scenario.
I mean, I saw the video. We all saw the video.
Yeah,
And
I
then
did too.
on the other
I've
guy-
watched it over and over and over again. I've played it on stream. She was turning right away from the officer. You want to know why? And we know that because there's cell phone footage from the officer, right? Or not officer, agent specifically, that you can see her hands turning her vehicle to the right. Also, he reached for his gun and planted his feet before she even started moving forward. GTA 5 NPCs have better reaction time and can jump out of the way to a greater extent. Any reasonable human being in that scenario would be able to jump out of the way. And if you can't in that scenario, you probably shouldn't be in the line of duty.
Okay. I think we're just gonna agree to disagree on that
Wait,
one.
wait.
But
Explain to me.
on-
Do you think that you would be able to jump out of the way in this scenario?
I mean, I wasn't there. I can't make a
I'm sorry. You don't
fully-
have to be there to know. Like, I think that I, as someone who's incredibly sedentary, still have the physical capacity to jump out of the way in the scenario. And I think any agent that is in the line of duty in a situation like this should be able to jump out of the way in that scenario. And if they cannot, they're probably not fit to be in the line of duty.
Okay. I mean, I wasn't there. I can't make a full judgment on it, but from the angle that I saw, it looked like she really hit the gas hard and she was gonna hurt him. So, and then
No,
on
it didn't.
the
No, it didn't.
on the
She was
Alex
going
Purdy
1 to
thing-
4 miles per hour
On the
before
Alex Purdy thing-
why did he reach for his gun before she even started moving forward? And by the way, just letting you know, according to the autopsy report, the third bullet was the one that killed her, right? The third shot, and that was taken multiple feet to the left of the vehicle on the driver's side of the vehicle when the car clearly was not even going at him at that point. So explain to me why he took all of the, even if you thought the first shot was justified, which it clearly wasn't, right? The second and third shot are not also justified because the first shot's justified.
Hey, I'm never any murder on anybody's always tragic. I'm never gonna.
Well, so this is
root for
murder.
the
So you
death of
agree that
somebody.
this is unjustified.
I'm not saying it's unjustified. I'm just saying it's tragic. What?
Okay, so you don't
Confuses
think that
me-
it's unjustified. You think it's justified?
What confuses me is why it's so hard for some people to obey legal authority. And if there's an agent who has the exact same amount of authority as a cop in front of you telling you to
Yeah,
get
why
out of your
isn't
car-
Trump releasing all of the Epstein files? Why isn't he complying with the law?
Hey, I'm totally.
Why,
with
why
you
didn't he
guys on that
comply
one.
with the law when they asked about his classified documents? He wasn't good at complying. There were legal enforcement officers that were asking him to do certain things, and he wasn't doing it. I like how this reasoning is never applied to billionaires and to people like Trump.
Hey, by the way, let me just preface this. I'm not the biggest fan of Trump. I'm a lot more right leaning. I'm a lot more conservative. I think how he
Than Trump?
Say it again.
You're more conservative than Trump.
No. I'm saying I'm more right leaning than like left. I'm more
Yeah, like on
conservative
what?
and liberal. And I'm not a big fan of Trump. I'm saying my policies and my ideologies are more conservative. But I
Yeah,
don't
but like what
Trump.
specifically?
I'm a pretty traditional person. I'd say. How about you give me, like pretty
Traditional person.
standard-
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Let's see. Give me like general policies, and I'll tell you which way I lean.
No. I genuinely just want to know, like, what do you mean by traditional person?
Um, I don't know. That's a pretty loaded question.
That's not a loaded question. You said the word. I'm just asking what you mean by that. How is that a loaded
Basic.
question?
Like, okay, are you not aware of like basic conservative policies?
I'm asking you, are you aware of the basic conservative policies? Because I'm asking you what you agree with.
Okay, let me think.
Do you know? Do you know basic conservative policies?
Yeah.
Okay, what are they?
I don't like how much. Okay, I don't agree with the concept of transgenders in general.
Okay,
That's
so
for
you think
one.
trans identity is not valid? That's not a policy.
Yeah, not
That's
a
not a
policy. I'm
policy.
sorry,
What
like
conservative policy?
an idea, and like ideologies. That's what I meant.
So ideologies. Okay, so you're saying the only thing that you can mention that you agree with conservatives on is that you don't like trans people's identity.
You stopped me after I listed that one.
Okay, go keep going.
I agree with. Let's see. Sorry, man, you kind of put me on the spot here.
Dude, come on. What is going on? Hello? Do you have anything else? What other conservative policies?
Sorry, man, I'm a little preoccupied here. Gun rights for sure. Second Amendment.
He's looking it up. He's swiping out of the app to look it up. Are you Googling it right now?
Can you hear me?
Were you just Googling it? I just heard you swipe out of the app twice to go look it
No,
up.
man, I got a text.
After you said
I
it.
got a text.
Bullshit.
text.
That's when you get a text, it doesn't swipe you out of the app.
I have to swipe out to respond to a text.
You did that midstream? Why would you do that?
Is this like a super important?
He did it middle of answering the question, by the way. So what else?
Okay, so we got gun rights. I have. I don't agree with trans rate.
You already said that. Say it. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm just relisting them. I don't like how the like LGBT flag is plastered in all of our schools. I don't like the current school curriculum. I don't like our education system.
I can tell.
I mean, hey man, you do this for a living. This is like what you do morning and night.
Yeah, so like let's go through this real quick. Is it that you don't like the schools or you don't like the LGBTQ flags? I'm not quite sure. Which one is it?
I mean, I feel like they kind of go.
Is it
hand in hand
both, maybe?
because-
But is it both?
I mean, look, when I was in high school, they put those flags in every single classroom around school.
Okay, no fucking way. Bullshit. I don't believe you. One.
It's
That would be a
genuinely not.
based ass school. W school, by the way.
No, no,
Three.
I'm
Three. Like,
serious.
hold up.
I'm serious.
Three. I'm asking you, do you dislike the fact that it's a school or that there's a flag? Which one is it?
The only thing that I don't like about the flag is how it's like forced down us so much.
It's
I
not.
think
It's not forced on
but
you.
look,
When is
but
the
look,
flag
just,
forced on you?
just let me finish this point.
Rainbow flags
I
in the chat.
think I think people that are aligning with like the LGBT, I have what you do behind closed doors is 100% none of my business, and I look at you as normal as any other person. Why are you being separated with a flag and made out to be so special? Like you're as normal as the rest of us. Why do I have to keep looking at your flag every day?
Okay, so do you think different countries can have different determinations of flags? Do you think different sports teams can have different flags?
Yeah.
If you
sure.
think different sports teams can have different flags, please explain to me why gay people can't have a flag that represents their community.
I'm not saying you can't have a flag. I'm just saying I don't like how it's posted up
Yeah,
everywhere,
I don't
every
like how the
corner I turn.
I don't like how the NFL posts things all over. They're forcing it on everyone.
Where is the NFL posting things all over?
Yeah, they have their flags everywhere. People wear their jerseys to school.
Okay, this is
It
a
is
sports
ridiculous.
team.
They force it upon other people. It's ridiculous. You should not be allowed to wear NFL football jerseys to school. It is ridiculous. You're forcing your sports upon everyone else.
That is the most ridiculous comparison I've ever heard in my life.
Well, I'm just explaining. Why can you show your identity in relation to, right, liking a sports team, but people can't have a pride flag?
Look, why is I don't understand why sexuality has to be so separated and so celebrated. Like, do your thing, cool.
You want to know why? Because of repression that's existed in our society. So people have been taught that you shouldn't be gay, that being gay is wrong, and we want to create a community where people know that it's not wrong, and that you're totally okay and loved and accepted. That's why. That's literally all it means. And you're mad at that. By the way, you're mad at that. Are you Christian? Are you Christian?
Every single group of people, everyone.
The pride flag is about love and acceptance of gay people. Okay?
I
Literally,
understand.
gay people have done nothing wrong by being gay.
Every single group of people have experienced repression in some way. What makes these people so special?
It's not about being special. It's like being like everyone else. That there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, be like everyone else. Like keep
gay. There's nothing
flags.
in the same way that there's nothing wrong with me for being straight. So it's about equal treatment, not about special treatment. That's what you're not understanding.
The thing is, when I'm turning the corner and I'm seeing a flag everywhere, it feels like special treatment because I don't have flags of where I'm from.
Oh my God, I don't have a straight flag because literally you haven't been repressed in your society for being straight. You haven't been marginalized in your society for being straight.
I don't want a straight flag. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying.
Okay, so what do you want?
I don't.
Do you want a community?
Is
it because you want and are looking for community, and you see that gay people have community, and you want something like that for yourself?
I have plenty of community in my life. Trust me.
Then what are you complaining about?
Why can't you guys why can't people that align with the LGBT community just act like the rest of everyone else? Why can't they just integrate with everybody else?
How come I don't act like everyone else?
Sorry, I mean, you just said you're straight. I mean, people that are
gay, straight.
Lesbian, whatever.
Oh, so how do they act differently?
Because it's all they talk about.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. Do you know any gay people? Like seriously, do you know any gay people?
Yeah, I know plenty.
And you think they only talk about being gay?
No, I mean, that was like pretty. It was an emphasization. Obviously, it's not all they talk about, but.
Okay, so then what's the point of talking about this?
So my main point.
I think right now you're the one talking more about the fact that they're gay than they are.
No, so my main point where I originated from was that these flags are all up in our classrooms and they're all in our kids' faces.
Okay, and it's a flag. Who cares?
Yeah, sure, but I don't know why at such a young age it has to be forced onto them like this.
This isn't forced onto them. It's literally a flag of love and acceptance.
No, it is forced on.
How is it forced?
I mean,
do you think the Pledge of Allegiance is forced on kids?
I mean, okay, sure. What's your point?
Yeah, you do. Do you think that's okay to force on kids?
I mean, this is a leading question. I want to see what your point is.
No, I'm asking, do you think the Pledge of Allegiance is okay to force on children?
Just tell me what your point is.
How about you engage with the point?
Okay, so the Pledge of Allegiance is these kids were born and raised in this country, and the Pledge of Allegiance shows their devotion and their loyalty to this country and the meanings that this country was built on. So I agree with the Pledge of Allegiance. I think it's something good to be integrated in our schools.
Okay. Do you think that in this country that we should love and accept members of the country?
Yeah, I'm not saying don't
Okay.
love and
So
accept
then would it be
gay
totally
people.
okay to have a pride flag?
Yeah, but if we're gonna put
Showing
a
love and
pride
acceptance?
flag, why
What's
don't
wrong with that?
but what but hang on, if we're gonna put a pride flag on the wall, why don't we put up a flag of every single country around the world and every single identity and whatever?
So let me just clarify. You're saying that if you put up a flag of one football team, you have to put up a flag of all football teams?
Dude, forget the football team analogy, okay?
Mish, thank you so
That's
much for the lucky
completely
rainbow
different.
ride. I appreciate it. Like I don't
Completely different.
understand how that's necessarily going to be the case. The point I just want to make is that there are absolutely circumstances where there are individuals that have done that, but obviously you can't put up every single flag of every single community. But if there's something that's typically applicable within the context of like society, that gay people are mistreated, and that this can provide greater love and acceptance targeted towards people who are gay, then why wouldn't we want to do it? That seems like a message of anti-bullying. So are they allowed to have anti-bullying stuff?
I think the more that it's talked about and the more that it's represented,
No, I'm asking,
same.
do you think it's okay to have anti-bullying measures in schools?
Yeah, of course, 100%.
Okay, so if this is an anti-bullying measure, are you okay with it?
When you're framing it like that, but you're not, that's not how I see it. I don't see it as an anti-bullying measure. I think the less
That's quite
that
literally
it's
what it is.
okay, well, I don't agree with that. I think the less that it's super in our face, same way I feel about racism in this country at the
Wait,
current
so wait, what
moment.
do you think the goal is of putting a pride flag? Is it to make the kids gay or something?
No, of course not.
Do you think that we can
But
make the kids gay by having a pride flag? So how is it bad to have the pride flag?
I think it confuses kids at a young age. I'm kind of speaking more
Push the
to
hanging lights. How
the
does it confuse people?
kind of speaking more to the concept of transgenders at the moment. I have
Chat, they
no
just see a
I don't
rainbow and it's so confusing. They're like, why are there so many why are there so many rainbows? You know when you show a kid a rainbow, they're like, that looks cute, that looks cool. Okay? What the hell is wrong with
then
you?
okay, so by that logic, we're just putting up a
Show
flag
show
for
a
no
kid a
reason.
rainbow. They're gonna be like, whoa.
Okay, so
Like,
by that
dude, come
logic,
on.
the flags are being put up for no reason. We're not explaining to them what they mean. They're just there.
You know that we explain it as a mechanism of love and acceptance, and that if there are people who are gay students, or there are who have gay parents, like, they should be loved and accepted, and they shouldn't be mistreated because they're gay. That's something that's
Yeah,
talked about. That's
I'm,
it.
I think it's a great concept, but
Okay, so then what's wrong with that?
I think there's better ways to convey that message than
How?
to
You
put
tell me. You
than
tell
to
me the
put
better way.
than to put people, a specific group of people, on such a pedestal and make them feel
This isn't putting anyone on a pedestal. Like, what are you talking about?
okay. That's what I feel about it. Like
You
what
want
are
to
we
be put
playing
on a
he said?
pedestal by being straight. That's the society that we've lived in, is that straight people were put on a pedestal. We're literally just saying that gay people should be loved and expected, or
How
love
is
and
that true?
not love and
How is
expect,
that
love and
true?
respected. What's up?
Straight people have been the norm for centuries. How is that
Okay,
true?
so exactly, that's what you just did. So when you say the norm, you're trying to otherize, right, gay people, right? So you're saying because it's been the norm, or within what's socially acceptable, specifically to be straight, that means it should be this way. Is that what you're saying?
Everything is socially accepted, and I accept everything. I'm just saying.
So you think being
You
gay should
said
be socially accepted?
100%.
If this increases social acceptance of gay people, would you think that's good?
I don't think it's the right way to go about it. That's my
Okay,
point.
what is a better way of going about it?
I think I think making it not so dramatic and everywhere, and I don't want to say speaking about it less. That doesn't sound right, but not making it the focal point of so many subjects in our classrooms,
It's
and
it's not. So there being a flag does not mean it's the focal point of every lesson.
I'm not saying it's the focal point of every lesson, but I think it's the same way that I feel about racism in the country at the current moment. I feel like the less we talk about it, the more normal and the more integrated it
Okay,
would
so
be.
by the way, he just wants us to talk about it less. So you want us to talk about racism less. You want us to talk about homophobia less. You want us to talk about all these things less. And you think that if we talk about them less, that means that it's going to happen to a lesser extent. There's absolutely no
No,
evidence about that at all.
no. Okay,
Us
so you're
talking
taking
about it actually has led to more acceptance. Pride has
so
led to more acceptance. Talking
so
about it leads to more acceptance because it gets rid of all of these crazy things that people conceive of about people, and it shows them and humanizes them in front of them. Like, think about it this way. Think about this. I'll give you a good example. Democrats, almost to Republicans, almost aren't humanized to a certain extent if they don't engage in a conversation, right, with a Democrat, right, to Republicans in some circumstances, because
okay.
they'll have this otherized view that they want open borders, right? This is their specific position, and they don't humanize, right, this certain position because they haven't truly engaged with it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I
And I'm
understand
saying
what you're
this is
saying.
kind of like that, is that because you're not engaging with it, you're not engaging with the topics, you're not able to humanize it, right, enough to be able to understand it because of society's misinformation, right, and perpetual propaganda targeted against gay people. We need to have aspects of society that show people that it is not to be stigmatized.
Okay, no, 100% I get what you're saying. I think what I said was taken out of context. This is what I mean. So whenever we stop, so I'm going to speak to racism right now. Whenever we stop separating it so much, for example, it was just last month we had Black History Month. We have these holidays that kind of celebrate these certain specific races. Whenever we stop separating races in that sense, and we start looking at everybody as one, and we stop separating by color.
So by the way, watch this. He says, everyone, please just be colorblind. But then watch this. Your Trump administration, how do you feel about the fact that they're racially profiling migrants coming to the country?
Why are you putting me with the Trump
Watch
administration?
this,
I'm not the
because you're
biggest fan of
supporting
Trump.
Trump on a live stream.
I'm not the biggest fan of him. I'm Republican,
Wait,
but
so then
I
you
don't.
disagree with the racial profiling of migrants coming to the country?
Okay, can we stick to the point about the
Do you
concept of
agree or
racism?
disagree with his racial profiling of migrants coming to the country?
But why are we flipping the script now? I'm
Because you
trying to.
just said that you want the society to be colorblind, but then I'm going to ask you this question, and it's probably not going to be within that framework. So please answer the question. Are you okay with the racial profiling of migrants coming to our country?
Can you explain the racial profiling that's been happening?
Yeah, they're allowing for ICE to take race as a factor into consideration in terms of probable cause of detaining people.
Yeah, I think that's fair because again,
Dude, this guy just doesn't even realize how that's hypocritical. He doesn't even realize. He doesn't
okay,
realize
look,
that he's like, oh, we should live in a society where we should be colorblind and everyone should just stop talking about it and stop recognizing that these things exist. But then let's literally racially profile people by acknowledging their race, right? To disenfranchise them. So you're okay with doing it in a negative context, but not okay with doing it in a positive context to bring about better conditions in terms of understanding of history because
can I
of how
explain my
history has
point?
been taught to
Can I
us in
can
a
I
completely inaccurate way.
can I explain my point?
Yeah.
Okay. So statistically speaking, the majority of the illegal immigrants come from Hispanic countries. Yeah, of course, we have tons of immigrants from other countries, Somalia.
But like
Sure, there's some
racially
other.
profiling? I thought you just said that we shouldn't consider race.
Yeah, but I'm talking
When
about
forming
when.
government policy, guys, we shouldn't consider race. When forming our society in general, we shouldn't consider race unless they come into the country undocumented.
Right. So I'm saying statistically speaking, the majority of illegal immigrants are coming from Hispanic countries. I think naturally to do your job as the agency of ICE, to do your job at the most efficient level, you have to be questioning people of the Hispanic group the most. Obviously, there's a right way to go about it and to ensure that they really are illegal
Yeah, you
and you're
can't
not
just go up to
just.
people who are U.S. citizens and literally just like ask them for their papers.
That's
That's
not
I
what
don't
I'm
want to live in that
saying.
society.
That's
That's
not
horrible.
what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying either.
Yeah, that's
I'm not
exactly what you're
saying.
saying they should be able to do, is just go up to people and detain them.
That's
Literally,
not at all
just
what
for
I'm saying,
having an
actually.
accent, for example. Like, that's what the DHS defended. They literally went up
That's
to someone who just had an accent and detained them just because they have an accent. And that's what they
that's
said
actually
that
not at
they
all
were
what I
doing
said.
too.
It's actually not at all what I said.
Well, that's
So
what
I
they've been
think it's
doing.
okay. So if that's what they've been doing, then I disagree with it. I think it's really un-American to just pull people aside and say, "Or you citizens of this country." Um,
But again, you were just defending that by saying that you're okay with racial profiling.
I'm saying the right way to go about it is to, I guess, build a case on specific individuals, on every individual, and gather evidence that they're not of this country. before you detain them.
Okay. So, alrighty, buddy. That I've already proved my point with what you were doing there. You clearly don't care about that message. That's bullshit. Everyone knows it's
With what
bullshit.
message?
You don't care about the idea of being quote unquote colorblind. You just want people to stop talking about racism and homophobia because I think it
No,
hurts your feelings.
No, it doesn't hurt my feelings. I don't agree with how separated every race
You're
is
like, oh
now.
my god, everyone else is getting special treatment, and I'm not getting that.
My ethnicity gets a lot of special treatment actually. So it's not that I don't get any of it. I don't think anyone should have it. I think we're all Americans.
Wait,
I
what
think we're all
special
human.
what special treatment specifically do you think that your community gets that they shouldn't get?
Sports teams give my culture their special culture night. For one example.
So literally just the culture is celebrated? So culture being celebrated is not special treatment. Are you
Okay, I
serious?
just don't agree with that. I just don't agree with
Culture
that.
being celebrated is not special treatment.
I think culture can everyone can celebrate different cultures.
You know
I'm
that
just
we
saying,
celebrate our culture all the time as humans, like in general, right? That's not like a special thing. Like I don't know why you're saying that's like a special thing, dude. Like,
I'm not saying not to celebrate culture.
no, I'm
Um,
saying that you're saying it's like special treatment when we celebrate culture all the time. We have designated holidays to celebrate culture.
I'm all for.
What are you talking about?
I'm all for being like proud of where you come from, where your family comes from. I'm
Yeah,
a
we
part of.
literally have designated holidays every single year to celebrate culture.
Yeah, I just don't agree with those holidays. That's what I'm saying.
So you're mad that the celebrations are extended to communities other than white people in America. Is that what you're saying?
No, I have plenty of holidays for my own culture as well. I'm just saying.
Okay, so then what? So if there's nothing wrong with that, like, do you think there should be a celebration for Cinco de Mayo?
Um, I mean,
Do you
yeah,
think it's
I mean,
special treatment that we have a celebration for Cinco de Mayo?
no, I mean, I'm not super against like these one-off holidays. I'm just saying things like, for
Okay, so
example,
then
like
what's the issue?
I'm just saying things like, for example, like Black History Month. Like I don't
How?
agree with.
How is it wrong to acknowledge history when history has not been acknowledged in the past because of systemic injustices?
Why are we relegating the history of Black people to a month?
It's not
And
just
why?
to a month, it's to be able to prioritize and bring more attention to.
Okay, where's Hispanic History Month? Where's Asian History Month?
That's a totally valid thing. I'm pretty sure there's also months that are designated that. It's just people get mad specifically at Black History Month.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I've never heard of Hispanic History Month or Asian History Month,
Okay,
but
well,
that's my point.
Hispanic Heritage Month is celebrated annually between September 15th and October 15th.
Okay, so why does Black History Month get so many more eyes than the other months?
Well, that's something that we could address in our society. Like, sure, you could obviously say that this is something that should be talked about and brought up, right? To a greater extent, that's a totally relevant point.
I think getting rid of these
But
months,
you understand that like because of past injustices, that it makes sense to prioritize these things to talk about because they have not historically been talked about. And what I would
yeah,
say is that you could say the same thing for Hispanic Heritage Month and say that
every
because
single
of
ethnic,
historical injustices, that this is absolutely something that should be talked about.
but every single ethnic group has
What?
experienced past injustices.
Wait, so then I'm confused what your point is, that there was a month for a bunch of different communities and they are celebrated.
I'm not saying not to celebrate them. I'm just saying like now Black History Month gets a lot more um,
I think
recognition.
oftentimes that could be the case as well, because the fact that there's a bunch of conservatives that get angry about it.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess, but in general, I just think we're a lot
So
better
why is that
off.
a problem on behalf of Black History Month and not a problem that we should just try to prioritize and look at other months as well? You know what I mean? Like, why can't you just say, oh, yeah, maybe we should also put a focus and a spotlight on some of these other months as well. That'd be great for our society. Rather than saying, oh, we just shouldn't have any of these.
Can you fit every single ethnicity into 12 months in a year?
There are overlapping celebrations.
Okay.
Do you think people can have a birthday on the same day?
Yeah, of course. But that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay. It kind of is. I mean, birthday's a cultural celebration.
I don't know what birthdays have to do with culture.
What?
How are birthdays?
You don't think birthday
cultural?
Celebrations are a part of our culture?
I feel like I think they're a part of like every culture.
Dude, it's like I have to explain such basic shit, dude. Are you kidding? I can't, dude. I can't even fathom the fact that I would have to explain to you that a birthday celebration would be a part of our cultural dynamics. You know that we could live in a culture that we didn't celebrate birthdays?
I'm
you know
talking
that's possible?
about the day. I'm talking about the day someone's born, not the celebration of someone's birth.
Yeah, when we have birthdays, that's a celebration of the day of the year that we were born.
I'm not talking about
that's a cultural
I'm not talking
celebration,
about the celebration
of
I'm talking about the day
when I was
that you were born. We're just talking about two completely different things here.
Yeah, dude. I just can't, man. I'm losing brain cells by the moment. This is so brutal. Holy shit, dude. How do you feel? Do you support Trump's war with Iran?
No, not at all.
Do you support gas prices going up?
I mean, can we stick to one point here?
I mean, I don't think it's going well for you.
Do you want to talk about the war? We can talk about the war.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Well, I'm completely not in support of it. I think it's another stupid war that we're getting ourselves into that we have absolutely nothing to do with. I think it's a ploy by Israel to get us to get rid of Iran's nukes or their potential nuclear development to keep Israel as the sole, I guess, for lack of a better word, ruler of the Middle East. And I think Israel has a really toxic choke on us at the moment.
Okay, so then why do you support Trump?
I don't in that sense.
I feel like you overall don't support Trump. You just wanted to come up here to debate me.
No, not at all. I do support some of the things that he does, but I think the amount that
what gets you to support him over Harris?
Harris, I mean, Harris, I can't even. Let me try to remember.
Wow.
I think Kamala Harris is just a really incompetent person.
Really? So
Yeah.
what did she do that was incompetent? Because to me, that sounds like projection. Because this is an incompetent argument. Go ahead. Now, tell me, what did she do that was incompetent?
I mean, okay, hang on. Okay. Yeah.
So tell us why you think that Kamala Harris is incompetent.
Sorry, can you
Because
hear
it
me?
sounds like you're actually the one that's incompetent here.
Okay, so we can chill with the insults. There's no need for that.
Oh, we can chill with the insult. So you're okay with doing it to Kamala Harris, but if I did it to you, then it's bad.
I mean, you've been pretty.
I literally just repeated the exact same thing that you said about Kamala Harris. And it's an insult to Kamala Harris, but not an insult. Or no, it's an insult when I say it to you, but not an insult when I say it when you say it to Kamala Harris.
Okay, bro. Yeah. So I mean, she wouldn't talk to any reporters for most of her presidential campaign. She did like one interview with I forgot the news network. Let's see. I just can't. Okay, let's look at. She was put in charge of the border as vice president under Joe Biden. And we definitely had a border crisis at that moment in time.
Okay, so she was not put in charge of the border by Biden. That was a made-up propagandistic Fox News talking point. Okay, so she was actually The only authority she was given was to raise private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based on economic insecurity. Fake news talking point right there. Look at that. By the way, I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app.
Sorry. So who was in charge of the border under Biden?
That was specifically going to be the federal administration overall. That would be Biden and his administration, the legislative branch. But they tried to do a bipartisan border bill, working with Republicans and Democrats in Congress. And Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine the bill and said, blame it on me if the border bill fails. Yeah, technically you could say Mayorkas. Yeah, you could. Yeah, that makes sense to say.
Okay, I'm going to look it up.
But Biden designated people like Mayorkas to do that, is what I would say. But he technically had the authority to grant people, or the authority, if that makes sense. By the way, happy Women's History Month. That might piss off the guest.
I love women.
Oh my God, why do women get History Month and men don't? No! What about the men? What about the men?
I don't want a History Month.
What about the men? All right, you can look it up. Go ahead. Adrian, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20 for sanity. Thank you so much. Sarah, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, that's so amazing. Thank you so much, Sarah. I'm glad that you've been around for so long. That's so cool. As well as Casey, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $3. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I actually remembered, and I forgot. So I'm gonna remind myself by screenshotting this because I had screenshotted it, and I literally completely forgot. So thank you for reminding me. I really appreciate it. W's for them. Oh my gosh, I gotta catch up now. Hold up. Give me one quick second. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. They said reported on the Independent, DOJ admits 47,635 JE files removed, including ones with T accusations or accusations against Trump. That's crazy. I'll have to take a look at that in a second. Oh my gosh, like Venmo's gonna take forever to load, bro. Alrighty, 1 second, Barbara. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you. Give me some W's for Barbara in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Give me some W's for Barbara in the comment section as well for the $50. Thank you so much, Barbara. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is incredibly kind of you. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section right now. As well as wait, here, this is a better way to find. There we go. As well as Sophie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. They said I teach kindergarten, first grade, and I have a rainbow tattoo on my bicep, and the kids love it. They only see a rainbow. It doesn't confuse them. True. Well, thank you so much. GR, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1 as well. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Benjamin, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. They said everyone's proud of something. Some people are proud of their country. Some proud of their team. Some proud they survived being treated like they shouldn't exist. Exactly. Thank you so much, Benjamin. Put some W's for Benjamin in the comment section right now. Seriously, thank you so much. Chandler as well with the $40. Thank you so much on Venmo. Put some W's for Chandler in the comment section right now for why do people never bring up the fact that ICE hardly goes after European undocumented immigrants? True. People think undocumented immigrants are only people of color. Also, the guest that doesn't agree with cultural holidays probably celebrates St. Patrick's Day. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you for Osher. It starts with a rainbow flag. Next thing you know, kids are learning empathy, slippery slope, my friends. Next thing you know, schools will be teaching children that all different kinds of people exist. And I say, where does it end? Ivy, thank you so much for the $30 for Happy National Women's Month. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. He said, guys get so mad when they don't get a month. As in our teacher, I do my best to introduce as many cultures to my students as possible. This is ancestral stuff. Traditions, such hypocrisy from MAGA. Very true. Thank you so much, Ivy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I actually do think that there is a men's mental health month as well, actually. So there is as well as Pixie. Thank you so much for the $3.33. Thank you so much. They said a blinker checkpoint, Zuzu. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Pixie. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. They said, as a white straight woman, I felt oppressed because of my skin color, sexual orientation. That's why we celebrate Black History Month, Hispanic Heritage Month, Pride, etc. These days/months are meant to celebrate those cultures and communities who have faced oppression. Exactly. Thank you so much, Caitlin. Can we some W's for Caitlin in the comment section right now, as well as Taylor. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Meldlin, thank you so much. Really appreciate I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. They brought up the Men's Mental Health Awareness Month as well. They do have one as well. As well as Taylor, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I bet that this guy was one of those kids who cried because they couldn't blow out someone else's birthday candles. Thank you so much, Dorian. I really appreciate the $4. Thank you so much as well. Bruno, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. You know, that's actually a really good point. That is a good point. Asking them, was it confusing to you as a kid? Well, maybe they could say that it didn't happen when they were a kid or something like that. That might be what they try to say. I have some
Yeah,
people to
I
think
don't
on
think I
YouTube
had
real
any
quick,
that
and then
were
we're going to
good.
go on to continue on the conversation. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get out to more people. For the 3,300 people here on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. We got 3 hours left on the live, everyone. Just letting y'all know. 3 hours or so left on the live. Cowpoke, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. They said, as a black man and a black American, I will never pick up arms to wage foreign aggression for a nation that wages aggression on my very humanity. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Cowpoke. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. SKR, thank you so much for the $5. They said they're adding the lizard to Fortnite tonight. I'll have to look. Ashley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. They said Invisible Women, Data Bias in World Designed by for Men by Caroline Criado Perez. A great read for women's history. Well, thank you so much, Ashley. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Melicom, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you. Lady, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You heard caller chat. No more quinceañeras and May goes from the 4th to the 6th. No more Cinco de Mayo. Yeah, well, I think that they obviously do believe in that, of course. Cielo, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I need to play Overwatch again. It's been a long time since I played. Ashley, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly. Literally, no reason. As well as Glampire, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. They said I'm willing to trade my Pride Month for a Pride Day, but only LGBT have it off. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Glampire. As well as Fit Dad, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it. They said cultures being celebrated isn't special treatment. You Rice Krispies brain. We should be okay celebrating everyone's culture. Are you mad MAGA's only culture is oppression and hate? Well, thank you so much, Fit Dad. I really appreciate it. It's always good to see you. Seriously, always good to see you. Chef, thank you so much for the $2. Does he want to ban Independence Day? Yes. Chef, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. Brielle, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, the most confusing thing about rainbow flags is why we've been taught to hate them. Exactly. Adam, and thank you so much. Really appreciate the $11 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Errata, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Warrior Chris, thank you so much for the $2. ATZ, thank you so much for the €5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Big, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. You have no issue with Christian symbols everywhere. Exactly. Fruit Punch, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I think that was for the last person. Forgotten, thank you so much for the $5 as well. I actually can't say that on the live because it will. Front, thank you so much for the $5. Fruit Punch, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Trevor, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, don't let them get away with the border enforcement is not of the same arrest powers jurisdiction as local, county, and law enforcement. That's very true. SKR, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. I've seen a lot that's pretty based. I mean, I haven't seen everything, but I see a lot of clips that are like cool to see, and I'm glad that he was like a whistleblower about like, you know, the torture campaigns and stuff that the CIA was doing. So I think that was cool. And also, you know, I think his views on like how he engaged with Israel, doesn't like Israel, is kind of funny, to be honest. Like how, and kind of didn't like Mossad and stuff. I thought it was really funny. Jaden, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. That's base. I think that was actually for the last one. Gabriel, thank you so much for the $1. Justina, thank you so much. I saw that yesterday. And then Broccoli, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Why not put TikTok feed up on YouTube? What do you mean by that? I'm not quite sure. As well, Seniority, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said caller would hate reading Rainbow. Loves all. Well, thank you so much. Alrighty. Jonathan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't think I have like a specific one. I'm like off the top of my head, to be totally honest. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump? Or sorry, I apologize. Go back to what you were saying.
Honestly, I forgot. Another thing I want to bring up, bro. I feel like this for sure happens on both sides, but something I really disagree with is how unaccepting different opinions are. So, like, for example, like I've been reading your whole chat since like I got on here, and the minute someone comes on here with an opinion that Democrats don't agree with, they immediately flip to insults and like just like stupid shit. Like people just don't like having a conversation of different opinions. and I think that's
You
something
literally
that
insulted Kamala Harris.
you've
And
been
then you got
like
mad
really
when I said the same thing about you.
but
Like you
you've
said
been
that she was
insulting.
incompetent and then couldn't explain why she was incompetent. So I said that you were being incompetent because you clearly couldn't provide an argument. And you literally were like, "Why are you insulting me? Why are you being so rude?"
Okay, right. So the difference there is, I don't think she's incompetent for being a Democrat. I think she's incompetent, just for her policies and just the way that she
What
goes about
policies?
herself.
In what ways she goes about herself?
Bro, look, I brought this up as a concept of people not liking a difference of opinion. I didn't bring it up so we could talk about Kamala Harris. I don't give a shit about Kamala Harris.
Yeah, so again, you're just mad that I'm calling out your behavior.
No, I just think there's a much more mature way to go about a difference
So then
of
wouldn't it
opinion.
be much more mature for you?
In what way?
Like you specifically literally said that she was incompetent instead of providing an argument or reason as to why.
Right, but you've been doing that like the whole stream, even before we were talking about Kamala
Oh, what did
Harris.
I do?
I don't remember, bro. I don't care that much.
Okay, so then like what's the issue?
Bro, my whole point is, I mean, do you disagree with me that I think people should have more mature conversations and not insult so much when there's a difference of opinion?
It depends on what the specific difference in opinion is. But in typical, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to say.
Okay, but like you understand that there are differences of opinion where it makes sense where I would insult the person.
Yeah, okay. Give me some of those. I'm curious.
Okay, if someone thinks the earth is flat, I'd call them stupid.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, that's an insult, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why is it okay to insult flat earthers? Because they have no evidence, no reason to justify what they're saying. That's why I insult a lot of Trump supporters too.
Cool.
You know what I mean? Like, that's why there's an insult. So it's like, and you're
I
okay
mean, I
with
don't
that,
care.
right?
I don't care. Like, if you're nice to me, if your chat's like insulting me, I
So
generally
then
couldn't
why
give
did
a
you bring
shit.
it up and complain about it like the little snowflake you are?
I'm not complaining about it. I'm just saying, as a concept, I think Democrats just don't like when there's a difference of opinion with them, and they just immediately stick to insults. I couldn't give a shit.
Well, didn't you say that you literally insulted Kamala Harris because you disagreed with her political opinions?
No, because I think she's a stupid person.
Okay, name one thing she said that was stupid.
There's a lot of Democrats that I don't think are stupid. I
Can
think
you
they're
name one thing she said that was stupid?
No, I can't.
She's stupid, but I can't tell you why. I just feel like it. No insults here at all. No insults at all. But I just called her stupid for no reason. That's actually stupidity. Did you know that? You
No.
saying that she's stupid, but you can't provide a single thing that she's done that's stupid. You want me to tell you things that Donald Trump's done that's stupid? I'll tell you. He looked up at an eclipse with his bare eyes twice. He said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said to look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote. He said that Tylenol usage during pregnancy causes autism when there's a Swedish study with 2.5 million people that it overlooked that indicated that Tylenol usage has no association with autism after taking into account genetics and siblings. I can keep going. This is literally just the beginning of all of the crazy, ridiculous shit that Donald Trump has said.
I mean, Kamala's done the same thing.
Name one thing.
What did she say about Ukraine that one time?
You tell me.
Ukraine is a country. It's a big country. It's a country.
Ukraine's a small country. Russia's a big country. Russia, the big country, invaded the small country Ukraine. That's not a dumb thing to say. That's called explaining it to MAGA because they have less than a kindergartner understanding. That's why. She's explaining it like that to simplify it. And you think that makes her dumb? That means you're just stupid and don't understand that she's trying to simplify it for idiots like you.
I just think she's too stupid to articulate in a better way. That's what I think she talks
She
about.
clearly can articulate articulated in different ways. And that's why she called out Trump in the debates for exactly what was going to happen in terms of Russia, that he was not going to get a negotiation to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. And that's what happened.
You think she would have ended that war?
I think that she would have helped defend Ukraine to a greater extent and would have limited that from happening. And I don't think that she
Get
would
the
have gone to
fuck
war
outta
with
here.
Iran.
She would have sent
She
another 500
you know, she
billion.
wouldn't be going to
She
war
would have
with
sent another
Iran.
500
She wouldn't be
billion to Ukraine.
deploying. She wouldn't be
She would have sent
deploying.
another 500 billion
What?
of your taxpayer money to that fucking country. That's what she would have done.
We didn't even. So Donald Trump sends $500 billion a year more to the military budget every single year. He signed off on over $4 trillion more
Fuck
debt-related
yeah, and we're the
spending than the
best military
Biden-Harris
in the world.
administration. $2 trillion a year on a yearly average since he got in office, because he's done over
First off-
$11 trillion
first
of
off, that
debt-related
number-
spending that he
That
signed into
number
law.
is severely inflated. Number one.
No,
Number
it's
two,
not.
We're the best fucking military in the world. Okay, no one can fucking touch us. So fuck
So
yeah.
we could have the best military in the world by having a $500 billion a year military budget, which is $1 trillion less than what we would have under Trump's proposed plan.
Again, that number is severely inflated.
Why?
Dude, when they buy small stuff, like imagine small military stuff, for example, like gloves, belts, holsters, vests, that small stuff. If you look at I forgot where I saw it. I don't really keep these sources on me, like on hand, but the numbers that they're buying these products for are way up, severely inflated.
So inflation because of Trump's tariffs?
No, that's just not what they're really buying these items for. That's not the right price that they're buying it for.
I don't even know what he's saying. Donald Trump's proposed plan is to do $1.5 trillion of military spending a year.
And why do you think no one touches us? Because of our military.
We already had $1 trillion a year military budget, which is more than the next 14 nations combined, most of them being our allies.
Yeah, and for that reason, you're never going to see a bomb drop on your house.
We would not have that happen with literally
Because of
$1
our
trillion
military.
less a year into our military budget.
Because of our military.
We would literally be able to address that and still have the largest military in the world if we cut $1 trillion a year off our military budget at that point.
Okay, if you're so against the amount of money that Trump is spending on the military, why did I not hear any of you guys complaining about the amount of money Biden was sending to Ukraine?
Because that was a reallocation of the military budget, and I did complain about how large the military budget was under Biden
So
as well.
you would rather see American money go to a different country that's not American as to use it to better our own country.
You're an idiot, because a lot of that was specific equipment that already existed. What are you going to provide people health care with fucking equipment? No. Military equipment
So
doesn't
fucking sell
feed
it back
people.
sell it back to military contractors. What the fuck
Oh,
are you
so
talking
hold
about?
up. Sell it back to so sell it to our adversaries probably.
No, sell it back to American military contractors. Turn it into money.
And who are they going to sell it to?
Dude, I'm just saying, turn it into money.
Who
for the
are they
moment.
going to sell it to, genius?
So you're telling me that he
Who the
sent-
fuck do you
he
think
sent-
they're going to sell it to?
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're
Oh,
telling me
assert your
he
feelings.
sent-
Who the fuck do you think they're going to sell it to?
You're telling me he sent military equipment and not money to Ukraine?
I'm asking you, who do you think they're going to sell it to?
And I'm asking you, you think he
It
sent
was
military equipment?
mostly military equipment, yes.
That's just false. That's just straight up false.
No, it's not.
No, it was money. It was
It was
money.
mostly military equipment.
Go ahead. Pull up your little fact then. Pull it
Okay.
up on the screen.
Okay. Was most of the funding sent to Ukraine by the U.S. equipment? Here's from the CFR. Let's see. Here we go. Spending relating to the war. Weapons and equipment was most of it. Yeah.
Okay, pull it up. Let me see it.
Okay. This is going to hurt his feelings, chat. It's really going to hurt his feelings. He's going to be really angry when he sees this one.
And even on top of that, why wouldn't we keep that equipment for ourselves?
You see this? Aid to Ukraine. Right here. Weapons and equipment.
$53 billion. $53 billion.
Yeah. You know, we
So
sent
number
40
one,
billion to Argentina, right?
for what reason?
Under Trump's administration, currency swap.
Okay, currency swap. So we got
Currency
money
swap,
back.
and half of it was currency swap, and then the other half was in support.
Okay. I mean, we send money to a bunch of different countries all the time. But
Oh,
I'm
okay.
talking
Wait,
about
wait. Do you see how quick that changed?
50 fucking billion dollars to Ukraine for what, bro? For what?
So this was to help defend their country from Russia invading them.
Why do we give a fuck?
Okay, wait. So you don't want to spend any money on war? Is Trump spending more money on war right now? Yes,
That's
he's
not
literally
what the fuck
starting
I'm talking
wars.
about. That's actually not at all what I'm talking about.
Dude, you're such a MAGA chud. He's literally starting wars right now.
I just told you I don't agree with the Iran war. Are
Yeah,
you, are you
yeah.
like,
So
are
then
you
you
good?
should, in making a comparison between him to Harris, you should acknowledge that he's more pro-war.
I'm not talking about being pro-war or anti-war. I'm talking about being pro-American or anti-American.
Yeah,
Why are
Trump
we
is
sending
anti-American.
50
He tried to undermine the 2020 election. He tries to call for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He's one of the most anti-American motherfuckers you could mention.
Okay, so I'm talking about sending money to other countries that have nothing to do with us, rather than using that money for our own betterment. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a 2020 election or whatever the fuck.
Repeat what you just said. I didn't understand. Go ahead. Maybe
No, you're good.
Repeat what you just said, sorry?
No, you're good.
Repeat what you just said.
Yeah, you're good.
I told you I didn't hear what you said.
No, you're good, bro.
Why do you keep doing this? Is this just cope?
No, you're good.
He's mad. You're hurt? I just asked you to repeat, dude. I'm sorry.
Nah, you're good, pimp.
Oh, he's mad. You gonna crash out and leave? Here, I'll drink your tears for you.
No, I'm here, bro. You're good.
He's crying. He's really mad. So let me add to your tears. Thank you so much, Chelsea. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know this guy is incredibly incompetent, yet he tries to say that Kamala Harris is incompetent. Ridiculous. Ridiculous, actually. Absolutely. Asher. W. Asher. W. Asher. Absolutely. That's so nice. That's so nice. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Lori. As well as Megan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though. As well as Tom, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you. Yeah, no, literally he wouldn't be. Chris, thank you so much for the $2. And Lucas, thank you so much for the $5. Fit Dad, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much for this is how these MAGA chuds work. They can't prove a fact, so they just keep saying they don't believe it's true in order to make it true themselves when the literal evidence is there. Well, this baby's gonna keep crying on the live stream. This MAGA baby, it's actually ridiculous. Are you done crashing out? Or you want to speak to me now, or are you done?
I don't think I was crashing out.
Yeah, you won't repeat to me back what you just said because I literally just
I
didn't
don't
hear
even
it.
remember what I said at this point.
Okay, so do you want to make an argument then?
About what?
Why you support Trump? Because you're clearly not providing a good defense. The foreign policy justification you just tried to provide was dog shit because you tried to say, oh my God, the Democrats put so much money into Ukraine, but Trump put literally just as much money practically into Argentina, and then
You
literally
just
is
said
putting more
currency
money
swap.
into the war with
You
Iran.
just said currency swap.
You understand that that's a currency that's not doing well right now, right? So it's quite literally aid.
So we're getting money back.
That was half of it, not all of it, by the way. And that doesn't necessarily mean we're getting it back. If their currency is devaluing, actually, let me ask you this question: if you had an investment in a business that was doing really well, would you trade that investment with someone who has an investment in a business that's not doing very well? Do you think that would be a good trade?
No.
Okay,
But I'm
that's
sure
kind of what we did.
I'm sure there's other reasons that I don't know if you're reading like CNN or what you're reading, that it gets framed to look like, oh yeah, he just traded money to get less money. The guy he's a very good economist, so I'm sure he knows what he's doing.
You think Trump is a good economist?
Yeah.
One, he's not an economist. Two, he's an absolute idiot. He has no clue how the economy works. He said that foreign countries pay the tariffs. That's
sure he'd say the same
blatantly
about you.
false.
I'm sure he'd say the same about you.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Test my understanding then. Go for it.
He would say the same about you.
Oh, okay. So you wouldn't.
No, because this is what you do for a living.
So Donald Trump is an idiot. So if he said that about me, that's just really stupid because he said that tariffs were going to reduce prices.
No, the guy, you would never be in his mouth, bro. Your name would never be in his mouth.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you feel about the fact that he made AI slop videos of him shitting on Harry Sisson?
That was fucking hilarious.
So he at least knows who Harry is. So why is Harry in his mouth?
I don't know who that is.
Are you saying Harry's in his mouth?
I don't know
You
who
don't know
that
who
is.
Harry Sisson is?
No, I don't know who that is.
Okay. Well, Chef, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know. He's okay with Trump doing crypto rug pulls. He probably got rug pulled by Trump and then still thanks him. Chill, thank you for the
Alright, bro, I'll
$5
catch you.
as
Have a
well.
great
Thank
day.
you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Seriously though, yeah, Trump wants to spend money on foreign wars, but Kamala Harris wanted to give him an expanded child tax credit and a housing tax credit so they could buy a new house, and he doesn't want that. And by the way, he just ran away because he got dog walked the entire time that we had that conversation. So let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And if you're not a coward, you're a Trump supporter, and you're literally above the 18 years old, make sure to send a guest request. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? By the way, everyone will be live for another probably 2.5 hours or so. At least. Is this the guy obsessed with me?
You're the coward.
I know you're obsessed. You're obsessed with me. You're not even MAGA.
You're the coward.
You're not MAGA.
Just because I'm not.
Let's go to the next individual. Everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. That guy's obsessed with me. Tina, thank you for the gamer cat. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris base. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2001.
Okay. What month?
August 18.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
For a number of reasons, but I would say primarily foreign policy.
Okay. So do you support no new wars?
Well, it depends what you mean by no new wars, but
No, it means no new wars. That's what it means.
define war.
War. Like, so, I mean, I don't think I need to define it because it was already used by your own administration.
Sure. So I would
Like,
say
they
what
already
Trump has
qualified
done-
it as a war, so I don't even have to define it. It's not necessary. Your own administration
Well-
says it's a war. Trump says that often happens in war when talking about the deaths that were happening. And then also Pete Hegseth said, we didn't start this war. We quite literally did start it. Like, we literally bombed them first. And Marco Rubio said that. And then Marco Rubio said that actually Israel got us into the war, but then Trump said actually we got Israel into the war. So the Trump administration doesn't really fucking know what they're saying at this point. They're confused.
a lot of stuff I could say about that. I mean, a lot of it's just, terminology you can throw around, but I'll give you this example.
They said war. They literally said it themselves.
Sure. But, sometimes there's, by necessity, you have to enter a combat or a special operation. So I don't know, in 1941, Pearl Harbor, we don't want to go to war, but we have to go to war because of the situation. So I would say
But we were attacked
Iran
first in that
posed.
scenario. We attacked them first.
Yes, yes. So I
And there
would
was
say
U.S.
Iran
intelligence saying
posed,
that they weren't going to attack us.
and still, I would say Iran posed a necessary threat through its
Nope.
nuclear program and through its ballistic program.
Nope. Wait.
Against
Definitely
Israel.
not ballistic program. Ballistics don't cause that type of threat. But in terms of the nuclear program,
What do you mean they don't cause that
there's
type of
no issue there because they were willing to give up their nuclear enrichment, enriched uranium. Sorry.
While retaining their ballistic missiles program?
Yeah, that's fine.
Why is that fine if it's
Louis,
a
we thank you so
direct
much for the
threat
galaxy because what's the big threat there?
to Israel?
Israel was the threat to them apparently in this situation. They hit them first.
Yes, as a
So
preeminent
wait,
strike. So
if Israel invaded them first, why would they give up their ballistic missiles so that they can just get taken over?
no, to prevent them from getting the ballistic missiles. So they
What?
no, and even
they have the
even in
ballistic.
negotiations.
So you know that they're going to use more ballistic missiles against Israel if Israel invades them, right?
Well, yes, it's a necessary evil to do. So
And
by
it's
taking
not.
down,
It's
by
not
taking down the
necessary.
Iranian region. Look.
So
Yeah,
wait,
you have to look at things.
Are you saying
long-term,
any
not
country
just-
that has ballistic missiles we should invade?
No, if it's a direct threat to the country. So is
Okay,
any other
wait. So
country
explain how
saying
is it a
death to
direct threat to
Israel?
the country?
Yes, Iran is tangibly, and by the past 4 years, and if not the past 40 years, has been a direct threat to Israel and
Okay.
U.S. bases.
Wait, I don't really care because I don't want to defend Israel. But we're not Israel. I don't know why we're fighting wars on behalf of Israel. Do you want to fight wars on behalf of Israel? Would you go to war for Israel?
Well, Israel is a strategic ally to the United States. So
No,
let
it's
me-
not.
Okay, so let me
Israel
ask you a question.
Israel is our worst ally that we could.
Let me ask you a
naturally,
question.
I don't know about our worst. One of our worst allies. Someone we should not
Okay,
be allied with. It creates
let me ask
worse
you a question.
relations
Let
on
me
a
ask you a
world
question.
stage to be allied with Israel.
Let me ask you a question because you're a liberal, so you'll probably answer this. Taiwan's a strategic ally to the United States. If China tomorrow invades Taiwan, do we support Taiwan militarily?
Do we? Under Trump's administration, descriptively, or under my position?
Let's go with your position.
I'm not quite sure. I'd have to look at the impacts that would have on global supply chains. I'd probably say that we don't, but there might be posturing from a U.S. position standpoint that we will, kind of as a bluff, to limit it from happening.
As a bluff. Interesting.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Biden's.
I'm kind of okay with doing that, like bluffing, but not actually like
That's-
doing it in that context. That's one bluff
I'm
I
gonna
would
be honest. I would say I don't 100% believe that. One and two. This was the Biden administration's position. This was Kamala Harris's position. This
Yeah, I know.
is the current United States
Kamala
position,
Harris, yeah.
Pentagon, even excluding Trump. So I would say that's kind of with following that line of thinking. I would say that's kind of some hypocrisy from your end.
I'm not going to war with China over Taiwan. That's just not going to be I'm not starting World War III over Taiwan. That's just stupid. Okay.
Sure, maybe
I would
that's
posture so that they specifically don't do it or something. But realistically, I'm not going to war with China over Taiwan. That's fucking stupid.
Okay. Well,
Why
that's
would
a
we
nice
go,
belief
why
to
would we
have.
go why would we go to World War III?
That's been the stated United States one China policy position of the United States for the past 40, 50 years. So
Okay. Does that mean I have to hold that position?
Sure, maybe not individually, but you support the Liberal Party, you support Democrats.
Yeah, I think that
you-
they're preferable to Trump. Yes. Does that mean I
Yes,
always
and
agree
their
with
stated
liberals?
position-
No.
Their stated position on this particular issue is supporting Taiwan militarily in a kinetic action, and not just United States, but the U.S. will also use South Korea, Japan, the Philippines, and other key allies they have in Southeast Asia and East Asia. So I
If
would
we
say
can
this.
get them a part of an allyship that establishes that prior, I would have an issue. Like if they join NATO or something. But like that would probably cause World War III. Like at this point, I'm not sure. So I'm not familiar enough with it to say that I have a completely 100% certain position on it yet. But that's what my thoughts are on it right now.
That's fair, but I would just say the second question you asked me.
Why are you
regarding
asking
slide
this question
was
then?
To show your hypocrisy.
How is this
On
showing
the point of
hypocrisy?
Israel. On the point of Israel. So
How?
I would say Israel and Taiwan are strategically the same, and actually I would say
They're
Israel is more
not.
important. Yes, they are. I just demonstrated how they are,
How?
or I demonstrated how the theory is the same. So if they're under threat, whether direct or preemptive, it would necessitate a U.S.
No,
response or invasion.
because I never
Yes.
accepted that they're a strategic ally. There's a way better reason to say that Taiwan is a strategic ally comparative to Israel.
How is Taiwan more of a strategic ally than Israel?
Chips production. It's
Okay.
incredibly important for the chips market on a global stage.
When I say strategic, I mean more military, and by foreign policy. Yeah, Taiwan's certainly very important in
What's
terms of its.
what benefit do we get from being allied with Israel?
Okay, so I could go from the economic perspective, the political perspective. Let's go
Give me
military
anything.
right now.
Tell me. Be specific.
So since 1947, and this was also the stated intent of the British once they first had the British Mandate and were beginning the state of Israel when they're helping form it. Israel was always what they refer to as the orbit state, or you can say the extension of the West in the Middle East. And so the Middle East has always been very ravagingly Muslim, very antagonistic to the West, and especially America. And so Israel, just by its existence, literally by definition, has been a deterrent, or has been an extension of American, especially American, British, and NATO, Western power, and through Israel, and especially we're going to see this. We've been seeing this for the past few decades, and we're going to see this for the next decades to come. That Israel, as an extension of the United States, can control and influence Middle Eastern politics and bring it to our own interest.
Okay.
That's one answer.
So I very much disagree with that. I think that our reputation has been destroyed around the world, especially within the context of the Middle East, because of our relationship with Israel. I think that the reason why a bunch of countries hate us is because of Israel and because of how we've engaged with the Middle East. I don't think it's that we should have done this in response to the fact that there was this hatred already. I think that this hatred has been formed due to the fact that we have done these things, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't like proxy imperialism. I like specifically, if you want to expand ideals of democracy around the world, how you do that is by building it strong here, and then saying that you want to help other countries out through diplomatic relations, not by literally military action. So that's what I disagree with this approach entirely. I think it's an ineffective approach that's destabilized the Middle East, that has destroyed our reputation on the world stage, has embarrassed us. I do not think our relationship with Israel is beneficial to us by any means. We're constantly going to wars on behalf of Israel. The average American does not want this, okay? And this goes into my question. What state do you live in?
New Jersey 133.
Okay. Can you name 2 states that border New Jersey?
New York, Pennsylvania. I'm an American.
Okay. Because there was a few people that thought you're from... I'm like, is he from Israel or something? Like, he's defending Israel hardcore.
No, I am Israeli. But, yeah.
So you're a dual citizen?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Why do you feel the need to justify everything the state of Israel is doing?
I don't justify everything the state of
You're
Israel does.
kind of doing that.
Not necessarily. I'm just...
So wait, you disagree with the war with Iran, correct?
No, absolutely not. I agree with the war on Iran.
Okay, so you agree with the war in Iran. So do you agree that the U.S. should be involved in the war?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you want forever wars in the Middle East?
I would say this might be the last war the U.S. ever does in the Middle East.
Okay. That was said with all the prior ones, right?
No, absolutely.
Netanyahu has been making this claim since like the 90s and the 80s, and like literally has been saying, they're about to have a nuke, they're coming close, they're about to have one, it's about to destroy the entire world.
Because they absolutely
we need to expand, we need to take it out, we need to prevent them from getting this nuclear weapon.
We can go to Netanyahu. So Netanyahu listed a number of countries that he mentioned. So Syria, Lebanon, Iraq.
Yeah, Netanyahu
Libya.
constantly wants to go to war.
Yes, but guess what? Of all those countries,
can you name me a year where Netanyahu was like, "Yeah, let's not do war"?
Again, this is just the state of Muslims. Muslims are by definition just as we've seen from 9/11 and what we're seeing to this day, and from October 7th, etc., etc.
By the way, so he's trying to blame all Muslims for that. Which, by the way, you won't blame all Christians for the enacted violence in the Spanish Inquisition. You won't do so in the context of the Crusades. You won't
I will-
reference Christian violence in any of these
Yes.
circumstances as
So I'll make the-
descriptive
okay,
of Christians as a whole, but any violence associated with
Yes, yes.
Islamist extremists, those are going to be referenced to all Muslims. That's ridiculous for you to say that. Secondly, you understand that
obviously
you're
not all
completely
Muslims.
ignoring the
UAE, for
history
example.
of the U.S.'s involvement in the entirety of the Middle East, destabilizing the region, especially with Israel, which, by the way, was the stated reason why they engaged in 9/11, was because of our relationship with Israel. Osama bin Laden said the stated reason why they engaged in 9/11 was because of our relationship with Israel, and yet you're arguing right now for that relationship.
Okay, so
Literally,
it's clear
you just tried to blame it on Muslims, but then you're arguing for the relationship that quite literally led to this happening.
No. So again, this is I guess.
What do you mean? What do you mean? No, no is not an argument.
Yes, I was going to my argument before you cut me off for the fourth time in a row. But
Okay, go ahead.
thing
Cry about it.
I would like it. I would appreciate it if we stick to 1 point at a time. You're kind of just jumping all over. I wanted to bring up like 3 points before, and then you just kind of cut over it. So before we get
So stick to 1 point, but I've brought up 3 points, and I wanted you to address those 3 points. Interesting.
Yes, but I'd like to address them, one by one first.
Okay.
So thank you. Okay, so going back to the earlier, and now I have time. I'll be able to answer your questions. So your question regarding okay, so when will these wars stop? When will these quote unquote forever wars stop? You mentioned Netanyahu and the countries. So you've probably seen the video. You've probably referenced it yourself. But there's a list of countries that Netanyahu mentioned, which are active targets or which are actively antagonistic to the United States and Israel, and he's made every country he mentioned we've already destabilized and essentially taken care of, you can say. Iraq, Libya, Syria, etc., etc. Now the final country he mentioned, was Iran. So once Iran, which was realistically the only nuclear threat to
So destabilize all these other countries so that Israel can be the superpower in the region.
destabilize all the countries that are active threats, both verbally
You say active threats to Israel because of how Israel's acted, not because they're active threats to the U.S.
Okay,
So-
let me ask you a question.
So when you say
So
U.S.
now-
and Israel, that and Israel is doing a lot of carrying there. That and Israel is doing a lot of carrying there.
Okay. Okay. Anyways, yes, and Israel, because Israel, like I mentioned, is similar. Again, you have to think about it. It's hard for you to think about these things, I guess, but look at it from this perspective. Again, that Taiwan.
Stop getting us
and,
into war. Fuck this. If you're
Last
over
war,
this
I already
shit,
told you.
if you're over this shit, the fucking propagandistic shit that this guy is spewing on the live stream right now, that's been spewed for the past 20 years, type 3 in the comment
this
section.
propaganda?
We're
How's
over
this-
this shit. We are over it. We do not want to be involved in your wars. Stop
That's fine.
involving
Once-
us in your wars. This is not
Yeah,
our war.
once
You're
Iran is
engaging in
gone-
offensive conflicts. This is not our war. Stop engaging us with your fucking wars. Your forever wars that
not
will never
offensive.
fucking stop ever.
The Iran war was not offensive; it was defensive.
That's fucking stupid. We attacked first.
Yes.
What a
Yeah,
liar.
minutes.
You constantly lie to us and want us to continue
Okay.
to support you.
Okay, let me ask you a question then. Should Iran
Genuinely,
have
like,
a
this is
nuclear
absurd.
weapon?
Stop. Like, literally, we don't want this anymore. We're fucking sick of it. We are sick of
after Iran is
defending a
done.
country that destroys our reputation on the world stage, that literally makes our relations with other countries significantly worse. Right?
Okay, so
That doesn't
I
help
wanna
out
just-
people, that hasn't spread
in terms of-
democracy, that's spread oppression, that's literally
In
not
terms of
spread better
reputation,
conditions. Why the
wanna
hell
address the
would we continue to support these forever wars, these regime change wars that have constantly destabilized these regions and literally put a fucking hit marker on ourselves? Why would we do that? Why would we continue to do this? Stop doing this shit now. Every single person listening to this live stream, stop listening to people like this. They destroy our country. They're literally destroying our country because we're constantly putting trillions of fucking dollars into this shit instead of putting trillions of dollars into the American people.
Okay, so you want to talk about economics?
This
There's
is
a
why
lot
our
of points-
infrastructure is crumbling. This is why people
That's-
are going bankrupt to
that's
the
not
tune
why
of
our
67% of medical bankruptcies
No,
in the
no,
country. While Israel, right, literally has universal access to healthcare. While they provide social services for their people. We're fucking giving them billions of dollars instead of giving it to our people. We're spending trillions of dollars on wars for them instead of spending that on our people when they have access to these services and we don't in our country. Let's stop
Okay, so let
putting
me ask you a
Israel
question.
first and let's put America first for one fucking damn second in our life.
Also, what are you, a Trumpian now, or are you a Republican
No,
now?
Trump
Anyways,
is actually America first. He's the rich first and Israel first.
okay, so half the stuff you just said are completely false. But let me ask you this then: why do you think, as an American, why do you think, as an American, for the past, since essentially the inception of Israel, 1948, why do you think, and especially from the 70s and 80s onward, why do you think every administration, United States, every president, Republican, Democrat, the Pentagon, CIA, etc., everyone, why do you think every single administration since has actively supported, and by their own volition, there wasn't a gun to their head. Israel didn't put a nuclear
All
bomb.
these people supported Israel. Oh my God,
Yes.
that doesn't mean we should.
No, I'm curious.
We
why do you
don't
think
want to
that
do
was the
this.
case?
We're
Why do you
done.
think?
We're done,
50,
buddy.
60,
We're done.
70 years.
Just because we did it in the past doesn't mean we're gonna keep doing it. You're literally begging so much for our fucking money at this point.
First of all,
Stop.
I'm American.
We don't want
I'm an
to.
American. I'm an American. So I'm not,
And we
I'm
don't
not
want the
begging.
money. We don't want to give the money. By the way, you're a dual citizen, and quite literally, you are specifically saying that you want to give money to the country that your other country, so that you can engage in conflicts on behalf of your other country. That's what you're doing.
That's not what I'm doing.
That's for Israel's interests, not America's interests.
That's your position. That
is absolutely my position.
You're not.
It is
too long
absolutely
from
my
foreign
position
policies
that our
and
relationship with
relations.
Israel is for the benefit of Israel, not for the benefit of the United States at this point.
Very incorrect. And I
Yeah,
demonstrated.
it absolutely does not
previously
benefit
already.
us. It
I
harms
already
us.
I already demonstrated how it does. Okay, and just to respond to your strawman argument that you just made, if a Ukrainian American citizen, but Ukrainian because he's a dual citizen, argues for military and economic support for Ukraine against Russia, you're gonna, by your line of argument, you would say, well, actually, we're helping Ukraine at the cost of helping America because we're not giving Americans quote unquote money or
We
funding
were
and
literally,
education
it's
or
mostly
infrastructure
equipment. We already went over this.
for Ukraine. Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
the same logic still applies. To me. That's what we
No,
do for.
because it was already
Yes.
equipment that was already there.
No, we're actively giving them more and more and more equipment until Trump came in.
And Trump got rid of it and then brought it back.
Uh,
And did Ukraine start the war?
I would say the previous democratic. Okay.
Did Ukraine start the war?
Ukraine defined start the war like kinetic action? Yes.
Did they cause the war to happen? Right? Like, did
Okay,
they
that's-
bomb them first?
So that's a good no. Okay, those are different things. Cause and the first kinetic action are different things. I would say not necessarily Ukraine per se, but I would say NATO and neoliberal imperialism.
This is what I'm.
Cause-
You
caused the war.
are totally not for American interests at all. You just quite
Absolutely
literally
not.
tried to say that that NATO is the reason why it happened. You're promoting Russian propaganda right
Absolutely.
now, dude.
Not just NATO.
There's no way this person's real. They're like
Not just NATO.
dude. It's actually nuts. This is like every foreign
Not just
country that wants to literally control the processes in the United States is like Russia and Israel. They want to focus so much on controlling our politics, right, and influencing our political systems and what people are thinking, and they spread constant misinformation doing so. No, the situation with Ukraine is not happening because they were going to join NATO. Hell, they should have joined NATO, and it would have prevented this from happening.
No.
The reason why those
reason-
countries that are on the border of Russia want to join NATO is because they don't want to be annexed by Russia and invaded by Russia. Otherwise, they
And-
wouldn't join NATO. Literally.
You know, at the collapse of the Soviet Union, there was an agreement by the then Russian Republic and the Ukraine to actively, so it was done by
The Budapest Memorandum. The Budapest Memorandum specifically was the agreement between Russia, Ukraine, and the United States. And you want to know who violated that agreement?
defined
Russia. Russia violated that agreement. They invaded Ukraine.
Yes, and I'm telling you why. So, at the dissolution of the Soviet Union, there was an agreement by the Russians, by the Ukrainians, and NATO, and particularly the United States.
To
and it
give
was
up
signed-
Ukraine.
Yes, and they gave it up by their own volition. So the Russians chose to give up Ukraine, and they agreed with the Ukrainians. There's a lot of different arguments. Sure, but they agreed to give up Ukraine. I agree. But one of the conditions signed, in addition to that, and many American politicians, intellectuals have said this very well, that another condition signed at the dissolution would be that the United States will not set up military bases or encroach into Ukraine. Now, that's a very can we at least agree with that? And now, let me give you one more example.
No,
If I'm the
I think
United
that
States,
the agreement that there wasn't going to be encroachment beyond that specific point was with not with Russia, but it was with the Soviet Union, and with the
come on.
with the
Is
destruction of the
this really the
Soviet
argument?
Union. With the destruction of the Soviet Union, they signed away rights to Ukraine. There was nothing specifically establishing that we couldn't have relations with Ukraine. And by the way, let me
Okay, I'm
clarify,
gonna be honest,
not just
that is-
Ukraine, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia on the border of NATO, or on the border of Russia, literally joined NATO in the early 2000s. Finland joined NATO since the invasion of Ukraine.
Okay, that's very telling. So once the Soviet Union is gone, then that condition just goes away. That again, now this is a very
Yeah, literally. Like, that was
neoliberal
not
line of
with
thinking.
Russia, that's with
This is a
the
very
Soviet Union.
neoliberal line of thinking that has gotten us to the situation at hand. Now,
No,
a
if
perfect
they were,
analogy is-
if it was a part of my thinking, we would never be in this situation in the first place because they would have been a part of NATO.
again, the steps were being made to have them join NATO. Now, when the Soviets came into
No, they weren't. That's I wish they
Soviets-
were. I wish they did make steps to do that. I wish they did join NATO. I wish they were a part of
Absolutely.
NATO because that would have prevented this from
Soviets-
happening.
very, again, you think of things very abstractly, and you think of things from a very neoliberal perspective.
Can you spell
we have the right
neoliberal?
to do everything's democratic. But
can you
you
spell
don't know- you don't
neoliberal?
understand things. Huh?
Can you spell neoliberal?
Yes, NEOLIBERAL. Anyways,
You got it.
yes. Okay. So I'm not like a normal Trumpian. I know a little bit about how the world works, which I'll admit.
So what do
Republicans
you
are not
mean
very
by
smart.
neoliberal? You
Okay,
just
so
mean
before I get
liberals
to
in the
that,
modern
I
era? Is
wanna
that all
stick
it
on the
means?
topic. I want to stick on the topic.
Is neoliberal just mean liberals in the modern era? Is that all it means?
No, absolutely not. No.
So what does it mean?
A neoliberal, I would say, is broadly defined, and there's more you can add to it, but I would say a neoliberal largely abides by. So there's an economic aspect of it, but from a political aspect and foreign policy, I would say a neoliberal is someone who's very much for spreading democracy, both by force or diplomatically. Someone who believes in the post-World War II world order, and again, I guess imagines spreading that world order as well. And then economically, it comes with free trade's another part of it. So largely, that's kind of what it means.
Trump is a neoliberal.
No.
Wait, you just said, but he wants to by force spread democracy according
No,
to
no, no, no.
the situation in
this-
Iran.
Thank you for bringing. I wanted to address this point you mentioned earlier. No, Trump absolutely does not want to spread democracy. What? And now this is very important. This
Wait,
gets
I
back
actually
to-
agree with this point, but let's see where he
Yes.
goes with it.
Yes. So this is where the disconnect becomes. So I think more of Gen Z, our generation is starting to see this as well, that you can make the arguments for and against democracy. Does it work? Does it not work? That's irrelevant. In terms of foreign policy, that idea of just spreading democracy, again, either by kinetic force or diplomatically or whatever, that's not important. That's not what's going to preserve that's not necessarily going to be the thing that preserves U.S. special interests, both in our hemisphere and beyond. Now, the perfect, and this is not even just Trump. There are special cases where the U.S. recognizes this and recognizes that our allies shouldn't just be democracies, and our goals shouldn't just be to spread democracy. Our absolute goal, and this is actually a difference between you and me. You talk about America first, supporting America, supporting Americans. That's not necessarily gonna, losing allies at the expense of restricting them to only being democracies or trying to impose democracies and liberal values onto other people. That's not going to be the thing that's going to most preserve American special
So
interests.
don't try to enforce your values on other people. But Donald Trump's imposing a war right now on Iran, and I support it because
Yes.
because Israel and Iran are diplomatically, ideologically changing the region.
Yeah, we're not trying to impose democracy or
Not
liberalism.
diplomatically, by force, changing the ideology of the region. That's quite literally what you said earlier. So you
Yes.
want to spread you literally, under your view, do want to spread democracy by
No,
force.
come on. Let's use our thinking caps right now. I'm not
You don't
saying
want Israel to spread democracy.
no.
Okay, so then
I mean,
what is the point
if
that
Israel
Israel
would
is
like to,
engaging in
sure.
conflict with other nations?
Yes, to prevent or so. Okay, for example, when Nazi Germany invaded Poland and Belgium, the British didn't enter the war so that Germany could become a democracy again. No, they entered the war and started World War II.
Wait, I have a question actually. Would you be okay with us allying with all of the other states outside of Israel
What do you
and
mean?
just not allying with Israel? Because you
What
said
do
you don't
mean?
care if they're democracies. So why specifically just ally with Israel?
So there's an ethnic perspective. There's a
An
shared
ethnic
history.
perspective?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. So there's a theological, there's a historical perspective. There's
Okay, so
you know,
what theological ethnic perspective are you referencing here?
so you know, I'm not gonna give you like a quote some Bible verses or anything. Rather, I would say our shared history as a people. So Jews and Christians. So whether or not you're a Christian today, whether or not you believe in
Not
God today, that's
Christian.
irrelevant. Yeah, sure. And I'm not Christian myself. Or yeah, I'm not Christian myself. And most.
I'm not
most
Christian
Jews-
myself, but we need to have this shared history amongst Christians.
Yes, exactly. So there's it's history. It's something that extends beyond just your nominal.
Wait, so why can't you
rituals.
have that relationship with Muslims as well?
Okay, so if we go to the Balkans and look at a country like Bosnia, for example, you could perhaps make that argument, just because of their ethnic background and European.
Nope.
Social history.
You can have that here in the United States too. There's Muslims that live here.
Yeah. Well. Sure. You could. Yeah. I guess I can agree with that. But in terms of a nation.
Wow,
so
the
a
fact that it
country
took a
like-
while for you to say it. So, given that there are Muslims that live here, why wouldn't we want to then ally with Muslims around the world then? In the same way that
Yeah,
because
we do
Jewish
wanna
people live
ally
here,
with
we should
the
then
UAE.
ally
So
with Jewish
let me-
people around the world.
No, absolutely, we can ally with them. So the UAE is a perfect. example.
Okay.
Do you support
So,
the UAE?
so then, wait, hold up. By the way, I actually don't think that's a good example because quite literally, they are funding a genocide within the context of Sudan, right? So we can have a conversation about that. That's a whole other thing to have a conversation about. Is the U.S.'s support for like countries in the context of the Middle East that actively support genocide, such as Saudi Arabia as well, with like what happened in Yemen. So I can give countless examples. I think that our relationships with countries in the Middle East are not great, right? Not just Israel, but also it's applicable to other countries as well.
Sure, but I mentioned that just to say that yes, we can have relationships with Muslim countries, but they have to be a type of country that's not Islamist or
Yeah.
with
So
all
the
due
point
respect, I
I'm making
probably
is
know
that
much
you're
more
not
about-
just going to be allied with a country because of their certain religion. It's going to be the certain way they view the religion. Obviously, you want certain types of views. You don't want other views. Okay, that's totally legitimate. And it does seem like you're going to apply that in this circumstance, but you're unwilling to apply that to Israel.
No. I said I agree. We can ally with any other. We can ally with any nation, Buddhist.
But why not?
atheist,
Why not ally
communist.
with Iran then? Under your view.
Well, 3 words: الموت لأمريكا، الموت لإسرائيل، ونصر لإيران. So that's the. You probably don't know what that. So I know
Obviously,
much more
I
about
don't know
Islam
what that
than you do.
means. Can you tell me what that
Yes.
means?
So
I
that's
don't know
what
why.
the Yemenis and that's what the Iranians have tagged on. When they're protesting and tagged on government buildings that says "Death to America," "Death to Israel," and victory for Islam. I know Islam very well. I've studied it.
Okay,
very
so
deeply. I'm sure
you
I know-
understand that you're referencing something that people are saying because of the fact that the U.S. is involved itself and literally won't stop involving itself. Because of constantly literally invading, constantly bombing, constantly destabilizing. That's why they're responding that way. Okay?
Okay.
So
now
you have to
let me ask the
acknowledge the
question.
context prior to that
I
point.
asked this previously.
And
I
the
asked this
U.S.'s
previously.
relationship with Israel is the reason why they're also saying death to America.
No. And again, I asked this
Yes, it
previously.
literally is. Like, if we didn't have a relationship with Israel, explain to me why any of them would be saying that.
Okay, so again, you like thinking of things very abstractly.
I'm
And
serious. If we didn't have
I
a
would say
relationship with
devote.
Israel, why would they be saying that about us?
Okay, so let's do this thought experiment. So during the 20th century, especially after World War II, the big the big challenge or the big global game that was going on was between capitalism, particularly from the United States, and communism. Now, we saw very many theaters of this battle between the two and proxies that became as a result, Korea, Vietnam, etc., etc.
Okay, I don't know why you're
The
saying all of this like I don't know.
Okay. A very specific and very important theater was the Middle East, especially for oil. And, as except yes, oil at this time especially became very important. More countries are industrializing, so oil as a strategic commodity becomes probably one of the most important resources in the world. Now,
So
at
we're
this
doing this for
time,
oil is the argument?
again, let's step by step. Come on, Parker, for someone who's very like intelligent, you got to be a little better with these things. Come on. But
Go
yes,
fuck
so
yourself. Don't ever do that to me. Okay? I'm intelligent enough to know that was a manipulation tactic. I'm asking what your fucking argument is, and you're trying to say that, oh, you're intelligent. Actually engage with this. I've engaged with every single thing you said. It's all bullshit. It's all
no, it's
bullshit. I'm
not.
serious.
And
You have like
I'm
the
just
most
simply asking for you
anti-American
to
ideology ever.
let
It
me
really
speak.
pisses me off that this is even a perspective I have to engage with. I'm not trolling. It's actually really frustrating.
Okay. I would just like you not to cut me off. That's all I'm asking.
Okay. Just
So yes,
go ahead. Make the lecture another 10 minutes, please.
yeah, just like when you lecture me for
Yeah.
11
No,
minutes.
go ahead. Give me the entire history of the Cold War, please.
No, not the.
I want a
the history,
10-page
but
dissertation, please.
yes, I could have finished by now. Mind you. So yes, Israel at this time. So the communists are coming, especially now. This begins. You have the Ba'athist or the Ba'athist, as is in English, communist movement in especially Central Egypt. So Syria, Iraq, and Egypt. These three and these were the preeminent powers of the Middle East at this time militarily, and so they're all socialist and borderline communist. Israel is the only capitalist country at this time. So now, when you're asking, this is why it's very important. Why you asked me, or the reason you asked, why is the United States doing kinetic action or kinetic military actions in the Middle East? This is the first reason. This is the beginning of U.S. involvement in the Middle East. It's because of communism and the need to preserve or bring countries to the capitalist sphere. And now, when you're asking to countries like Saudi Arabia, countries like
I
Kuwait
disagree with doing
later
that,
on.
by the way.
Okay, but these countries now, not just preventing further spread of socialism, but certain Gulf states, especially Saudi Arabia, or Yemen was also another communist state, literally a Marxist state, but Saudi Arabia was actively calling for U.S. assistance, military assistance, and protection. So the reason the United States ever entered into the Middle East was first because the Saudis actually called us to get bring in our oil firms and start extracting oil, but then two, to then subsequently defend those oil reserves and defend the country. So the Saudis first called us, and then two, the next action, the next stage of U.S. involvement was preventing further communist spread. So that's why the U.S. was first there. Now, all the derivative effects and subsequent second-order effects that happen from that time all begin and stem from this. So when you say, and so now when the U.S. Engages militarily against Iran, for example, during the times of the Shah and such, that's why there was first U.S. kinetic action, and that was devoid of Israel actually. So even when Khomeini in 70,
What was my
79,
question?
your question was why do countries like Iran and Yemen and other countries hate the United States? And then you said because we keep bombing them and we keep doing we keep destabilizing them, etc. Now I'm giving you a proper genealogical American-based, America first, in fact, argument of why we were there in the first place and why we were bombing them in the first place.
But those weren't justifications or reasons to do so.
Are you kidding me? So what
Am I kidding you? No.
Why? How is any of that not a justification?
Do you think the war in Vietnam was justified?
Do I think the war in Vietnam was justified? Do you not think we should have? Do you not?
Do you think the Vietnam War was justified?
Yes. Do I think it was a failure? Do I think we acted incorrectly? Do I think we extended the war for too long? Yes, yes, yes. But do I think it was strategically incorrect to do? No. Do you think the war in Korea was a fail? Or do you think the war in Korea was incorrect to do, morally, politically?
I don't see the reason to have done it, right? I don't see the reason to have gone to other countries around the world specifically to establish that there's some sort of capitalist position, right? I don't see an argument or a reason to do that in any of these situations.
Are you well? Okay, interesting. Uh, so this kind of gets back to my earlier the I think I said earlier. You look at the world from a very abstract and from a very abstract perspective, and I would say very idealistic. The world in
It's
actuality,
idealistic for me to say that I don't want to engage in military conflicts all around the world and I want to focus on this country.
yes. I would say that is the case. I would say that is
How?
certainly you could. I would say that is certainly
How
the
is that
case,
idealistic? Isn't it idealistic for you to claim that you, and being the police of the world, is going to somehow make the world a better place when it's constantly destabilized the world?
Okay, well, post World War II world, and now again, you're zooming into the world of very 2026, 2025. When you look at post World War II, world order, international order, economic order, it was absolutely better than absolutely better and more stable than any time in human history than it ever has been in human history, and that was because of the U.S. mandated and I would say structured world order. Um, now
That's
on to
not
your
because of
question.
the U.S. involving itself around the world. I think
It
that we would have a
absolutely
more
is.
stable world if the U.S. did not constantly involve itself all around the world. For example, with Iran, right? They overthrew a democratically elected leader and installed a military dictatorship in 1953. That's quite literally an example of them destabilizing the region. Okay, that's not stabilizing it. That's not promoting democracy. That's not promoting better conditions. There were quite literally democratic conditions that they overthrew for oil interests. And by the way, you're advocating for the same fucking reasons now to do this shit. Like, you're the same reasons and justifications that you provide for constantly getting us involved for these particular interests in terms of oil and things like that is the reason why we've been involved, historically speaking, for profiting off of and exploiting those regions, which is, again, destroyed our relationships around the world, destroyed our reputation, has not led to our interests, actually, like in the long run, if we compare that to like what it would have been if we didn't do stuff like that, right? I think that we would have a significantly more stable and better world, right? If we didn't do shit like that. I think it would be way more of a world in our interest.
Let's. I disagree, but perhaps we can agree to
You
disagree.
don't think that it would be more stable if Iran had democracy?
Well, okay.
Like,
When we
continued
there's
from
an argument.
1950s.
There's an argument to say no, but I would say when we
Okay,
had the
you're
Shah.
fucking stupid.
No.
That
Okay,
shouldn't
just
even be
because you have.
considered. That was stupid to say. You think that it's better that they had a military dictatorship and then fell into radical Islam, right? Rather than specifically referencing the fact that they had democratic processes and elections prior.
Okay, so as a preliminary note, I would disagree with your assumption that a democracy is one necessary for a stable or an orderly society. One, two. I would also disagree with the fact that, or would disagree with the assumption that.
No. But do you agree that it would be more stable than what's existed? And also, he
Well,
doesn't think
counterfactuals
democracy
are.
is good. By the way, he probably wants like a dictatorship.
No. I think. I mean, there's some problems with the United States, government, but no, I don't think governments are, or I don't think dictatorships are better. But yeah, I mean, we could do counterfactuals all day. They don't really, prove anything. But
Yeah, they do.
I would say, yeah, once we had the Shah, and the Shah was actively, in good relations with Israel, and yeah, then the situation's good. But again, strategically,
What?
we
You-
had to
you-
overthrow.
You're just like not acknowledging the fact that that led to destabilization within the context of Iran. Can you acknowledge that?
Yes, I would acknowledge it. And
Okay,
actually,
so
I would.
so
I would
so
also.
then you just
Let me
conceded.
help you out a little more. I
Help me out?
actively. Yes, the reason. Now, I think you have a question, and I think many people have the question. Where is why did we invade Iraq? Why did we do what we did in Libya? Why
You're
did
just a
we...
war hawk. That's what you are.
No. So, again, now this is a fundamental disagreement that not just I have with you, but the U.S. government. So you can have your own subjective views and I would say idealistic views on foreign policy, but in reality, they don't operate that
Idealistic.
way.
That's ridiculous. You
Yes.
say in reality doesn't. So again, just because something has existed historically does not mean it should exist that way, and also does not mean it's idealistic to change it. Under your view, you think it would be idealistic to advocate for consent laws prior to consent having laws to back it up?
Huh?
Yeah, you would have said the same thing about abolishing slavery.
That's okay. Holy Hail Mary. Anyways, so what were you saying? Oh yes. Just because we destabilize a country by military, yeah. For example, Germany, we destabilized Nazi Germany. That doesn't mean it was wrong. We destabilized, numerous countries. After you invade a country, you have the option.
So I don't
destabilize.
think that the U.S.'s involvement all around the world like this has led to better conditions. And I do think that the way that we should be involved is diplomatically by providing a beacon of hope, by actually upholding the values here at home, which we're not doing when we're so focused on literally fucking doing horrible shit all around the world. Like, let's focus here at home. Let's focus on ourselves. Let's focus on making our country a better place. All right, let's focus on getting corruption out of our politics, money out of our politics. Let's focus on expanding access to healthcare for people in this country and childcare and access to housing. Right?
So, question: Can we not do both?
I don't think that it's effective for us to do what we've done on the world stage, right? And that doesn't mean completely seceding from the world stage. Obviously, I think that we internationally need to engage in diplomacy, but it just means that not using military all the fucking time to literally control everything. Okay? We're not even doing an effective job at doing that. We're really not. Okay? Let's focus. Let's stop spending fucking so much on the military, and let's put that money here at home. We spend way too much. We can have the largest military budget in the world. I'm okay with that. Okay? But that's still, we could cut $1 trillion a year off of our military budget with Donald Trump's proposed plan, and we could still have the largest military in the budget by over $100 billion a year. Okay? So we can still have the largest military in the budget in the world. I want to have the largest military in the budget in the world. I still believe in defense, of course. But what you're not understanding is that what we're doing is offensive all around the world and is not actually in the interest of the American people, because we can instead put that money into the American people.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot there, and again, fundamental questions on redirecting, government spending to, internally and to, as you mentioned, infrastructure. But even that, it's, for me, from my perspective, I would say it's kind of a simplistic solution. I would say, one reason why housing, for example, or even infrastructure, one of the primary reasons, there's not more
But
development.
it's if it's simple, it doesn't mean it's wrong, right? So this is simple, yes. But this is hundreds of billions of dollars that we can get on a yearly basis to use towards the debt, to use towards social services, infrastructure, healthcare access, and things that people need that we are not doing right now because we're deciding to spend it on a bunch of things around the world that we truly don't need.
Let me ask you this. What is the US dollar backed of? So what backs the US dollar?
It's fiat currency.
So yes. But what is it about the United States in particular that gives it international trust?
What about the United States? It would be international relations that have already been established.
So I'm not saying like
And consumer base on a world stage. The largest
Yes.
GDP.
Yes. Now, a large reason for that. Now, even from an economic perspective, a large reason for that.
Why is it enforced? That you're saying it's enforced by the government? That's
It's
domestically,
not
not
enforced by the
not
government.
not
No.
outside of the country.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the thing that really underrides the entirety of the United States, its economy, and especially the U.S. dollar, is the military, is the U.S. military, is the U.S. ability to both protect its own allies and then too, this is another very important point, not just protecting its own allies, but also actively protecting and ensuring freedom of passage for international trade, for cargo ships.
Yeah, you're acting
So
like we can't do this under my proposed plan.
this is absolutely what yeah, but I'm saying,
You're saying this is
kind of-
absolute. We'd have the largest military budget in the world still, over $500 billion a year, and that's enough to be able to maintain, right, defending us and our allies. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, but as I mentioned even earlier too, there are many particular cases where you do have to use your military. Now, the Middle East has posed numerous situations in which U.S. kinetic force was required. Now, Iran's a perfect example again, as I mentioned again, because of its nuclear program. Now, same thing with
They were willing to give
and
up
this,
their nukes. It was just that they weren't willing to give up ballistic missiles.
so you saw you would trust. Anyways, I would say you can trust. You're trusting the Iranians over
Yeah,
what
they
the
would give
Iranians
up
do
their
to the
enriched
world.
uranium. I mean, we had surveillance over their enrichment facilities prior, and Donald Trump signed off on the fact that they were being serious and it was all good. So, I don't understand you at this point. Anything else you want to add before I go on to the next person?
Yeah, but I would simply say, you're living in an idealistic world, real politics, and the world is much more messier than you would like to kind of think it to be. And I would say, U.S. support, as an American, I'm saying this, U.S. support for Israel is absolute. And whether or not you like it, whether you like it or not, politicians are going to continue supporting, and the Pentagon and the CIA and intelligence agencies, military, etc. They all actively support Israel. So whether or not you guys like it or not, the support's going to continue. Well, thank you very much. And
Well, the
any other
overwhelming
questions?
majority of the American people say, "Fuck you. We're not going to give you money anymore. We're sick of this shit.
Well,
Genuinely,
you guys already are, so it
right?
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You guys
So
already are, so it doesn't matter.
because we already have doesn't mean we're always going to continue. And that bullshit mentality that you just gave us is exactly the reason why we're sick of this bullshit and why the American people are standing up to this injustice and literally
for you
saying
guys.
that we're
Once,
not willing
once
to
Iran
give
is gone, we don't
handouts
need US
anymore
funding anymore.
to a country that literally we're not even
Once Iran's
establishing
gone, we
basic
don't need US
necessities.
funding anymore. I said U.S.
Oh,
funding.
okay, so
After
you see what I
Iran's
mean?
gone,
You're just doing this to scam us, unironically, and you just admitted it. You just admitted it. You unironically just said, "Oh, we're doing this until we have the ability to take out Iran as well. We've been doing this for the past 20, 30 years. Get over it." That's literally what you just said. So you see how you see right there, actually, how we're taken for granted. It's not that we're taken for granted by, our allies in Europe. It's that we're taken for granted by people like this that literally say that we should just be engaging in forever wars in the Middle East, right? For no fucking reason. For literally no fucking reason. Not to defend our interests, not to defend us as a country, but to defend a different country and to give them support and subsidization when they can provide access to basic social services that we can't in our country because of the fact that we're providing all of this fucking trillions of dollars of spending. Shells, think of the coral. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get out to more people. I have some people to think, but let's get the next person up here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
I do. That last
Election.
guy makes me not want to, though. Holy shit. That guy was terrible.
Election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
After hearing that last guy, I mean, I'll still vote for Trump, but I mean, that last guy seriously made me reconsider. Because Nick Fuentes said vote for the Dems in midterms. I thought that was crazy. After hearing that last guy, he's probably right. These Republicans, I don't want people like...
Don't give credit to Nick Fuentes. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. You can have a criticism of the last guest from a right-wing perspective and not have it go down that route, you know? And also, I'm pretty sure I've talked to that guy a million times. I know exactly how that conversation's going to go. He sounds so familiar. I typically add people up if they haven't been up recently. And that guy hasn't been up in probably months. But it's just I've talked to him so many times that I'm just not even interested in it. It's just been so many times. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 19.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, but
Sorry, I heard nah first, and I just like auto clicked kick you. He ended up saying yes, so you can send a guest request back, but unironically, just I heard nah for nah first, and I was just like immediately kicked by. Sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Let me see if that's what I've just missed.
By the way, everyone, Dean's going to be live probably at like 1 p.m. here in about a little less than 2 hours, right after I'm done. Right after I'm done. So, don't worry. There's live stream coming. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Someone said in the chat, "Vote blue, do it for you." That's a good mantra. I like that. Let's go to the next individual here quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's about you?
Do you now realize Nick Fuentes is...
Let's go to the next individual. Do you just give us a quick second, everyone? Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next individual, everybody, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Tell Dean to do more morning.
I don't think he likes morning streams as much as later in the day streams. Hey, Josh, speak, mute yourself, leave the live, or do any of the above.
What's up, bro?
What a good boy. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria. Listen on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Sure do.
Election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump all the way.
Okay, what's your birth year?
It's 2005.
And you said you're how old again?
21.
Okay, and what month were you born?
February.
Okay, for sure. Alrighty, for the person saying in the chat, I do not support Iran. That's not my position at all. I don't know why people are spamming the chat. Why are you pro IRGC? Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
How about the First Step Act, the Abraham Accords? We got his executive order, that they try to shoot down in court. Many executive orders they're trying to shoot down in court. That would work out great for us.
Okay, what executive
We need
orders?
to further the tariff agenda. How about
You like tariffs? So that's going to go away in about 150 days because Congress won't vote to keep them in place.
I mean, they should. He has 150 days to
won't.
plan that.
Good
He
luck.
has time.
buddy. He has time? What is he going to do? Like, is he going to create the crisis necessary to justify the tariffs or something?
We're already in a crisis that necessitates those tariffs.
What's the crisis? Trade deficits. Trade deficits.
How about we've lost manufacturing capacity since the 1960s massively? I mean, it used to be 38%,
and it's getting worse under Trump's administration. And it's getting worse under Trump's administration.
The population was in manufacturing. Now nobody's in manufacturing. 9%. So why is that? Is that because we are importing more than we're exporting?
Take a look at this.
No response.
Well, this is the response. Do you see this on screen? So this is actually since Trump's got in office. Do you see this?
I do.
Is that just like straight decline?
Temporary decline.
This is massive growth. Was there any decline under Biden's administration? No, just growth? Massive growth after
Bounce back from
decline
it.
under
All right,
Trump's
yeah, that was
term.
because of COVID.
So you say that the growth
But
in
y'all love to
manufacturing.
bring up COVID.
Wait, you said
during
you said
Biden's
the growth in
presidency.
Wait, pause. You said the growth in manufacturing was because of COVID? Because, by the way, these declines happened prior to COVID. Look at this.
Was the bounce
It was
back.
already here. It was up here when Trump got in office. There was already decline by the time that Trump was leaving. It was basically the same. It stayed stagnant. Massive increase under Biden's administration. Inflation Reduction Act, Chips and Science Act, bipartisan infrastructure bill. Look at that. Boom! Manufacturing investment. And then Trump gets in office,
Bounce back
and
jobs.
what happens?
Okay, would we not
Decline.
agree
Decline.
that the
Get
president
cooked,
isn't
buddy. Get cooked.
directly
By facts,
responsible
reason, and
while
logic,
they
buddy.
can stimulate the economy? They're not causation. Exactly.
Wait, sorry, you said
Correlation,
what?
not causation.
Oh,
Correlation,
so we
not
know that
causation.
we know that tariffs have caused this because there's two main facts. One, because it's increased the cost of domestic manufacturing in this country because we get goods from other countries as an aspect of the manufacturing process. And two, because of the fact that we can also point to what's it called? That there is due to the upward pressure on inflation that's limiting the Federal Reserve's ability to reduce interest rates, which would then increase the level of investment.
And so why are we inflicting tariffs?
Why are we inflicting tariffs?
Yeah.
Well, because
What do you think the
tariffs are something that Trump thinks are going to lead to more domestic manufacturing, but it clearly hasn't. The question then would just be: it definitely isn't.
It's a time game. You know, it's a time game on that one. All right. If he actually hardlines on those tariffs, they will have an economic benefit without a doubt. Because what's going to happen? Because there's a need here in America, we're going to have to start manufacturing those goods here and supply them ourselves and open up new jobs on the market for low-skilled Americans that need manufacturing jobs. That directly correlates with the decline of
How are we going
American
to have
society.
more manufacturing jobs if there's less manufacturing investment?
There will be eventually. Why is China an economic world power? Why is China an economic world power? Can you riddle me that one?
That was completely irrelevant to what we were just talking about.
How is that irrelevant?
Why is China an economic power? There's
Because
various
of
reasons
their
that would explain that. I don't know why that
exports.
was a relevant point to just bring up in the middle of the conversation. That's a long conversation. Do you want me to go through that? But I think that's just completely irrelevant.
How about the deals with the UAE and Saudi Arabia?
Well, these are all. What were we just talking about?
I mean, I
We're
brought
talking
up
about
China
investments,
because
right? So no, the investment has not increased. We've seen decline in real business investment and real domestic manufacturing investment.
they pledged infrastructure investment, though.
You said you pledged infrastructure investment.
They,
Okay.
as in the
So-
UAE and Saudi Arabia.
But pledging doesn't mean anything.
You can say that.
Okay. So then do you think that Donald Trump calling for the execution of some Democrats is going to be a reason to not support him? Or are you going to say, "Oh, he didn't actually do it yet"?
Let me ask you something. Do you believe in an in group and an out group, Park?
Are we just going to constantly be asking questions here?
I don't know. That's a question that I have for you. Do you believe in that a society has an in group and an out group, a nation?
There are citizens and non-citizens, if that's what you're trying to say, in group and out group, if that's what it means.
I knew that's how you would define it. So what constitutes a citizen?
Whether or not they're granted citizenship by the government?
So just like, should we have open borders? Should we have open borders and no?
No. Can you respond to my question now? I've answered multiple of yours.
Restate.
Did you forget it?
I did. Restate.
This is why. Because now I'm going to forget it too. You know how I am.
Like you, Porker.
No, it's
I do
because
some things
you
that affect my
purposely do
memory.
that to get us off the topic. Like,
Because
do you
there's just
understand
so
what
many topics I could really wipe you with, but you're so busy talking to me about Trump.
You can't debate me on any actual topic. We're talking about Trump because that's the fucking president, you dumbass.
Okay, but there are
So do you not
policy
support Trump,
prescriptions that
actually?
exist outside of Trump,
Do
and
you not actually support Trump then?
politics is a greater structure.
Do you not actually support
Encompass
Trump?
more than
Pause.
Donald
Pause.
Trump.
Do you not actually support Trump then?
I do support Trump.
Okay, so then why were you complaining that I'm talking about Trump? You can talk to me about all those other topics.
Yeah, then I would prefer to. But you always have to refocus it through the lens of Trump, because you can't argue, the efficacy of what you believe of your, prescriptions to me.
No, that's because that's what life is about, you idiot. We're talking about politics, so of course we're gonna wrap it into politics. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not me not able to have a
so
conversation.
politics don't
That's the
exist
fact that
outside
this
the
is the main
zeitgeist of
topic of the
Trump.
live stream. Like,
All right, politics don't exist outside of Trump. I know that's how you make your living, but come on.
he's the president. He's literally the president.
Currently,
Like,
sure,
is that
currently.
complicated
Honestly, he's
to
on
you?
the way out.
I'm talking about the literal president of the United States on live stream right now. Is this complicated?
Would you
dude?
not say that, the political movement on the right has evolved
Dude,
past
are
Trump
you
at this
thinking
point?
right now? Are you critically thinking before you say these things?
How so?
Because what I just said was so obvious. This is a political live stream. We're debating politics, and we're talking about people's support for the president of the United States. I don't think that's a complicated thing to understand. Like, really, like, are you seriously asking these questions? Are these serious questions, or are you doing this to rage bait?
Nah, it's just like you really can't argue points outside of Trump. And so it's really just like your gotcha.
Dude,
but
that's
Trump
what
did
this
this, Trump
topic
did
is
that.
about. Hey, dude, if you watched me before I did politics all the time, I did other topics, and I just did those topics. So are you saying then I could do it, but now I can't?
It's
You
like
sound
you
stupid.
don't. It's really
You sound
like you
stupid.
haven't for years
You sound
now. It's like
stupid.
you have this same prompt up
You sound
every single
stupid.
day.
Yeah, because I'm talking about politics.
Just Trump and politics. Come on, bub.
Yeah, he's the president.
It's never debate me on this, debate me on that. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, we debate on certain types of things with people who support Trump.
Right, but what do you not understand
MAGA
that
has a
that's
hard time
becoming more of a
comprehending why I do
minority?
this. MAGA has a
It's
hard time
becoming more of a
comprehending why liberals
minority.
would debate people. Like, seriously, dude.
But you need
This
to
is like
pander
so
to your
obvious.
guests and really make them think that the right in America is just this rabid, cult for MAGA and for
I mean,
Trump,
you will
instead of
support him no matter
debating people
what.
that have
Name
evolved.
something Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him.
Stop deporting the immigrants.
Okay, so
Stop
you're
deporting the
wi-
illegal immigrants. Let's make sure our verbiage is correct.
So you're willing to overlook him sexually abusing a woman, him being credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files, him literally undermining the release of the Epstein files and protecting PDFs by literally redacting co-conspirators.
Whoa! You're gonna get yourself emotional, Porker. If I start talking about this stuff, you're gonna be, oh my god, why do you think that, dude? Yeah, you're gonna start crying, dude. Are you gonna hop off?
Maybe you just have crazy views, and it sounds like you're the one that's been emotional. This entire
No,
live stream,
no,
you've
no.
been
You're
complaining.
bringing it up to trap me. No, you're
You
setting up the
unironically,
trap.
this entire time, have been complaining. You're complaining right now, you little snowflake. Are your emotions hurt by me bringing this up? Does
Hey,
it hurt
I
your,
would never.
Does it hurt your
I
feelings?
would never step off the mic to cry. I
Does
would
it hurt
never
your
step off
feelings?
the mic to cry.
Right, even if something bad happens to you?
Nothing hurts my feelings. I'm a
Okay,
militant.
so to clarify,
I'm ideological militant.
if you heard that your mom died, would you cry?
Yeah, bub. Come on,
Okay,
dude.
so
What are you talking about right now?
So then to clarify, so you would cry on stream?
Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. Okay, if you cried about your mother dying, I'm sorry that happened, Parker. Genuinely, but
Okay,
that's
so-
not the specific instance that I'm referring to.
Yeah, so what instance are you referring to? Are you referring to the instance where I specifically
The
cried
instances
about
where I can look up Parker crying on my TikTok right now and find a trillion trips of you having a baby fit.
not a trillion. You can see videos of specifically me crying and due to a
Not
circumstance
trillion, just
because
like a
someone
handful.
Yeah, you're just being ridiculous. I cried due to the fact that literally someone was actually legitimately saying that they would support a pedophile, knowing that they're a pedophile because they don't care about victims. Right? That's one thing. Another thing is that specifically, my grandpa died of cancer, and there was someone that came up on the live stream, and they tried to say that they had cancer to garner sympathy in order to try to like literally demean people in those circumstances, right? And they didn't actually have cancer, right? And they were just using that to take advantage and literally continually lying about it. And that literally led to me emotionally feeling that way because my grandpa died of cancer and my mom has been diagnosed with cancer and is literally immunocompromised right now because of that.
What was the clip where you were crying about what was it? Why has politics devolved into this conversation?
Yeah,
I
that's
miss the way
that
things
was
used
I
to
just
be. Is
told
that
you
what
about
you're
that.
referring to?
The first one
Okay.
was that. Already gave you the explanation.
Okay. We'll let it go. We'll let it go for now. I want to refocus the conversation.
Wait. Do you not think it makes sense to respond that way when people like legitimately support pedophiles?
Again, you're trapping me. You're trying to find an
No, like
excuse
No, I'm just asking. Is that like a normal situation to respond that way? Like, can it make sense that someone reasonably would respond that way? If someone in your personal life told you that something like this happened to you and they were crying, would you make fun of them?
No.
This is what I mean. Like you just sound devoid of emotion if you say things like that. So, all right, is that really the argument you were trying to use against me? Is that the best you got?
Did you cry when you were choking on that popsicle?
So is this really the best you got?
Here's a question.
I'm just clowning, Parker. Come on now, bub.
I'm waiting. Do you have anything else?
But again, I was asking. All right, so you believe in an in group and an out group. So, at what point does a certain amount of migration become?
If what you mean by in group and out group is some people have traits and others don't. Like for example, if what you mean by in group is some people have brown hair and others have blonde hair, right? And that people who have brown hair are part of the in group of having brown hair, and people who have blonde hair don't have brown hair. Is the out group,
as
like
in the
if that's what you
being
mean?
Serviced, as in the people being serviced by the social systems and economic systems in place. The people, which is typically the people that built it.
Wait, repeat that one more time, sorry.
So that's going to be the social systems and economic systems in place that benefit whatever group formed it. Is typically how it's going to work. So, within a country, your in-group is going to be essentially the people that formed the government, built the structures, built the systems in place, the economic systems in place, the systems by which they agree to barter. All right, so your in-group is going to be all of those things encompassed. And
so did you build it?
Did I build it? My ancestors did.
So not you. So you're not part of the in-group?
No, I am a part of the in-group. My ancestors built the society for me.
Okay, so you're saying that immigrants, right, are not able to then meet the standards? So like I grew up in Iowa and then I moved to California. Are you saying that, right, like I wouldn't have this basis for saying that for California because I grew up in Iowa? And my quote-unquote ancestors didn't help build California?
No, because, a national in-group is usually defined by, specific traits that create a sense of sameness, essentially. So, like, common history, cultural values, religion, ethnicity, language, right? All of these things.
I don't think ethnicity...
From when you go to one state to the other, you're still talking to people that come from your cultural background. And you know what that cultural background is.
Yeah, so what specific things do you want to maintain in our culture?
Liberal democracy, I would say.
Really? So then why do you support a guy that tried to undermine the integrity of the 2020 election, pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots?
But this is more about why do you want to deconstruct that system?
To try to steal the election.
This is more about why do you want to deconstruct that system? Why do you not believe that it exists?
You said you believe in this in terms of our culture, but then you actively support someone undermining it. That makes no sense. So why do you support the GOP, the Guardians of P3DOs?
How are you not undermining it with, you want unfettered immigration? You want to take care of people?
No. People haven't committed. Can you fix your?
How do you feel
you have
about
an echo? Can you fix your echo?
Sure. All right. Is it better now?
I think so.
Okay. All right.
You still have it. Do you have Bluetooth on?
Here, maybe I can take my charger off.
It might be better now.
Okay.
I still kind of
All
hear,
right.
but whatever. Go make your point.
Well, I was asking you, so why do you want to deconstruct that system?
I don't want to deconstruct democracy.
No, you want to deconstruct the in group. You don't believe it exists.
Well, I don't know what you mean by in-group. I think
Well, you
that
would push for.
do you think legal immigration deconstructs that people group?
A certain degree.
Okay, so you think that immigration throughout the 1900s deconstructed that immigration group. So then
Mass
do you
immigration.
okay, so the mass immigration of Irish Americans, do you think that Irish Americans, right, would meet this standard?
Yeah, because I mean they're from our culture.
Wait, but but they
we
immigrated
have
here.
shared culture.
But they
shared
immigrated
tongue.
here.
Okay, we have a shared culture and a shared tongue. It doesn't create enclaves.
Shared tongue? What do you mean? What are you talking about? What does that mean?
Indo-European language. What do you mean?
So okay, so you're saying European language. So
Indo-European, like we all derive from that. So yeah.
So wait, by the way, to clarify, so that's not the same language. That's multiple different languages, but only languages from Europe.
Yeah.
So why not languages from other countries? Because in the same time when Irish Americans were immigrating here, people from all over America, or not all over America, all over the world were immigrating to America. So I don't know what your point is.
It was a different time. I mean, there was more of a necessity to immigrate.
Yeah, but what you're not understanding is that you're only considering European immigrants as legitimate Americans.
That's not necessarily the case. They just
That's
have
what it just
shared
sounded like.
background. I mean, we have shared background with Mexican culture, Spanish culture.
Okay, so people who have come from Mexico, right, and immigrated from Mexico, right? You think that they qualify under the standard?
It's mass immigration. It's still
If there's a mass immigration of people who are Mexico into the United States, would you be okay with it?
At this point, I'm not really okay with mass immigration at all from any country.
Oh,
like too
from any
much is
country.
too much.
Okay.
It's too much. Yeah, I mean, we can do this slowly.
What about mass immigration from Western Europe?
From Western Europe, see, there's just less issues involved with that because it doesn't require.
Do you see what I mean? This dishonest fuck. He said I'm against mass immigration, but if it's from Western Europe, dude, this guy's so weird. That's literally bigotry, bro. I just want to let you know. Like, you only want people from a certain type of area coming to our country. You say there's a lot less issues when that happens. Bullshit. I think MAGA is not compatible with our culture. I don't think it's immigrants that are not compatible with our culture. I think immigrants are the basis of our culture.
You're a protozoan multiculturalist, and you believe that.
Wait, what's wrong with multiculturalism? I don't know what the first word was, but what's wrong with multiculturalism?
Wrong with it? It's more about what's right about our culture and Western philosophy and Western.
Wait, I have a
culture.
question. Do you only eat American food?
No, are you kidding me?
So then you benefit from all the cultures that have come due to immigration to our country, but then you say they shouldn't be here? Go fuck yourself.
That's not how that works.
Literally, you benefit from the cultures that come here, and then you're like, oh, don't come here, I don't like you. Like, dude, you're the exact person I don't want to see in any of the restaurants that I'm in, and the exact person I'd be like, why the fuck are you even here? You don't even like this culture in your country. Why the hell are you here? Get the fuck out of the restaurant. Seriously, get the fuck out of the restaurant if you don't like the culture. If you don't think this culture should be in the country, get the fuck out of the restaurant. Seriously, you're literally a waste of a seat in the fucking restaurant. Let me sit down. Let me sit down. You're wasting. I have to sit in line because of fucking idiots like you that want to go into the fucking restaurant and want to eat food and have a culture that you don't even want in the country. Go fuck yourself.
So what? Do differences in cultures not exist, Porker?
Differences in cultures do exist. I love the diversity in our culture here in America, and you can cope with the fact that it does exist and will continue to exist.
Porker's getting angry.
Okay,
well, you
so
like it too. You like it too. You're just not willing to admit it. You love cultures from other countries. You're just not willing to admit it that other people specifically brought it here, other than people who are white.
Okay, so when we have fundamental disagreements on how society should be ran or certain aspects of our culture, what do we do then?
He thinks we should just disagree.
Certain aspects of the culture. What aspects? people's skin color? Because that's not culture. That's culture is based on how people act, not based upon their color of their skin.
We have moral differences. What about these
What moral
religions where
differences?
you
Tell
can
me. What are
marry
the
children?
what are the
What are you
moral
talking
differences?
about? Where
Wait,
they
no. Tell
stone
me.
women?
Tell me. What are the moral differences amongst people specifically coming from white countries versus coming from not white countries? Tell me.
They want to stone homosexuals, stone women. How about marrying children, taking child brides? But we're
So by the way,
that
so to
doesn't
clarify,
exist.
anyone who's non-white that doesn't believe any of those things, you're okay with them immigrating to our country?
They don't like their own country. What do you mean? They
Wait, so by the way,
literally feel
he just tried to qualify all countries around the world like that. So even if we took that interpretation, which is clearly
All
false,
countries, come
which
on.
is clearly false because of a lot of Republicans, by the way, that sounds like Republicans, by the way, sounds like MAGA that you just brought up.
Very many societies.
But in terms of that, right? Again, you brought that up, right? And you literally didn't realize that. Again, I could bring up the fact that there are non-white individuals that do not believe in those things. Literally, most non-white individuals, like most white individuals in this country, don't believe in that. So
why are you
obviously,
making it a race thing?
well, you did. You're the ones.
It's a nationality thing. What is it with you
Bullshit.
guys and your rampant,
Bullshit.
unfettered racism? It's
Wait, so then,
absurd.
okay, I have a question.
It's always about.
I have
It's
a
always
question.
got to be about
Okay,
the color of
would you be
people's
okay?
skins.
Would you be okay with non-white
Come on.
immigrants mass immigrating from Western Europe?
Voter ID.
No, I'm not okay with mass.
You literally earlier said you're okay with mass immigration from Western Europe,
I
but as
said
soon
to a
as they're
lesser
non-white,
extent,
he's
but you
against
wanna
it. Look at
misconstrue
that.
my words.
Look at that. This
You wanna
dishonest fuck. You just got
misconstrue my
cooked.
words.
You just got cooked, you dumbass. I literally just got you to take your mask
I'm not
off,
cooked,
buddy.
I'm clarifying my
You just took your
position right
mask
now.
off. You just took the
Mass
mask off.
immigration is
I see
mass
the mask.
immigration.
I see the mask, buddy.
Why is it not working for the EU, bub? Why is it not
So wait, no,
working
take
for
it.
them?
Take a. Oh, wait. Why is what not working for them, buddy? Chris, why is what not working for them? You tell me.
Taking in all of
He
these.
said multiculturalism. Okay, so yes, it is.
Taking in the
Multiculturalism is working.
refugees.
Wait, I have a question.
Refugees.
I have a question. What area in the what's it called? What state is the largest economy in the U.S.?
California.
Would you say that it has a diverse set of culture to a greater extent than what you see in other states in the U.S.?
Profiting off that.
So are you saying they're more multicultural yet they make more money? So large cities,
Yeah,
are they more
California's
are large
a
cities more multicultural? Yes or no?
California is a shithole. They have 18th
Listen, are large cities
century diseases, bub. 18th.
I don't even know what that means. So large cities, are they more multicultural?
Yeah.
You guys have the bubonic plague.
So why are
in
people
California,
going from
bro.
small cities? Why are people going from small cities in rural areas to large cities in numbers like you've never seen before?
Why are they leaving
it's
fucking
called a-
California
it's
in an
called a
exodus?
sinkhole.
California's
It's called
population is
behavioral
increasing.
It's a behavioral sink. People are
Because of all the illegal immigrants they're letting in?
likely to
No,
go to
people are the population of citizens. Idiot.
just basic psychology.
Why?
So
Because
you're
they
not
just
even
let them
acknowledging.
do anything?
Acknowledge what I just said. You didn't acknowledge what I just said at all. Why are people going from rural communities and small cities to large cities and big cities, right? That typically tend to have more diversity.
I mean, people are just driven towards where the manufacturing, the industrialization is, and the people.
So are you saying the manufacturing, the
Well,
industrialization, and the jobs tend to be where the diverse areas are? Are you saying the economy tends to be better in the diverse areas?
It's dependable. There's so many enemies. What am I trying to say? There's so many.
No, can you just engage with that point? You said the economy tends to be better in diverse areas. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think the quality of life is better there.
Oh, it definitely is. It definitely is. Wait, do you live in a big city or do you live in a rural community?
I live on the outskirts of a city. I live in Cincinnati.
So you still do live in a city. Is it blue?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Would you say that the city is? Would you say the city that you live in is more diverse than the rural communities that you live near?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's somewhat more diverse, but it's.
Would you
it's
say more
actually
people? Would
primarily
you
black
say more
and
people
white
want to
people,
live in the
which is the
city?
in-group
I have a
in
question.
America,
Would you say that more
which is
people
the
want to live in the
in-group
city?
America.
Do more people want to live in the city than in the rural communities?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so you're saying people want to live in more diverse areas.
You're
greater
saying it's
extent?
because it's diverse? No, I'm saying it's practical. What do you mean?
Okay, so living in the
More
diverse
resources
areas is more
available?
more resources in diverse areas.
I would actually argue that people don't tend to want to mix. They don't. Like America is an experiment, if anything. And most countries, that's not what happens.
What do you say? People don't tend to mix. What
They're
does that
not
even mean?
immensely diverse.
What do you mean by mix?
It's humans. I mean, I actually think that racism is human
Oh
psychology.
wait, aren't you
just
guys complaining on your side that the population of white people will be less than 50% of the country because people are literally engaging in intercourse with people of other groups too much?
That's the in group right there.
So quite literally, like your own argument used against you, buddy, cooked.
I mean,
like
are black
literally
people
cooked.
allowed to preserve their race? Do you have any problem with black power and black proliferation? I don't necessarily. I have no problem with it. You know what?
Would you say white power?
Preserving their
Would you say white
their
power?
genealogy.
Would you say
So,
white
like,
power?
why are you a weak man? Why do you
Would you
not
say
wanna
white
preserve your
power?
own
Would you
genetic
say white
line?
power?
You're like
Would you say white power?
you're like useless as an organism. It's like somewhere in
How?
your genealogical code, the system broke, and you're like, I don't need to carry on my own legacy. I don't need to have heirs. This is a weak ideology.
I'm
and this
gonna
is
have
why
children.
you guys
I'm
will
gonna have
fail.
children. What are you talking about? I don't need my children to have
Oh,
every
no.
single. Wait, do you think your children need to be clones of you? Have every trait that you have?
How are you gonna react when your kids are conservative, when they're not performative like you, and they don't have to lie for money?
Wait, so you're saying I'm actually conservative and I'm lying for money, and that's what you're saying?
Oh no. I mean, I think you have liberal views. I just think that you tend to be
So I'm not lying for
disingenuous
money.
intentionally.
So I'm not lying for
No,
money. You
you're
just said that out of jealousy.
You're exacerbating your beliefs.
So
for
by the
money.
way, so how am I exacerbating my beliefs?
I think you're disingenuous all the time. When you know somebody has you in a corner, you just kind of.
How did I
obfuscate
exacerbate my
their
views?
point.
Give me one specific example.
You know I can't do that. You know that it's a matter of perception.
Wait,
you
by
know
the
it's
way,
a matter of
wait,
perception.
wait,
to
are you actually
subjectivity.
MAGA? Because your friend in the background is obsessed with going on my live stream and spends every single day in my guest box the whole time. I can hear him in the background. Why you love me so much that you got your friend to come up here who holds the same stupid bullshit that you believe in?
We live together, brothers. We kind of
You live together. You live together. So you guys are roommates. Are you also MAGA? Or you're not? No, he's not MAGA. So are you MAGA? I'm assuming you're not.
Yes, I'm MAGA.
So
You actually are? Really?
He's so mad.
My
Wait, so
chancellor
do
in
you,
chief.
do you disagree with your roommate?
He's so mad.
Yeah, big time.
Okay, you sound like you're
Golden
clearly
Dome.
you're clearly
Golden
trolling.
Dome. No,
Actually,
Golden Dome
your buddy right next to you grifts to come up on my live stream. Did you know that? He acts like he's MAGA so that he can come up on the live stream and get attention from me. Did you know that? So how do you feel that your friend is a grifter?
No, we just have a contention with how you portray yourself.
No,
dude.
he's literally a grifter. And by the way, you say portray yourself. You say I'm exacerbating my views. You couldn't tell me how. You first started with you're lying
what
for
do you
money.
mean? The other day
So by the way,
about-
chat.
Oh, no.
He first started with you're lying for money, then realized that was a bullshit, stupid argument. So then he had to backtrack and then change it to that I
can delineate
exacerbate
this
my
for you
views.
right now.
And then he couldn't tell me how I do that.
I can delineate this for you right now. Practically, you understand that all members of society, not necessarily all, but the vast majority of society needs to be functional and participate in the supply chain or the supply of goods and services for it to be functional. Yet when I talk about it to you, your liberal talking point that you have to side with so that you can keep these people from eating you because you live in a echo chamber where everybody wants to consume each other because you guys are vicious dogs. Okay. And you have to say, no, we got to take care of the people that don't work. Even though I understand as somebody that went to school for economics that everybody needs to be participating, at least to an extent, that we can't take care of people that aren't producing.
So I want people to participate in the economy and engage in labor, but that doesn't mean that people who specifically haven't should starve to death. Right? That's what I believe in. So, by the way, that's not me being dishonest. That's me actually representing my own views.
But look at how you're framing it. But you were
look at the
obfuscating
society
my
that we live
argument.
in. I'm sorry, but look at the society that we live in. Could I go on the internet and could I have views like that and still have a platform? Absolutely. If my goal was specifically just to have a platform, I honestly could have whatever fucking view I want and I could still represent that based upon
I'm not
my
saying
understanding
you
of the
weren't saying
world.
that, but you
I
were
believe these
obfuscating
things
my
and I
argument.
clearly show that I believe these things every single day on my live stream. You're sitting there saying this because you can't acknowledge that I actually do, because you can't fathom that someone legitimately disagrees with you.
You were obfuscating my argument. When I bring it up to you, you're right. People that are working.
Shannon, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Okay,
Give some W's for Shannon in the comment section for the $50. Thank you so much on Venmo.
Christ.
W's for Shannon in the Wow, thank you so much, Shannon. I really appreciate it. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $25 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Tatiana, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Of course, I always will. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Tori, thank you for the $15. Jenna with the $5. Sarah with the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Brayton, thank you so much for the $2. Ken with the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section as well.
All the suffering's finally
Bruno,
worth
thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Cheyenne, thank you so much for the $10. Good to see you as always. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. W, your mom. Sarah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Kieran, thank you so much for the $5. Bruno with the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That was for the last guest. Cameron, thank you for the $5. Angela, thank you so much for the $5. Megan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Chelsea, thank you for the $5 as well. Jonathan with the $5. Thank you very much. Good some W's for them in the comment section. Zumba, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, Zumba. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Zach, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, this guy has literally no brain. Andrew, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $5. Trev, Big, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Cabin, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Dude, joined a debate. Why are you talking about Trump in a debate about Trump? Oh, that was funny. Can you thank all the donors who just sent me money?
Why do you perpetuate racism by calling all white people racist, Parker?
I don't say all white people are racist, and I don't think that's racism. Because when people are saying
racism?
No, I don't. Because when people are saying that white people are inherently racist, what they mean by that is different than the way that we commonly use the term racist. The way that they're using the term is that we're all socialized in a society, specifically that socializes people to be racist, especially those
playing
specifically
semantic
who are like
games
white
so
men.
we can prescribe to racism without criticism, huh?
That's not racism. I know that you're a snowflake and that you're so mad and you want to be a victim.
You've
You've got a victim mentality, and you. I know that you have a victim mentality and that you constantly want to be the victim and that you have to try to portray everything as like being against white people, but it's not. You're just a snowflake.
You're a homo habilis. What are you talking about? How is that not inherently against white people to say what other races can't be racist and white people are innately racist? And that's not racist. Okay, Dunning-Kruger. Brother.
So it's based upon how you describe the terms, based upon systems of societal racism that have existed and been socialized into people. So, by the way, if you use the power and prejudice point, that's a totally coherent way of defining the term. There's nothing wrong with it. You're just mad that people are using a term different than you. That's literally all it is. There's nothing logically incorrect about using the term that way. You're just mad.
It's a game. They're controlling the language. They're using it as a
You are.
As a device.
Are you not controlling the language?
No, racism just means.
Wait, you're saying what? But
you're
you're saying they shouldn't define it in that way. They should define it the way I want them to define it. Isn't that exactly what you're claiming they're doing?
Come on, dude. Are you serious right now?
Listen, yeah, you're saying they're defining it in a certain way, and they want us to define it that way. But then you're claiming that you define it in a certain way. Listen, you're claiming that you define it in a certain way, and you want them to define it in the way that you want them to. You're doing the same fucking thing and then getting mad at them for it. You're projecting, you dumbass.
So words should have no meaning that we all.
No, words can have meaning. We can just have different ways of referring to it. You just have to clarify the usage of the term.
Okay.
Sibel, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20 for Parker. Real men cry, and the reasons why are so valid, and says a lot as you as a person. The guest is a clown. Yeah, the guest is absolutely a clown. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Rabbi, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. He said, hantavirus in Southwest U.S., plague in Colorado, TB nationwide, 19th century diseases. Dude needs a real world education.
Come on, bub. So you think that when racism was originally coined, we were using it in a subjective sense, like we can prescribe. What are you talking about? It means if I, as an individual of any one race, if I, as a Mexican, decide that I am
race was literally created by to justify racism.
I think it's a very obviously discernible thing that you've intellectualized to a ridiculous extent. Like, what are you talking about? Can you not immediately discern?
So again, right now, he just said it was bad
skin?
He just said it was bad
Are you serious?
You just said it was bad to intellectualize things. Is that what you just said?
to intellectualize it to such an extent.
I'm
You're gonna act
I'm
like
sorry that
something
like
clearly
he doesn't.
exists
So by the way,
doesn't
chat, he doesn't
exist.
like intellectualizing things. I can tell.
It's just ethnicity.
I can tell that you don't like
background,
intellectualizing things. Chris is
brainwashed.
brainwashed. Like you clearly don't like ever intellectualizing about anything, and that's why you're so mad at liberals because they constantly intellectualize things. They use their brain. They critically think, and they use reason.
Not very well.
Okay, so now you're saying you do want to intellectualize things. So by the way, now he's saying you should intellectualize things.
So you're just going to talk over me? You won't allow me to clarify a position?
Oh,
so
go
you're
ahead.
going to sit here and act like an intellectual while you can't admit.
I'm sorry, I had to do that. That was just for fun. That was for fun. Okay.
That a person with Mexican skin can't look down at me as a white man and say
Mexican skin? Wait,
Oh
what?
my God.
What is Mexican
Oh
skin?
my
What the
God,
fuck does
get
that
outta
mean?
here, dude. You know what? Okay, here we go, dude.
Yeah, literally,
Mexican
what does that
ethnicity-
mean? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Okay, a person of differing skin color look at me differently. Or
Mexican is not a skin color.
claim superiority.
Hey, everybody!
on the basis
Mexican
of
skin
race.
color dropped. Everybody, look at this. Mexican skin color dropped.
Okay,
Everybody,
so
new
now we
skin
gotta
color
make it a
dropped.
joke.
Everybody,
We have
new
to make it a
thing
joke
dropped.
so that we can't divulge the subject.
What?
We can't divulge the subject in good faith.
So by the way, for the guy that loves joining my live streams, are all your friends this stupid?
Say the ABCs in order.
I misspoke. Come on, dude. You
Yeah.
understand?
Well,
what
are
I
you
mean.
asking your friend to say the ABCs in order? Yeah. Tell us the ABCs in
He
order.
He is asking you to.
You're asking me?
Yeah, do it. Go
A
ahead.
B C D E F G H
Nah,
I
good
J K
boy.
L M N O P
Good boy,
Q R S
good boy,
T
sit
U V W X Y and
Look at him
Z.
doing what we
Now I
asked.
know
This is
my
such an ode.
ABCs.
We're
Next
so
time, won't
based.
you sing with me?
Good boy.
You want to sing it? Go for it. Sing it. Can you do the ABCs?
Thank you, Parker.
Do the ABCs
Thank
real
you,
quick.
Parker.
I'm getting to the nitty gritty of this shit.
Oh, he
Listen,
can't do
so
the
we're gonna-
ABCs?
We're gonna divulge this argument in good
He
faith.
can't
You
do
don't
the
believe that a
ABCs.
person of
Aw.
another-
Hey, chat, they don't know the ABCs.
Are you mad you can't order me around like I can order you around?
I'm sorry that you can't do the ABCs. Aw. Can we get some L's in the comment section for the guest because he can't do the ABCs? Some MAGA crybabies, some baby bottles in the chat for the guest. Are you going to complain that I'm grifting next? Do you want a baby bottle?
Right. So somebody of
Do
another
you want a
race
baby
can
bottle?
claim
Do you need a baby
superiority-
bottle? Do you need a baby
superiority over
bottle?
me.
Do you need a baby
That doesn't
bottle?
exist.
Do you
That's
want a baby
conceptual.
bottle? Seriously, hold up. Do you
No,
want
it's
the
in
baby
my
bottle?
imagination. It's in my imagination.
The
That-
baby
that a
bottles in
person
your
of another
imagination?
race can claim
True.
superiority over
True.
me.
True.
And racism is a concept that we can just skew whatever direction we want so that we can make an argument.
And 2 plus 2
No,
equals
this is just,
5.
definitions are subjective. You guys are just idiots.
Exactly. 2 plus 2 equals 5, right?
No, because the
There
language
are
that
no
we use
objective
specifically in
truths,
terms
right,
of
Mr.
5
Subjectivity?
is
There's no
not 2 plus 2.
objective truths.
Everything is subjective is an objective statement.
Matter doesn't exist. You know,
No, you're
the
not
sun
understanding.
doesn't.
So what is true is different in the scenario. The truth behind the definition or the truth in terms of like where it's grounded from. So take a listen to this real quick. So you're saying it's descriptively true. Of course it's descriptively true. Are you saying there are no subjective truths because a subjective truth is a descriptive fact?
Are you
Because what you're
there
saying
no
are facts in the
objective truths?
scenario are two different things. You're descriptively you're saying it happens or that someone has this desire versus so you're saying that this is what someone's subjective truth is. So it's true dependent upon their own position. So what you're saying is true in the scenario is different. You're not understanding that because you're an idiot.
I understand that you lack intellectual nuance to understand that a person of another race
Intellectual
can claim
nuance?
superiority over another race. So if we take white people out of the situation,
Wait,
you know,
wait,
black
wait,
people
say that
can't
again?
claim superiority.
Did you say that white people are superior? Is that what you just said?
What are you talking about? Get out of my face right now. You know
No,
what
is
I
that
just
what-
said.
I'm
Maybe
sorry,
if you would
I
actually
misheard you.
listen instead of yapping over me.
I misheard you. I'm asking you to clarify.
Me when I rage bait to the highest degree possible, dude. What are you talking? Okay, so
I'm not rage baiting right
let
now.
me reiterate it one more time for you, Porker. Are your ear holes open? Are we capable of absorbing information right now? All right, let's get into it.
go ahead and
okay?
speak. Go for
Break
it.
it down for the babies. So let's take white people out of the situation.
boy.
We got black men, Mexican men, all right? And the black men say to the Mexican man, I am superior to you on the basis of my skin color. What is that then? No, I mean, the racism doesn't exist. It's a concept.
So there's two different definitions. Under the power of prejudice one, that would be prejudice. Under the other one that's just based upon prejudice, that would be racism. So it depends on which definition you use. They're both coherent definitions.
Prejudice is judging somebody on the basis of their skin color, whereas racism is claiming
Wait, that would be racial prejudice.
superiority.
Prejudice isn't just racial prejudice. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, duh.
Duh.
Yeah, I was just clarifying to him because it didn't seem like he knew based upon the statement he made.
All right.
Yeah, but so only white people can oppress people with words, right?
No. You're not understanding that right now in the society we live in a society that has benefited white
power
people
structures,
at the
yeah.
at the expense of other groups. So like that's just the reality.
What about
I mean,
DEI?
does that hurt your feelings that you can't acknowledge that?
So what is DEI? So
you
if
can't
me and,
acknowledge the
me
truth.
and,
Do you see they just have such an issue with acknowledging the truth. They're such snowflakes.
what is
They can't acknowledge the
diversity,
truth.
equity, and inclusion? What is that? What is
You're
that government
forgetting- what does the A
institution
stand
that
for?
benefits people
What does
on the
the A
basis of
stand
their
for?
race?
What does the A stand for? What does the A stand for?
In what?
In DEIA.
Okay. I've never heard that term. I hear DEI. So you tell me.
So it's accessibility. DEI is diversity,
Okay.
equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And DEI is helpful to more individuals than just people based upon their race, whether it be based upon gender, based upon abilities, right? In terms of people who, for example, for veterans, right? Disabled veterans rely upon
Oh, that would be a
DEI.
lot more reasonable if it was not afforded to them on the basis of their race, wouldn't it be?
So
And
your
no,
only
I
issue,
mean-
his only issue is when there's DEI based upon race. Is that it? So then what DEI
For
policy?
academic institutions.
Hey Chris,
So
Chris,
if me,
hey buddy, what DEI policy based upon race did Kamala Harris support that you disagree with?
I don't recall because it's all no. It's all a stage. I was not paying attention to what that clown was saying. She was cleaning collard greens in her bathtub, even though she's a well-established aristocrat from a wealthy
hey
family.
dude, you're an idiot.
But she was
you don't know
cleaning
anything that
collard
you're talking
greens in her
about.
bathtub.
You're an absolute idiot.
Oh yeah, and she likes fried chicken. She's
Oh,
like,
you fucking
she's like the
racist
rest of the
fuck.
black people.
You
Oh,
racist
I'm
fuck.
racist?
Yeah, you're racist fuck. Yeah, you're literally just gonna fucking say that because she's a black woman, and you're trying to use that in a negative context. Yeah, get the fuck off my stream, you weirdo. Dude, what a disgusting fuck, dude. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you need that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Constance, by the way, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we have W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section right now. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. That's also my mom's name. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so cool to see that she's listening. Let's go on the next individual here quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
And what can I use this bullet? But it has stuff in it, so I'm assuming I'm gonna use this.
GD, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Jules, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you very much. If you want to support me as always, over in Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everyone. Let's get this next individual up here. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Jesus is real. The earth is flat. Antarctica, underneath it, there's aliens, monsters, a whole city under there. Jesus is coming back any moment now. Turn to God.
You think the earth is flat?
That's all I would say. Yeah.
How old are you, by the way?
18.
So you think the Earth is flat. So when the
100%.
sunset happens and the sun is blocked by the horizon, why does that happen?
Because we're in a dome.
We're in a dome. Yeah, we would still,
Yeah.
if we're in a
You don't-
dome, be able to see the sun because the horizon would not be blocking the sun. It would just get smaller over time. It doesn't get smaller. It gets blocked by the horizon.
Nah.
Great argument. Solid. Solid point. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Oh, goddamn wrong.
Fetus. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on this TikTok screen, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, play Overwatch. Parker, play Overwatch.
For the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're gonna go.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty, alrighty. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How's it going? I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I do. But I just want to get something straight.
Election
That
world today.
guy
Harris versus
talking
Trump. Who would you
about
rather
the-
vote for? Appreciate the guy.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What were we saying?
Election between Harris versus Trump today. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump. And I have just a few reasons. So,
Can I thank some people real quick and then we can move on to it?
What were you saying?
Can I thank some people real quick and then we can move on to that?
Yeah, sure. No, take your time, man.
For sure, for sure. Natalie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Totally agree with you. Thank you so much. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now as well. Thank you so much, Lorenzo. Thank you for the $3 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. True, true. Elena, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Who told you this? Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Have you seen that what several commanders have been telling soldiers in Iran? Trump is chosen by God and he's the second coming of Armageddon. I haven't seen that they've been told by commanders. I'd have to go look into that. I have heard about this, but I haven't seen it yet. So if you could tell me where I could find that, it'd be great. JD, thank you so much again for the $10. Thank you so much. Or GD, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Very true. Very true. Thank you so much. Kimberly as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Some W's for Kimberly in the comment section. Andrew, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Cabin, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I am fully caught up. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link to the bio as well as the description of YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And last one is Miriam. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you on Venmo. Thank you. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
So first off, pre-COVID, the unemployment rates. I have a younger African American brother, and the black employment rate was a record low at that time. It was at 5.3%. GDP grew, wage growth, and the stock market was rising. Those are my main reasons.
Okay. So a few things to say here. If you look at unemployment, it was actually lower under Biden's administration. Black unemployment was lower under Biden's administration as well. So both in general and for Black Americans. We can also point to the fact that since Trump's gotten office, we've seen lower real GDP growth. We've seen lower real median wage growth. We've seen the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. And we've seen worse stock market growth than what we saw the last year under the Biden administration. Jules, thank you for the fireworks.
Yeah, shoot. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, and you can find this on the Bureau of Economic Analysis. They've released the jobs reports and the GDP report. And you can look up Econ with Sarah. She's a PhD economist. She makes TikToks, and she overlooks the jobs reports and the GDP reports. And she made a video specifically on this, mentioning these numbers. We can also reference a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration. We can also see that there's a decline in real business investment as well.
Yeah, I guess I was just trying to see how you would react. I did a paper in my politics class about Trump, and there was some, I guess, stuff that's kind of outdated now, but that kind of leaves me without an argument.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up then.
Thank you for your
Just
time.
keep critically thinking and looking into it.
Got it. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Damien, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you. What's up, everyone joining in from Dean's stream? W's for Dean in the comment section. Wendy, by the way, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I know the ignorant people are ridiculous. Dean's going to probably be joining in for a little bit before he goes live himself. And then I'll probably join him for a little bit. But what's up, everyone joining in? Dean was on. Yeah, he was just on probably doing, I think he was on like testing out his stream for later on. I'm not sure if he's going to join though right now. I'll see if he is. He might not join. He might have just got off. So let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. He wants to eat first? Okay, that works. That works.
Right.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey. 18.
Do you support Trump?
Parker, why do you block me on my other account? Actually, I'm a big fan.
It must have been an accident. Sometimes people can accidentally copy spam that was happening in the comment section, and I could block you in the guest or in the chat because of that. PM battles tonight, we'll see, because like Dean and I and some of my girlfriend and some of our friends are gonna hang out. So if we have time, maybe, but I don't want to like take us away from everyone else. So we might have time. We might have time. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 69 years old.
Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 28. Big fan, mate. Just want to say.
Appreciate you very much. Drew, thank you for the galaxy, by the way. Thank you so much. W's for them. W's for them. Let's get this next individual up here quick. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, it's not loading. I was going to good boy him. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. But thank you for the budding heart. Thank you so much. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube, Super Chat, speak,
Bruh.
mute yourself, or leave the live.
He was just saying what.
Good boy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? He's just going to get good boyed every single time that he joins the box from now on. That's how we got Liam to stop joining the box, is we just good boyed him. Like, Liam actually, like, at a certain point stopped joining the box because we good boyed him too many times. It got Josh to leave earlier because I good boyed him. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, read the P-nail.
GV, thank you so much. Really appreciate the €5. Thank you. For article on Guardian titled U.S. Troops Were Told War on Iran Was All Part of God's Divine Plan. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's seriously nuts, dude. God's divine plan. Jesus Christ, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 34.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Trump?
I was going to ask you a question. Do you want to do any of the thank yous for your followers before I start?
I think I can let me
Are you
check
good?
YouTube real quick
Okay.
and then I can.
Well, I was going to ask you a question. So why would you support Harris? May I ask that question?
Yeah, because I think that she fights for the average working person to a greater extent than Donald Trump. She advocated to expand the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes, a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out, expanding access to healthcare through a public option, and plenty of other policies. But those are just a few to mention.
Okay. So, well, you went pretty fast, but with Trump with like newborns, $1,000 that he's doing with that. What do you think about that?
So I like the idea, but I think it needs to be significantly more in order to be able to take out in order to replenish the funding necessary for Social Security. I don't think that's what's being done here, and I think it's just like a claim that they're going to do it, not something that they've done yet.
Okay, but you think it's a good idea?
Yeah.
Okay. So you named like 4 things with her that was all with children, correct? You kind of spit it really fast, so I was trying to catch everything.
Oh yeah, so $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out.
Okay.
And then I also referenced a public option for healthcare access.
And those are awesome things. I can't deny that. Those are always, those are great things. What I will ask is your thoughts on, there's a few things, but I guess I'll start with illegal immigration with like ICE and everything. Like, how do you feel about ICE in a way?
Yeah, I believe that we should abolish ICE and that we should have border enforcement that's structured specifically within the federal government in a manner in which it's not able to be controlled by the executive branch so easily. I think that allows for abuses of power. I think it should only be able to be changed by the legislative and overseen by the judicial. I think that's preferable than what it is specifically where the executive just has too much power without checks and balances because they're literally not
Did you have a
using
problem
judicial
when
warrants to
Obama?
search and
I'm
seize.
sorry.
Did I have a problem with
was
ICE
pretty-
under Obama? Yes, because the ICE structure that existed under Obama allowed for Trump to do this.
Okay. So, but
And
you
also,
were fine when
I disagree with deporting those that haven't committed violent crimes and bad crimes. And under Obama's administration and Biden's administration, they still did deport people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes. So I do disagree with them. I just think that they are preferable to Republicans because they want to make the legal process go quicker.
Okay, that makes sense. Now on to the Iran incident that's going on right now. Do you feel like America is completely in the wrong with what has been occurring? And why?
With Iran, do I think America's in the wrong? Yeah.
Okay, and why?
Because I don't think that we should be involved in this. Most of the American public disagrees with being involved in this. And it isn't because we wanted to get rid of their access to nuclear weapons, because they already said they would give those up. And we're doing this on behalf of Israel, according to Marco Rubio. And then according to Trump, we're doing this because of Trump, and Trump forced Israel to do this. So I don't know which one it is. It seems like the Trump administration doesn't even know their own narrative. So when you swipe out of the app, I can't hear you. Just letting you know.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, so with everyone being massacred over there and all the deaths and everything and all the murders, there's no like people protesting that. You know what I mean? Like no one on the left was ever protesting like, oh, these people in Iran are being killed. It's a regime.
Yeah, because
that
we
are
don't have
killing-
control over that is kind of like the reason. So we protest things that we have the ability to change, right? And of course, like if we don't have the capacity to change something, then people might not see the benefit in a protest towards that. But there are absolutely people in the U.S. that were talking about and making light of the fact that this was happening in Iran. And by the way, this isn't the only country that something horrible is happening in, right? Like there are a bunch of other countries, and based upon this own designation in terms of authoritarianism, you could say the same thing for a bunch of other countries that the U.S. is allied with. So I just don't see that as a good argument.
Well, with the Iranian people, a lot of Iranian people that are actually from Iran are actually like very happy. Is like along with like the Venezuelans that are here, uh, with happening with Maduro. I mean, a lot of people that are actually from there are happy. It seems to me, at least from what I've seen, is a lot of people in America are ticked off, and the people that are actually from that country are happy.
Yeah, so I don't think that people are going to be happy with the fact that there's destabilization and then we don't know what's going to come after this. So I don't think that there's evidence that the people in the U.S. want this to happen. 80% of Americans are against this.
80% of Americans are against this.
Yes.
Where are you getting those facts from?
Let me pull it up. From what I've seen, there's a poll that came out said I think it was like 75 to 80% of Americans disagree with the war in Iran. Poll war in Iran.
And with Venezuela as well?
I'm not sure what it would be for Venezuela.
Well, what are your thoughts of Venezuela?
Here we go. Only 27% of Americans, according to a time poll, 27% of Americans approved.
From what?
27% of Americans approved the U.S. Israeli bombing of Iran, according to a Reuters poll.
I mean, okay.
They said just 1 in 4 Americans say they back the U.S. strikes on Iran. So let me correct my phraseology there. Only 27% that say they approve of strikes.
And this is from what source?
Reuters.
Okay. All right. So my last question for you is why are you so against Trump? What are you against?
Well, he was held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. He's been credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files, and he's protected PDFs in the Epstein files by literally redacting co-conspirators' names and by not releasing all of the files, and preventing the release of the files and calling Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor because she wanted the release of the files. He's also called for the execution of some Democrats because he said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. He's called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, and tried to undermine the 2020 election results, get 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen with absolutely no evidence. Those are a few reasons. I have plenty of others.
Okay. I got nothing else.
Is there anything that could get you to stop supporting Trump?
No.
No?
No, I mean,
that's called being in a cult then.
How's that called being in a cult?
If there's nothing that could get you to stop supporting Trump, then you're in a cult.
Okay, so with everything that you just named, I feel like everything. I mean, you speak so freaking fast, dude. It's impressive. It's everything you named is hypothetical. It's not. It's never like none of that's been proven.
No, it has. He was held liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll by a unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury. He's bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, which is sexual assault.
That yes, he has. He has bragged about that. Yes, there's been nothing with Epstein. That was he was
credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files. I can tell you why.
Anyone could have just said that though.
No,
what about
I'm not just talking about a tip.
The cops on Epstein?
I'm not just talking about a tip. I'm talking about a person that was interviewed.
Did he not call the cops on Epstein?
No. So
he never did that.
No, because that was after he was arrested.
No, that was way before.
Called investigators.
No, that was before he was arrested.
No, this was after. There's no reports that say it was before.
Mar-a-Lago, but no one talks about that.
What's your source to say that it was before?
I mean, my source right now, I don't have a source in front of me. I can't pull up a source.
Okay. That'd probably be pretty
honestly,
important.
I can't. I'm sorry. So you got me there, I guess. But before or after, I mean, he did call the cops on Epstein, did he not?
So
That's
after he was Epstein was arrested. So So
Okay.
and he said that everyone already knew about this. So why didn't he come out with it before?
Why didn't anyone else in
That's
politics
a
do that?
that's a good point. I mean,
I'm pretty
not just
sure
in politics.
everyone in
He wasn't.
politics
It's
knew
not. No,
about
it's
that.
people that knew about it. He didn't claim everyone in politics knew about it. He claimed that everyone in that area in Miami, or it's not in Miami, in South Beach, I'm pretty sure, knew that. West
Okay, but
Palm
I
Beach.
mean,
Fuck, I can't speak.
but people calling Trump a pedophile just because someone had said it after everything was going on, in my opinion, my personal opinion, right? Um, people will do whatever they can to hate Trump, to throw shade at Trump, and this is like the things that were thrown at him were way after, uh, the Epstein files. Like Epstein was arrested, he was he was already in jail. Like people can make up things, right?
So you said when these things came out, he was already in jail. The interviews, you mean? So because this person got a settlement with the Epstein estate for the accusations they made against Epstein, and one of those accusations, right, that we can talk about that they made against Epstein was that Epstein trafficked them to Trump. So if you believe them to be a credible victim enough to get a settlement with the Epstein estate, why wouldn't you take this accusation as credible? And why is the DOJ scrubbing those interviews? If it's just like all the other FBI tips and it's bullshit, okay, then why are they scrubbing this one but not those?
Okay, repeat that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if it's completely bullshit, why are they scrubbing it? Because they're not scrubbing the other bullshit ones, right? That you claim
What
are
other
bullshit. The FBI tips. So all the other FBI tips are bullshit. They didn't scrub those.
I mean, they've scrubbed a lot of them.
So not everyone with Trump did they scrub, but there are ones with Trump that they did scrub. What's the point of scrubbing them? Like, I guarantee if Trump weren't incriminated at all, there would be an entirety of the Epstein files released. Everything would be all good.
Parker,
They
can
would
we
have
be honest
followed
with
the law.
ourselves? People have made up stories before, correct?
Of course, but this is a scenario where this person got a settlement with the Epstein estate, was determined to be a credible victim, had multiple different interviews with the FBI, right? And there's really no good reason to say that, like, in this scenario, they shouldn't be treated as legitimate. Alongside the fact that Donald Trump has 26 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct. He's bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, which is sexual assault. And he was held liable of sexually abusing Eugene Carroll by unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury.
Yeah, sexual misconduct and pedophilia is two different things.
So you understand that people specifically that engage in that type of behavior are going to be more likely to do this. I think that would be pretty good reason to believe that.
Yeah, that's also an assumption, right?
Based upon evidence.
I mean, listen, like, I already know what I'm not even looking at the comments, but I'm sure I'm getting roasted right now. But and that's fine. But
you're sure you're getting roasted? You said?
Yeah, in the comments.
Okay.
Because I'm sticking up for Trump. But I mean, this happens constantly with famous people, where people, like, women will
Can
make.
you name one person who's famous that has 26 plus people that accuse them, and that you believe all of them are lying?
Oh, I mean, I definitely think Trump has been with women of age, where he's done like wrongful shit. I mean, like.
So you think he sexually assaulted adults, and you're totally okay with supporting him?
Okay, I don't think he's sexually assaulted him. I mean, grabbing a woman by the dude. If a girl puts herself out there like that, that's like saying a girl at a strip club, she doesn't want to be touched that way. Like, what the fuck? Come on, like, you're not gonna go to a place.
What? Did you just say that it's okay to sexually assault people at
No, it's not
those
okay
types
to
of
sexually
clubs?
assault. Okay, all right. People put themselves in certain situations.
Wait, what situations do you think someone puts themselves into that justifies someone engaging in sexual action against them without their consent?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm kind of fucked on this one.
Like, I think there's no situation that justifies someone engaging in sexual action towards another without consent.
Okay. And then if it happens against a guy, it's okay.
No. What? Why would I think it's okay to engage in sexual action towards a guy without consent?
I mean, like, I'm trying to. I'm really
Like, wait,
right now.
seriously, like, trust me, I think that it should be viewed wrong in both contexts.
Okay. But it's never brought up on the other side.
It is.
Okay, so
There are male victims as well.
All right, so I'm Rolodexing right now. Okay, so when Justin Bieber was like fucking 15 and he was on like the award show, that like some lady like grabbed him and like kissed him and everything, and was like grabbing his ass and everything. That was okay, right?
No.
No one complained about it.
I do think that there are people that have been complaining about how Justin Bieber was treated by people when he was that age, alongside the fact that, like, so does that mean that we shouldn't complain about it?
No, I'm saying we should. I mean, it should work on both sides, correct?
We should complain about it on both sides, yes.
Yeah, but that was never like a problem.
It is a problem, and it was a problem. People are saying in the chat that people were outraged.
Okay, I mean, I don't hear anyone outraged about that, but
in the chat, people are saying they were outraged at the time.
Okay. I'm not looking at the chat because it's just going to have my mind go crazy. It's already kind of, yeah. All right. I mean, yes, you shouldn't sexually assault anyone. I understand that. But pedophilia and sexual assault is two different things, and everyone's saying he's a pedophile, and I don't think that's true.
Both are enough to say that you shouldn't support someone. How about this? Anyone who sexually assaulted someone shouldn't be president, and it should be illegal for them to run for president. Can we agree upon that?
Yeah, we can agree on that.
We should be able to bipartisanly agree upon that. But that would then mean that Trump can't run for office because he's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse. So in order for you to make statements like that and agree with me here, you have to say you stop supporting people like Trump because he has been held civilly liable of sexual abuse and therefore under your position is disqualified.
But has he actually has it been proven?
Yes, he was held liable in a civil court by unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury for engaging in sexual abuse towards E. Jean Carroll. He literally forcefully penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Yeah, who is this?
E. Jean Carroll?
Yeah.
E. Jean Carroll.
I'm sorry, I don't know any information on it.
Look it up. Look up Trump liable essay, AP News, and read into it.
Okay, hold on.
I won't be able to hear you when you swipe out of the app, just letting you know. Alrighty, in the meantime, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone, for the 4,300 people here on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people, as always, everyone. I have a few people probably to thank on YouTube real quick. Let me make sure to thank them and catch up real quick. Big, thank you so much for the $2, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? Glampire, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said I implore you to give Humanist Reporter a try. He posted a vid on Iran this morning with tons of info. I'll make sure to check that out. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Segan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. They said the Divine Plan business is across multiple branches and commanders, by the way. Trump tried to install them in the military. I think about 2/5 of the military's compromised tribunals will be had. Traitors are afoot. That's ridiculous. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Trev, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much for thinking about this. A felon can't vote, but they can run for president / public office. Yeah, it depends on the state. Some states they can't vote, but literally can run for political office. It's crazy. So as Trev, thank you the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the Q. Said he was only called the cops on Epstein because he was mad at him for stealing minors at Mar-a-Lago. Literally. Anthony, thank you the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And apparently he told Bill Clinton that it was because of a real estate dispute. Noel, thank you so much for the $10 for asking him if celebrities being falsely accused means he means R. Kelly or Diddy. Can you name one celeb or billionaire? He couldn't earlier. So But thank you so much. I really appreciate Noel. Thank you. Keep some W's for Noel in the comment section, as well as Cassandra. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 as well. Again, if you want to support me, as always, have everyone Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As always, everyone, we should be live for at least the next 30 minutes, kind of until Dean is going to hop on. So just letting everyone know.
All right, I'm back.
Okay. You find what you're looking for?
Yeah, that wasn't good.
Okay.
All right.
So I guess, like, isn't that like reason to stop supporting him?
Yes and no.
It should be just yes. Why no?
I'm going to tell you why now. So
Okay.
yes, stop supporting him, but the Democratic Party, I can't support.
Okay. You can say you don't support Trump and you don't support the Democratic Party yet, and we'll at least get you to a point where you don't support either. And then I think over time, if you listen to me, I'll tell you why you should support Democrats over Republicans such as Donald Trump. But at least we got you to a point here where you don't support Trump anymore, correct?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fucked up.
Okay, alrighty. Appreciate you coming up.
But why would I support a
Oh, I'm sorry, clicked off. Why would you support Democrats? I'll tell you. Because they're preferable, because it's one or the other. And in terms of Democrats specifically, they provide broader access to healthcare, right? In terms of public option, they want to expand access to childcare and housing affordability through the increase in the child tax credit and the housing tax credit as well. They want to support small businesses with the $50,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, things like that. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual here. Quick, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria, everyone. Listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual here real quick. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Why don't you debate
That's about-
Myron Gaines?
Waste of time. He's just going to slur at me, literally. Yo, what's about you?
You cut out, say that again.
How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know, because at the age bracket I'm in, I can't really show anything that's been done for like my age group. What has happened, positive or negatively, for me.
Okay. So if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump, because I'm a little more knowledgeable.
Okay. Alrighty. What leans you towards Trump?
Honestly, I've seen more positive things about Trump. We had Hurricane Helene here in North Carolina, and he showed up to that a couple of times and supported.
Yeah, but like, what did he meaningfully provide?
He gave
He wasn't
funds.
supposed to. He's actually cut funds for hurricane areas, and Republicans are the ones that limited the funding specifically that can go to these areas in emergency relief through FEMA.
So he may have cut funds in other areas, but I mean, there was a lot of people here that even kind of switched sides too, based off of that. I forget the organization that helped out during the Helene, but he was here. He stayed in Black Mountain.
So I'm still not understanding why this is getting you to support Trump. I'm a little bit confused here.
Because based on my area, my group of my age gap, I can't justify what Biden had done compared to what Trump has done for me personally.
What
That's
did Biden
just
do that you think is
uneducated.
good or think is bad? Sorry.
Say that again. You cut out.
What did Biden do that you think is bad?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm uneducated. So kind of at the point you were with the previous guy that was talking, you were going on to why should he be Democrat?
Okay, yeah, and I explained that. Like, what did you like those reasons or?
I only heard part of them, but for my age gap, what would me voting Democrat help me and my people do at the age of 25? Because the only thing that I'll disagree with you on is like first time buying for a
First time home
house
buyers for new homes,
is
the
practically impossible here in North Carolina.
the child tax credit.
Okay, I'll agree to that.
Okay. That expanding that the $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out. There's also the public option access to healthcare that she wanted to expand that helps everyone in this country. Actually, 67% of bankruptcies in this country happen due to the fact that people can't pay medical expenses, and that's something that we need to address in terms of affordability in this country.
I'll agree to that. I mean, I don't know what like employer benefits would have to do with anything, but I mean, like the
What do you
people who
mean?
do work in the area, I mean, they can afford those type of things. I mean, I understand that the people that can't work obviously deserve, adequate help. I agree to that, but
Okay. So you're saying people who can't work deserve adequate help, but people who can work don't deserve help. So then here's my question, I guess. Uh, do you think that people who don't work should just like starve to death?
no, definitely not.
Okay. If you don't think that people should just starve to death who don't work, then that means you believe everyone should be taken care of regardless.
I wouldn't say that they need to be taken care of. I think they need to have opportunities to take care of themselves. And I know in this area, there's a lot of people that don't.
Okay, so you're saying that you want people to be able to take care of themselves. I think these social services that we have are there to help people to be able to take care of themselves.
I would have to disagree in this area, unfortunately.
Okay.
I'm
How
speaking
so?
for this area. As a mass, I don't know.
Well, like I do think that like this is like such a smaller portion than like other things, right? Like think about the overall budget. We're spending so much more on the military, on way more than we need in the military. The next 14 nations combined, we spend more than. Um, so if that's true, we could be spending a significantly greater amount of that money on people in need. So it doesn't seem like we should be worried about like all the little circumstances where people are getting slight help from the federal government that's helping lower income individuals. If anything, that's better.
I agree.
Okay. So if we can agree that that's better and that's preferable to engage in, why would we say that Trump is a preferable candidate? I would say that Democrats would definitely be preferable based upon that notion because they're clearly advocating for things that are in benefit of the working class and people in need, right?
I agree. So for the time that Biden was in, what has he accomplished?
Yeah, the bipartisan infrastructure
That
bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the American Rescue Plan. Those are all great policies that he passed that benefit mostly and predominantly the average American person. Hello? Am I lagging, chat? Hello? No lag? Okay, looks like I'm fine. Did they just like... Hello? Are you there, man? Did he just like leave? Okay. I think he left. Just mid conversation. Interesting. Okay, I guess we'll go on to the next person. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everybody. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I was on before.
Did I kick you off?
Yeah.
Why did I kick
I
you
was
off?
two people. I was two people before. We talked for like 5 minutes.
And what did I kick you off for? Or did you accidentally leave?
I don't know if you kicked me off or, I mean, I thought we were having a good conversation. I just had one more question to ask.
Go ahead.
The last thing I asked is why should I be a Democrat? And then it kind
Oh
of.
yeah, that was an accident. I kicked you off. So yeah, what's your last question? Then I'll just go on to the next person.
That.
That was it. Didn't I answer it?
I mean, not really. Okay, can I say one thing? And I feel like a lot of Trump supporters are going to feel the same way. Is your followers and a lot of Democrats, they have a lot of hatred, dude. Like, they have a lot of hatred. And you know that. I know you can't say it because they're your followers and, but it's crazy. And that sets people off. You have to understand that.
I think that's reasonable hatred. Because the fact that we
It's
hate PDFs, we hate PDF supporters, we hate people defending the worst of the worst that destroy our country. Of course. Right? We hate that.
They destroy our country.
Yes, literally. Trump is trying to undermine our country.
Like, morally, yeah, he's not good. But politically,
not just morally, but politically and in terms of his policy.
What has he done politically that has
He's destroyed our relationships with our allies, like specifically, like literally saying he wants to annex Canada and Greenland. He's threatened the dissolution of NATO, making us look weaker on a world stage. He's caused a bunch of tariffs that have
with Greenland. He was playing chess while everyone's playing checkers. He was making don't you know what I'm talking about? He was making the European the EU actually bring more forces over there.
They were willing to do that already without threatening invasion.
They never did that.
They literally said they were willing to do that.
Well, they didn't until he did it. So I mean, but okay. So how has he ruined our country though?
Yeah, he got 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election is stolen with absolutely no evidence, called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. I can give you countless examples.
The January 16th
violent rioters who beat police officers, he called them patriots.
The January thing, that was horrible. I'm not going to defend that. I will never defend that. That was a bunch of stupid, really far right people that were acting out of line. That was insane. Okay, like I will never defend that, and there's like too far right, too far left is insane. Can we agree on that?
Say that one more time, sorry. You said there are people
right
that are
and too far left.
There are people that have positions I disagree with on the left and the right. Yes.
Too far right, too far left is just insane. Regardless, like I will 100% say that.
I think they're vastly different positions, though. Like far left individuals are advocating for people to have basic access to things that they need in most circumstances. Right.
Okay.
And that's what they're specifically advocating for. But far right are advocating for execution camps. Right. Unless you're talking about economically far right, where they're advocating for libertarian private societies of free association in all circumstances with no Medicare, no Medicaid, no Social Security, no basic things that people need,
There's far left people that have said the same thing with execution. Come on. Like, you know that.
It's mostly on the far right. I would say that it's not
both
really
sides.
ingrained in
They're
far
both
left.
wrong. I mean, we could agree.
There
they're
are
both
some
wrong.
people on the left that advocate for that, but it's very, very uncommon. It's way more common on the right.
Bro, they're both wrong. Come on, like.
Of course.
Regardless, they're both wrong.
But it's not a characteristic of all of the far left, if that makes sense. You can be far left and not support that, but
And it's
it
not a
doesn't really seem
characteristic
like you
of all
can
the
be far
far
right
right.
and say that.
I could say that.
What's up?
It's not a characteristic of all the far right. I can say that as well.
At a certain point, yeah.
I'm just saying, if you're too far right or if you're too far left, it's insane. Can we agree on that?
Sure.
No, I mean, like, honestly.
Yeah. Are you done? Like I genuinely, I already clarified exactly what I thought, and it wasn't enough for you. What do you want at this point?
All right. I'm just saying, a lot of your followers are very like intense and kind of going to that point where they're very far left, and they're pushing a lot of people that may be swayed away. I'm just telling you. You don't want to hear my opinion? I'm letting you know.
Okay. I think a lot of MAGA turn people away from the right.
All right.
And I don't think most of the people in the comment section are that. But sure, there are some people that could be too intense, man.
All right, that's all I had to say. You have a good day.
All right. I genuinely don't know what the point of that was, but okay. So the next individual only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list in the TikTok screen. I also don't like how he framed it like when starting it. He's like, I know you can't say this because of the fact that this is your audience. Like, I can't acknowledge things about my audience if I do disagree with things that are happening in the comment section. Like, let's get this next person up here. Just give us a quick second, everyone. And also, always trying to act like it's both sides when, like, you cannot compare the levels of proportionality is crazy. Like, it's always the both sides argument that it's both the right and the left. I'm sorry, but, like, do you understand the difference in proportionalities and who's doing it on both sides? Yo, what's up, Paladin?
And don't you understand you get but
I got some people to thank, everyone. Sheila, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said I'm home from work with the flu and I'm absolutely miserable. I'm so sorry to hear that. Your streams are keeping me from going stir crazy. Well, thank you so much, Sheila. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Alexander, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to look into that. I think I've seen that one before. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. As well as Jammy Jams, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. And Corny, thank you so much for the $5 as well. All right, let's get the next person up here. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. I'm sorry, everyone, it's taking a second to get some people up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We don't have many guest requests right now. Seemingly, we're losing Trump supporters. There's not as many as there used to be. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Sand, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello. Yeah, what's up? I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election out today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'll rather vote Trump besides Kamala.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I know he has been doing like wrong stuff, of course. But like in comparison to Kamala, her left points of like giving free stuff and all that crap, it's not gonna work.
You said all what crap?
Yeah, like for example, you said that like before with that guy, you were saying that the extreme left, compared to the extreme right, like you said the extreme left wanted to give like people stuff that they need or something like that. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, they wanted to provide things that people need in their lives for everyone.
Yeah. Okay. So you acknowledge that, for example, Joseph Stalin, an extremely right leader, one of the
Barbara, thank you so much, the galaxy. So I'm not saying
important-
everyone on the left has thought that way historically. What I'm saying is most people who are on the far left, right, specifically, just want to provide greater access to things that people need. I don't think most people on the far left in our society are categorized by people like Stalin. I think that most people on the left within the context of our country are probably, democratic socialists, libertarian socialists, people who are not as authoritarian. There is obviously a sector of authoritarian socialists that exists within the context of our society. I would say it's just not as prevalent as other groups.
Yeah, but like mostly all leaders of the Communist Party have been doing like wrong stuff. For example, I can tell you this because
And by the way, there's an argument to say that Stalin was fascist.
fascist. There's
Yeah.
no way he was fascist, bro. He was doing the exact communist like with Lenin. After Lenin, he started getting the power and started doing the communist stuff.
I
He even
understand,
fought
but
against
like
fascists.
you quite literally, you could totally make that argument, like based upon how we define fascism on the 14 tenets.
Yeah, but well, I'm gonna give you my point.
There's a
because
very few that wouldn't apply to him.
Yeah, but I'm gonna give you the argument why I think that the communism is bad because for example, like my dad is from the U.S. He all his time has been in the U.S. But my mom, she was like born and raised in Venezuela, so I can tell like why I hate communism a lot is because of all this stuff that happened in Venezuela since like a lot of time, like since the early 2000s. Like in 1980, my mom used to tell me that, for example, Venezuela was a prosperous nation. It was so good. It had the oil boom, it had economic boom, everything. So it was a good country. Like people used to migrate to Venezuela, and then the Communist Party came in with Hugo Chavez, and then they started doing a lot of changes, reforms, giving free money to people, starting getting money to try to
By the way, they
give
didn't
equal
hold a
stuff to.
communist ideology specifically in application. Communism hasn't been achieved by any of these societies. Has there been failed elements of socialism? Yes. Has there been failed elements of capitalism? Yes. Don't understand why this is an argument.
What do you
I'm not
mean?
a socialist.
Not,
I'm not a socialist, but I don't understand why this is an argument to say that people on the left specifically like support conditions getting worse or something. They don't.
no, like the idea of the left is okay. I like the idea. I think it's a good idea. Like that we all should live together like equally. We have the equal opportunities. Everything. I look at that. It sounds perfect. It sounds so good. It sounds so nice. But in reality, it's not gonna be like happening because you cannot get a part of some of a wealthy guy. Let's not a wealthy guy. Let's say for example an average person that has like I don't know like $100,000. You take away 50,000 to give someone that doesn't have the same opportunities that he has, just to say everybody has to be equal. I don't think
I
that's a
never
good
said
idea.
50% tax rates for people that make 100 grand.
No, like for example, in Venezuela that happened. Like they start taking away like stuff from
Okay.
wealthy people or
Well,
not.
so let me just clarify. I'm a liberal. I believe that we should be taxing the rich. That's a good thing to tax the rich. We should. Why do you disagree with that?
Yeah. What will be your tax rate for the rich? Like for billionaires or millionaires or for both?
Well, I think that there would be different tax rates depending on the level of wealth, depending on the level of income. For billionaires, I'm okay with taking 70% at
But don't you
least.
think? Yeah, but don't you think that taking away 70% of their wealth will make them try to increase
70% of what
prices?
they take out.
Yeah, like
So,
of total
so
income.
I think that we can do tries with unrealized capital gains, but we have to test it
Mhm.
before to see if it is effective.
Yes. So okay. Yeah, but like you're trying to say that we should take 70% of their total incoming
Yeah,
or 70%
of
of.
what they're taking out. So whether it be a capital gain or for billionaires, for income over $1 billion, I'm okay with
Okay.
taking 70% of that.
Okay. But don't you think that making like taxing extremely the rich, the wealthy of the country will make them try to like somehow probably evade taxes or probably like start raising up prices or starting leaving stuff that doesn't like necessarily give them a good economic refund?
What? Like I'm not
Like
understanding what your point is here. So we're talking about money that they're taking out of their business as profit, like as a capital gain or as income
uh-huh.
that they would take out of their business, right?
Uh-huh.
Does that make sense? And this is
Yeah.
for over $1 billion. Okay, so
Yeah.
when you get to that level, yes, you should absolutely pay that much. Okay, for people who are making millions of dollars, right, it becomes less than that. I'm not okay with the 70% tax rate when it gets down to like people that are, say, around $1 million. I don't think it should be a 70% tax rate. I don't think it should be a 70% tax rate at 500K. I think it should be high, but it shouldn't be 70%, right? We're going to have higher brackets, the higher levels of income and wealth that the individuals get. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, but I think it will be better. Not a 70%. I don't agree with a 70%, but I do agree. Like for example,
On over a
a 30.
billion?
Yeah, I believe 30% is okay. I believe between 25
30%?
and
Go
yeah.
fuck yourself, dude. 30% is ridiculous.
Why?
Why?
Let me get a
Because that's
calculator.
nowhere near enough to be able to fund the programs that we need in our society, to be totally honest.
What kind of programs do our society need right now? A part of the ones that we
We
already
need to
have.
broaden access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability,
Mm-hmm.
right? Those are fundamental
So
things that we need to address. We need to expand renewable energy production in this country.
9 to 900. Okay, what up? 30%. Wait, hold up. Let me see.
Okay, well, Tom, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you so much. They said, what is a libertarian socialist? An anarcho-socialist, anarcho-syndicalist. Those are like the kind of notions. Libertarianism actually derives from the left, not from the right. I used to be a
Yeah,
libertarian socialist. Erica, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Said you and Dean have turned my lifelong Republican mother into a full-blown liberal. Never thought I would see the day, and I can't thank you enough. Erica, thank you so much, and I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. That's amazing. W's for them in the comment section right now. That's amazing to hear.
Yo,
Christina,
can
thank
I
you so
ask
much for the
something?
$5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you. Thank you. W's for Christina in the comment section, as well as Jamie Gems. Thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. He said, I also live in NC in the thick of hurricane zone. Trump did nothing for my people and the disaster relief that was underfunded. Because of him, my community straight up said the government abandoned us until the news covered it. The death toll was higher than reported too. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate Jamie Gems. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section as well?
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I was gonna say, don't you think, like, for example, if a billionaire that has that gives 30% is gonna give 300 million of all his, like, rich of, like, his income, don't you think that's good enough, or would you like to say like
No, I would
800
like
million?
significantly. I would like significantly more than 30%.
More than 30%? Like
Yeah.
how? Also,
Hey, dude,
yeah.
I
So
pay more than
you want
30%.
how? Oh, you live in California, right?
Yeah.
California. Oh yeah, yeah. That's crazy though. But like in the average,
What
like
do you mean
average
how,
US
dude? Federal rate is over 30% for the brackets, by the way. And if you have state on top of that, it makes sense.
Yeah, but like California has like the biggest tax
Yeah,
in all
on
the
the
USA, so it makes sense. That's why a lot of people is
on the highest
leaving
levels of
California.
income. If you have lower level of income in California, you pay a lower rate.
Yeah. Well, I'm not very, like, I don't know a lot about California stuff, but like because I live in like North
I just
Carolina, so
I mean,
our
like, do
taxing.
you make over like 400 grand a year? I'm assuming no.
Well, yeah, well, my dad.
Okay, so you're doing this to give your dad a tax break. That's what you want to do. So Harris is only wanting to
Not
tax.
really.
Harris is only wanting to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year. One thing you're not taking into consideration is that Trump wants to increase taxes just by imposing tariffs.
Yeah, but it was
That's a tax.
like, for example, yeah, hold on, hold on. I want you to say if it's okay or if it's not okay. Like, for example, with India, with like they had a vehicle tax, like with the USA for, I think it was like 80% or 110%, something like that. And
Who?
then Trump added with India. It's
They had
like if you import,
110 what? 10% tax?
no, yeah, not like tariff. My bad. It was a horrid tariff before the Trumps. Yeah, they had a huge yeah, check it out.
On overall?
Yeah, cars of the U.S. when importing, you had a tariff into India, and then the Indian cars to the U.S. had like
Yeah, you're talking
five.
about for certain automotive goods. So does the US. The US has 100% tariffs on other countries as well.
Yeah, but now because of the Trump's tariffs.
And this is in response to Trump's tariffs.
No, like check it before. Check it like maybe like 2023, 2020,
2023.
2022. Yeah, 2020, something like that. Let me check. The last time I checked it, it was like 50% on the U.S. cars from India.
Transportation equipment is in 2023 is 28%.
Yeah, so in India, you can check it. In India, it in 2023 it was 70 to 100%.
Nope, I don't see where you see that. I'm looking at Statista right now.
Let me check in Realtors.
You're looking at Reuters from 2025.
Oh yeah, you're right. My bad. Let me see to that.
Yeah, go to Statista and look at their rates from 2023.
All right, 1 second.
And also, these are on specific industries. And also, again, India having a tariff on us does not justify us putting tariffs on everyone. It does not mean that they would be beneficial for us. By the way, they pay those tariffs. Tariffs are paid by their own country.
Yeah, but like it makes like the U.S. cars in India less successful than, for example,
Yeah,
others.
and that's something that they're gonna have to pay more for.
Yeah, yeah, but don't you think like we should be like equal? Like maybe they should not
Um,
be like
I,
extreme
I
to
I
this.
think that they have an incentive to get rid of their tariffs when they have to pay more because of them. So that's on their behalf. I think we're fine. By the way, Tom, thank you so much for the $3. By the way, thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I don't agree entirely
It makes
with
sense, Tom.
Trump's. Yeah, but I do agree with some points of it. Like, there's countries that have put tariffs on the U.S. for like many years.
Okay,
So
so
why
again,
why
let's go with this. What is a tariff?
it's a country puts a certain like how do I say, like a percentage of payment to a good that you're gonna import from that
And who
country.
pays that tax?
The final consumer.
So the American business importing the product and it's passed down mostly to the consumer. So why would you want a tax that's passed down mostly to the consumers, right, in the United States? So you want to tax consumers in the US rather than taxing the rich? Do you see what I mean?
No,
He's okay with taxing working class people through their consumer
no, no,
products that
no.
they need to survive, but he's not okay with taxing the very richest Americans.
Not really. This is my point with this. So we have been importing a lot the last years. We have been importing mostly from China and from other countries in Asia, instead of focusing our country like in building ourselves. So, for example, our car industry is very good. So why should we keep importing like I don't know, like Indian cars, like I don't know, but if we can, we have the
If
capacity, we
people
have the
want to buy
resources,
them,
and we have the
we
money.
can import them.
Yeah, I know. Of course, we can do it, but like we can also save our own industries by starting to make factories in the U.S. to make more jobs, make it more easier to consume and all that stuff. Well, I think it's a good idea. I
You
don't
want to make
agree
it easier
entirely.
or not as easy to consume?
Yeah, I want to make it easier to consume, and
So then get
also we
rid of
can
the
do,
tariffs. There you go. Boom.
but we can do it ourselves. Like, for example, we can
So then why do we need tariffs to do it?
because
We
as I'm
don't.
telling
We
you,
don't need tariffs. You can, if you want to buy American, do it. How about you tell Trump to start with it himself? Because if you go to his hotel, he literally has or not made in Mexico, made in China products. He doesn't even have made in America products across the board. So tell him to do that himself before he is gonna expect the entire country to do that.
okay. But well, anyway, like I'm telling you, I don't agree with entirely the 100% of the tariffs, but I do agree that other countries that put tariffs on American goods shall also like lower down their tariffs against the U.S. And that's why I believe maybe Trump didn't do the I
So
don't
then why
know,
is he doing this on
the
our
best
allies?
way.
Why do you put tariffs on our allies?
Um, which one, like UK and all them, Europe?
Yeah, not just the UK and Europe, but like literally across the entire world. It placed them on all the countries, including
Well, probably.
Canada.
Well, maybe they had like some tariffs on us as well.
What's up?
Probably maybe they had tariffs on us as well, like probably like 15%, 20%.
So again, you could try to do something to address that, but you have to do the same tariff they did. It has to be reciprocal to be able to address
Yeah,
it, which is
exactly.
not something they did. Plus, Trump has had trade agreements with these countries in the past to reduce tariffs. They did, and then Donald Trump went back on those particular trade agreements and decided to impose greater tariffs. So quite literally, like for example, that happened. Like you understand that we
Yeah.
can reference that with like for example the USMCA, Canada and Mexico, we had lower tariffs because of that trade agreement, and then Donald Trump
Yeah.
imposed higher tariffs on them once he got in office for a second term.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I 100% don't agree with that. I think it was a bad idea, but yeah, I'm telling you, I don't agree 100% on the tariffs on all overall, but I do agree with some certain
Yeah, but
countries.
why do you support this, given that it's harmful to our GDP growth, it's harmful to our economy, it's harmful to practically everything about our system?
Mhm. Yeah, it's because like I'm telling you, um, because maybe at this point or a certain point with the tariffs, we can try to focus our economy on I don't know, on our industry, our own industry, and try to make like factories in the U.S. and that will create also jobs and make it so we can import less and start producing ourselves. So in that way, we win like in
You
two
want to
ways.
produce more ourselves? Why have we had a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration?
Because more people are trying to import from China and other countries to the U.S. instead of making them themselves.
No, that's because since Trump's got in office, he imposed tariffs, and that causes manufacturing to go up in this country, the price of it, because of the fact that materials that they get from other countries around the world as an aspect of the manufacturing process have been tariffed and have then increased in the cost. So that actually causes manufacturing to decrease. Plus, investment hasn't increased because of the fact that Donald Trump has imposed tariffs, putting up pressure on prices, which then have kept prices higher above the 2% threshold that we want, which then causes us to not be able to reduce interest rates as much to be able to then stimulate investment.
Wait, 1 second. So Trump made tariffs on like primary goods like steel and other stuff like that.
So steel, we already had tariffs on under Biden as well.
Yeah, but like I'm asking like for example, let me check it real quick. Like for the factories, so they need like certain stuff to make. Wait, hold up.
You just cut out. What'd you say?
1 second. I'm just checking something real quick.
Okay. Alrighty, in the meantime, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes before we end it. Dean should be hopping on here very, very soon. Just letting everyone know, so I should be getting off here very, very soon.
Yeah, so I was asking like did Trump like put tariffs on probably raw materials for the factories in the U.S.? I was trying to ask that.
Wait, say a question again. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, if Trump did any tariffs on raw materials.
Yes, Trump did universalized tariffs.
Oh,
that's why I was saying that there was an increased cost of manufacturing in this country.
Yeah, I was listening to that, but I didn't know that. I thought he only put like on goods and all that.
On finalized products? No.
Yeah, I thought he was like maybe toys and all that stuff, like cars and all that shit. But I didn't know it was on raw materials.
Yeah, it's on everything.
Okay. Yeah, well, I didn't know that.
So it seems like you agree with the Democrats then? You agree with some targeted tariffs? You don't agree with universalized tariffs?
Yeah, I don't agree with universal tariffs, but I do agree that we have in some of them with certain countries, like for example, India. But yeah, can we pass theme or do we have to stay in this subject?
Can we go on to FEMA? I guess, yeah, we can, but I guess,
Yeah,
why do you support Trump then?
Yeah, no, it's because of various reasons, but mostly because in the Democrat side, it's not the same as it used to be.
Like what?
Like for example, they now they have been turning more to the left instead of focusing on
what left wing stuff?
like for example, I think it's okay to listen to minorities. I believe it's okay to respect the minorities, but I don't think it's gonna be necessarily good for the country to like for getting I don't know like satinizing like stuff for I don't know how to say this, but like like for example the LGBTQ community. Okay, I respect them a lot, but if you say one word against it, they start like screaming, yelling, and all that stuff.
What do you mean, like one word? Like you use a slur?
Not a slur specifically, but let's say I'm not trying to be rude in this point, but I experimented like myself, and in school, like when I used to be in school, like there was a guy that was LGBTQ, and there was another guy that was with him. So one of my friends he didn't call him a slur. He was telling them like why are they kissing like in the school, and then the guys were like, oh no, you're homophobic, oh no, you're this, you're that, you're that. And since
Yeah,
they were a
because you
minority,
seemingly only have an issue with them kissing. And by the way,
No,
I don't know
no,
why you're
no,
referring to like fucking with people who are gay, right, as like experimenting.
Yeah, but like he only asked it, why were you doing it? Like, it's not something to get like mad or something. Then they started
By the
screaming
way,
at us.
I'm
They
not a
started
part of the LGBTQ+ community, but if you made fun of my sister for being gay because she's literally in a relationship with another woman, I would fucking
Mhm.
get pissed off at you because you're a dick.
No, as I told you, I respect them a lot. I
You,
didn't
you
say
it
that.
doesn't sound like you do.
No, hold up. There's a big difference
No, but like, do you
between.
understand? If you show disrespect to anyone that's close to you, right, you're gonna get mad if someone does that. Okay.
Yeah, of
So
course.
it's about disrespect.
So telling them why are you kissing here is a disrespectful slur.
Yeah. If my sister were kissing her girlfriend in public, right, and you went up to them and asked them that question, I'd be like, "What the fuck is your deal?"
Yeah. So okay. Let me clarify this. Okay. So we were in school, and we were just walking, and like our school is like Christian values and all that stuff. So we're not even allowed to like
Do
kiss
do
each other.
straight
Like,
individuals kiss each other?
yeah, of course. But I know it's
Okay,
okay.
so
But
then
like
what's the
not in
big
school.
issue if gay individuals do it?
But like we were in a school, bro, and I
Would
had
you
no
ask
issue with
straight
it.
people if they did that? If you saw two
Well,
straight kids kiss,
well,
would you go up to them and say that?
well, if they're going like about to boink themselves, kissing like extremely, of course I will tell them, yo,
So
it's
they were
called
making
exploiting
out.
face. What? No. As I told you,
So
I
they
didn't
weren't
ask it,
making
but I
out,
got
and
a
yet you
friend.
still went up to them and did that. That's why. There's a big
No, but
distinction
my
between making out in public and
Mhm.
literally just doing a kiss.
Yeah, no, like, well, yeah, I don't know how to say it, but
You
my
don't know the
friend just
difference
recently
between
asked
making out
them.
and kissing?
No, yeah, I do know, but I'm telling you, my friend just asked them why were they like kissing, and then they got extremely mad. It was okay, like if they told
Yeah,
us, oh,
because you
none of
guys
your
only
business.
say that to the people who are gay, and they're picking up on that.
Well, we weren't bullying them. We never like slurred
It
them or
sounds like you.
insulted
It
them.
sounds like you were. Just because you didn't slur doesn't mean that you weren't. It was an insult because you're asking them why they're kissing when you wouldn't ask any straight person why they're kissing, as if it was
Because
wrong
we're
for them to be kissing in that scenario.
Yeah, but like, well, is it necessary like to start like screaming at us, yelling at us, throw? They actually throw slurs at us for only well to us and me. I didn't even say anything, but because I was with him, they started slurring at me, swearing at me, and all that stuff.
No one
And
should
then
slur at
everything,
you. What do you mean by?
yeah,
Do you mean by slur? Do you mean curse words?
yeah, well, yeah,
There's a
they
difference
said
between
a
slurs and
couple.
curse words, idiot.
No, not curse. They were only slurring. But then in when we were like going to the class, then they went to the our teacher and said it was like that we were bullying them and they were picking up on them and all that stuff. And then we had a big problem. That's where I started to say, oh no,
Hey,
well
dude.
these
Hey,
people
dude.
get like
So this
so
is
mad
why
for
are you
everything.
generalizing gay people about something a certain gay person did in your life? You literally were
Um,
bullying them. They literally told you to stop doing. They went to the teacher, which they should have done
I
in this
never
scenario. You
bullied
got
them.
held
I never
accountable for
bullied
it, and
them.
you're mad.
But I never did anything. I never said them anything. My friend did, but I got caught in it because I was with him.
Yeah, because you were doing it with him and making fun of them.
I was not making fun
How
of
about this?
him.
How about this? For one fucking second, stop being a dick.
How am I a dick?
Dude, I can tell you were doing that based upon the fact that you brought this up. You said that you guys were experimenting with them. That's what you said. So you were saying that you were part of it whenever you were explaining the scenario. But whenever I said that there's something wrong about what you guys did, now you weren't a part of it. Do you realize how fucking little of a coward you look like when you fucking say some shit like that?
Okay, so
You're
so
not
you're saying,
standing on what you're saying at all.
of course I am, bro.
No, you're not. You literally said that. I pushed back on it, and then you're like, okay, I wasn't actually really a part of it. I
No,
should have been held
no,
accountable because literally I wasn't a part
I
of it.
told
But
you,
yet you were
you literally,
experimenting on them.
no, you literally said they shouldn't have slurred you. You literally said that, and then you asked me, they were
Yeah, yeah.
cursing you or
Wait,
they were
wait,
slurring on you.
wait, wait.
You said
Did
that.
did they? What slur did they say? Did they say like the F slur or something?
Well, they said a lot of slurs, but I didn't take it seriously. So they told me
Like,
the
wait, let me
F. They
clarify.
told
Like,
me
what are you considering slurs?
like for example, the B word, the F word, and then they were just like saying random stuff and like screaming, and then everybody was watching at us. But yeah, they were like they got really pissed off because of
So
that
you're
question.
mad they called you a bitch,
No, I'm not mad because of that. I didn't even. I'm not. I don't care about that. But
and
I
and
care
they're
was that
gay, so
when we
they
were.
can use the F slur. It sounds like that you're saying they said fuck.
No, yeah.
Though
But like, I don't care if they
fuck
insulted
is
me.
not a
But what I
slur.
care. No, like they were like saying, "Oh fuck you, bitch," and all that stuff. You
Okay,
were
so
like,
they
were
use
like,
curse words, dude. Dude, this guy is so fucking stupid, dude. There's a
okay,
big
yeah,
difference
but
between curse words and a slur.
I thought curse words was like another type of stuff.
No, the curse words
Basically,
are not a slur. So if they said "fuck you" for being a dickhead to them, that makes sense. Fuck you. I'll say it to you too. Fuck you. And Malwich, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for no tariffs on Canada. Carney signed with India, China, South Korea, and all of Europe. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Malwich. Thank you so much for the $100 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Brand, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? It's super weird. Like, they think it's just totally okay to poke at people, really. Kimberly, thank you for the $5 as well. Corny, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Good W's for them in the comment section right now. Can we get some pride flags in the comment section?
That's crazy. Okay, yeah, but like I was telling you, I didn't got mad because of that. I got mad because when we got inside the class, we got back to our teacher was thinking that we were bullying him.
You were.
And then, how was I bullying them?
Because you were trying to make fun of them for being gay.
How am I trying
You
to?
You literally admitted to wanting to rage bait them. When you said experiment, you were trying to rage bait them.
I didn't experiment with them. What are you saying? I never said that.
You never said experiment.
I never said experiment.
Do you want to bet?
When did I say experiment?
Do you want to bet?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I didn't say
How much?
experiment. Let me see. I got some V-Bucks. How about that? I'll give you 2K V-Bucks.
Okay, well you should watch this back later and you can see that. Because I'm not going to pull it up if it's not for that. But yeah, like literally you did say it. Maybe you didn't mean to say it, but you clearly did. You did say you experimented on them. That's exactly what you said. Candace, by the way, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure I never said that. I'm almost extremely sure I didn't say experiment with them.
Okay, I'll play it. By the way, everyone, Dean's about to go live, so I'm about to join him here in a second, everyone. Before everyone gets off, hit that thumbs up if you're on TikTok, everyone, or on YouTube. I'd really appreciate that. TikTok, tap that screen as well. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. He's about to start right now. But I will. Alrighty. Let me play it back for you.
All right.
So how long have we been on this live? Or how long ago did you do this? 29 minutes? You probably was like 11 minutes ago.
I'm asking, like, for example, let me check it real quick. Like, for the factories, so they need.
If gay individuals do it. I
No,
don't know
no,
why you're
no,
referring
it's-
to like fucking with people who are gay.
Like, for example, I think it's okay to listen to minorities. I believe it's okay to respect the minorities, but I don't think it's gonna be necessarily good for the country to like for getting I don't know, like satinizing like stuff, or I don't know how to say this, but like for example, the LGBTQ community. Okay, I respect them a lot, but if you say one word against it, they start like screaming, yelling, and all that stuff.
What do you mean,
I
like
don't even
one word?
insult
Like
them.
you use a slur?
Not a slur specifically, but let's say I'm not trying to be rude in this point, but I experimented like myself in school, like when I used to be in school, like yeah, there was like
not on
a guy.
I experimented myself and did this. Fuck you, dude. You're such a dishonest fuck. Seriously.
Bro, what?
Keep listening. Keep listening. Be quiet.
Experimented myself.
Be quiet.
Yes, myself. I never said experiment
yourself
with
doing
them.
what? You experimented yourself doing what?
I experimented myself that when somebody says like.
Did you
one
experiment
single
with
word, they
men?
get
Is that what
mad
you're
at us.
saying?
No, bro. Okay, I want you.
So
I
then,
want
like,
you
what
to
did you
listen.
mean
I
by
want to-
what were you experiencing?
No, hold up. Can you continue? Because you said we want to experiment with them. I never said that.
Yeah.
I
So
said
you
I
wanted to
experimented
experiment
myself.
with them?
No, I said I experimented myself.
So you
How the
experimented yourself with
LGBTQ
what?
community- That the LGBTQ community gets mad with one single
There you go.
word.
So you literally experimented with them by rage baiting them. You idiot. You just admitted
I
to
didn't
it.
rage bait them. I didn't rage bait
You
them.
clearly were
I
rage
told-
baiting them.
My friend just tell them, why are you kissing?
So your friend was
Like, and
rage
then they
baiting
got
them and you
mad.
were egging your friend on.
We weren't rage baiting them. I wasn't rage baiting them. He was. I'm pretty sure
Come
he wasn't
on,
rage
you guys
baiting them.
clearly were. At this point, there's no
How
point
is
to have
it?
this argument. The point that we want to make, at least, is that you're a dick, and that you were literally totally trying to make fun of someone for being gay. You were laughing in their face, and now you're backtracking on it.
How? I'd never laughed on my face, bro. I
Wait,
want
I'm
to
sorry.
get
You
that
were
clear.
quite literally trying to say, "Why are you guys kissing?" when you didn't ask that to straight kids. You know what you were
Well,
doing. Don't act like you don't know what
okay.
you were doing. You said you wanted to experiment with them.
I said I experimented myself. I never said I
Yeah,
want
you
to
experimented
experiment with
yourself
them.
doing what?
But that they get mad with one single word. It wasn't even a slur
Who
or
gets
insult.
mad? Who gets mad? Those people? So you experimented with making them mad. That means you were rage baiting them, you dumbass. You
I'm
you
not
literally
rage
keep walking yourself right into the point.
This is what I'm meaning, okay? I never said them anything. I never laugh at them. I never bullied
You never
them.
said anything to them, but you just said you went up to them to experiment on them, to say that if you say one thing against them, which you said against them, you admitted that it was supposed to be against them, they are going to get mad at you. Yeah, if you disrespect them, they're going to get mad at you.
Okay, so like you said,
Joseph, thank you for
said
the
this before,
$5.
okay?
Thank you so
You
much.
said this before. When like I don't know, two people were kissing, and then my friend just asked them. They could have just said, "Oh, go fuck yourself," and that's it. And then we would have gone, and that the end of the story, right? That's okay. You agree with that or not? Or you think we have to go like to principal, and then they're gonna suspend us? Well, me for not even saying nothing.
Well, I don't know the full context. I think you're leaving stuff out, and I bet they were in the right.
Okay, well, you're assuming stuff, but it's okay.
Yeah, I
you
am,
know?
and I'm probably right, and that's why you're not admitting that.
How, bro? I never bullied them.
It
I
sounds
never
like you
said
did.
them anything.
The blessed one, thank
Oh
you the $5. Thank you so much, and Deb, thank you the $2.
Bro, this is what I mean. Okay. Okay, so another thing. Let's go to another thing. The last thing, but why I kind of like
Wait,
the
pause.
Trump policy.
Pause. Do you think it's wrong to be gay?
I don't think it's wrong necessarily.
Necessarily.
think
So you think it's partially wrong?
No, let me do this again. I don't think it's wrong. I don't think they should be bullied or
Do you think it's
maybe
morally
stuff.
wrong to engage in gay sex?
Well, listen, I'm a Christian, so for me, I don't support it, but I don't think it's wrong or I shouldn't judge them. I shouldn't judge them, but I don't support it. That's what I mean. I don't support it, but I'm not gonna kill
That's a
somebody because they're
judgment.
gay. I'm not gonna do it.
You saying you don't support them is judgment.
How is it judgment?
You're judging them by saying you don't support them. Everyone sins, right?
Of course, everybody sins.
Do you not support me?
I have nothing against you. I literally only know you right now
So
because
do
of the.
you support people?
I support people, of course.
But they sin.
Of course, we all.
So then why do you not support gay people? Because you think that they've engaged in a sin, but you do support others that do sin.
There's a difference.
Go ahead, tell me.
And so, as I'm telling you, I respect the gay people. I have nothing against them. I'm telling you once again, I don't support them only because my beliefs as a Christian doesn't tell me to like support it, even though I love the person. Because we
Wait,
are
what
all
Bible verse says
brothers
it's
in
wrong
Christ.
to be gay?
Excuse me?
What Bible verse says it's wrong to be gay?
Hold up, let me show you real quick.
Yeah, can't wait for this multiple thousand-year-old verse from a book that's supposedly supposed to tell us how we're supposed to live our lives now. That random idiots thousands of years ago wrote down into a book. And then now we're taking this as facts of reality now. Not even what Jesus said, by the way. What random idiots wrote down in a book. Cal, thank you so much for the $6.66. They said, please tell Joshua that I'm queer and I was bullied in school, and that's the reason why I struggle mentally for my adulthood. I'm 41, by the way, and struggle hard. Well, thank you so much, Cal. I really appreciate it, and I'm so sorry to hear that. Just know that we're always here for you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Some W's for them in the comment section. Justina, thank you for the $10. Good to see you. PayPal for Super Chat, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's actually really funny.
Okay, so it says in Man committed. Yeah, it says okay. Do you not in First Corinthians 6:9 to 10 says do you not know that
By
the
the way,
like
this is Paul.
yeah will not inherit the kingdom of God, neither the sexually immoral nor the men who practice homosexuality will inherit the kingdom of God. Will
Wait, so
inherit.
that's a specific interpretation. If you look at the, because this is in Corinthians, so if you look at the Greek, it actually is referencing arsenokotai, which is specifically referencing sexual immorality. So we don't actually have evidence to say that this is referencing two gay individuals in the context of a loving relationship.
So there's another one like in Leviticus 20:13 that says if a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. Or
Yeah. So wait, you said what verse was that?
Leviticus
You don't
20.
accept Leviticus. Leviticus 25:44 through 46 says that you can own people as slaves, then pass them down to your children as inherited property for life. Do you agree with that?
No, wait, hold up. Which
But
one
that's
you
what it
said?
says in Leviticus.
Which one? Which verse you said?
It's Leviticus 25:40 through 4 through 46. It says you can own people as slaves and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life.
44 to 46.
Yeah. I don't think you accept that.
No, but what's the context of this?
Yeah, he's literally saying how you can own slaves. It's the moral law on how to own slaves. Not trolling. Levitical law, Levitical moral law. That's what it is. He's
Yeah, of
literally
course,
telling you
but
how you can and can't own a slave. In Exodus 21 through 21, he literally says that you can beat your slaves insofar as they recover after a day or two because the slave is your property for life.
Okay, but
That's literally
like,
what it says in Exodus 21 through 20 through 21. So I don't think you're going to say, because it says in Old Testament and Bible, I therefore believe that this is applicable to today.
okay, so that's only focus on like New Testament because since it's the new laws. Okay. Uh, okay, so there's another one that it's like only New Testament then, Romans like 1:26-27 that says men committed shameless acts with men and received in themselves the due penalty for their error. That's
Yeah,
in
that
Romans.
doesn't mean that that's two loving members in a homosexual relationship in the context of a marriage.
No, but it
That's
says
not
men
that
committing
context at all.
shameless
It
act
seems like
with
in
men.
all these verses you're bringing up, it's talking about exploitative connotations, not specifically a loving gay marriage and relationship. I
Yeah, but
actually don't think there's anything about Christianity that means that you have to believe this either. I think that you can have an interpretation of Christianity that does not think that it's wrong to be gay or to engage in gay intercourse, and that gay people can get married in the same way that straight people can get married, and that in the context of marriage that they can engage in sex.
Okay, but like, yeah, but there's one more. Okay, like this is the last one. It's like in First Timothy 1:9 to 10. It says lists those practicing homosexuality among actions considered sinful.
Wait, repeat that?
Uh, it says list those practicing homosexuality among actions considered sinful.
And what's the verse you said?
First Timothy 1:9 to 10.
First Timothy. Okay, well, I can give you other things about Timothy, but let me see the verse. Tell me what it is again.
Hold up, let me write it in the chat if you want.
No, I won't be able to see in the chat. First Timothy what?
Timothy 1:9 to 10. 1:9 to 10.
9 to 10. I don't think it says what you think. Oh wait, here we go. So I think this is the same thing. It's the same notion there. It's not referencing people specifically who are in the context of gay relationships. It's referencing specific context of gay intercourse in terms of the certain term. I'm pretty sure that's probably arsenicotai as well. So it's just referencing sexually immoral. And then it also adds things like homosexuality. That was added to the Bible. And that's an interpretation, not a specific legitimate translation
Mhm.
that says that specifically it's referencing people engaging in all forms of gay intercourse.
Yeah.
Lone Star, thank you for the meteor shower.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like,
Lone
as
Star,
I'm
thank you so much
telling
for the
you,
meteor shower.
yeah, as I was telling you, for these specific reasons, I don't support the LGBTQ community, but I don't condemn them or neither bully them or talk bad about them. I simply just don't support it, and I think it should be respected. Like others maybe don't support it as well, but I think it's wrong if somebody goes and judge them. So yeah,
But
I
you're
don't believe
making
not
judgments, and
supporting
by
it
the
to
way,
judge.
these are judgments. Saying things are sinful are judgments, correct? So if these are people in the context of the Bible making judgments that have not been prescribed specifically by Jesus, how do you know that they're accurate?
because because Paul was an apostle.
Okay, so do you think that all of the apostles were perfect?
No, they were sinful, but they were trying.
Okay,
They were
so what
also
tells you
hearing the
that they
teachings
are
of Jesus.
perfect narrators or reliable narrators for what is moral and immoral?
Because they lived among Jesus, and then
Living among
because
Jesus doesn't mean that.
no, but they were writing the teachings of Jesus. They were like writing
So
what Jesus
teaching.
said, what
So
Jesus
did they say
practiced.
Jesus told me this? No, this is
No, but
not
they were
Jesus
guided by the
telling them
Holy.
that.
No, no,
This is
yeah,
not
no, but
based
like
on what Jesus
no,
said.
yeah, but like Paul was guided by the Holy Spirit
When
to
did
like
Jesus?
write.
Okay, so guided by the Holy Spirit. So by the way, every person's guided by the Holy Spirit, correct?
That depends. From what I understand, it's dependent because, you can do something, and it's not going to be necessarily because of guidance of the Holy Spirit. It's because if like we have free will, you can choose to do this, but something in your mind is going to tell you, no, this is wrong. And if you do it, it's going to be bad and all that stuff. That's the Holy Spirit telling you to not do that. But if you still do it, that's your free will, and you do it. So that's not guided by the Holy Spirit, but it's your free will that did that choice.
I'm still not understanding how you're saying that they're reliable narrators of what's moral and immoral. So unless Jesus said it, I don't think it's actually something that you could necessarily take for fact to be the case.
Okay. But yeah, as I'm telling you, I don't
Like, no,
understand
seriously,
why
I'm like
this.
genuinely serious. What tells you that this is a reliable narration of what's moral or immoral? How are they any more reliable in narrating what's moral and immoral than I am? Than you are?
Because as I'm telling you, the Apostle Paul was guided by the Holy Spirit, and
So
I
am
believe
I.
in him because he was
Or sorry,
not
not so am I.
entirely.
So are you.
Yeah, but like if I do a wrong if I do something wrong, it's not gonna be necessarily saying I'm guided by the Holy Spirit because I chose my free will to do something, not guided by the Holy Spirit, but of
Okay, well,
myself.
so Paul, did he choose things to do things that were not guided by the Holy Spirit?
Before he was doing the teachings of Jesus, yes. Like for yeah, I believe
Even when he still sinned, right?
of course, yeah,
So
he's a
then the point
human.
I'm making is that you can't say that. So this whole notion of he had the Holy Spirit, okay, any other person has that. So this is just some random dude from thousands of years ago making a claim about morality, and you're saying that you have to believe this? It's not even Jesus, by the way. It's not even your Lord and Savior. This is not Jesus. This is literally just someone else.
Yeah, but like his teachings were like um but he was accepted by the other apostles as well. That's why I believe it. Because he was accepted by other apostles.
Okay, being accepted by other apostles is not evidence that you are making a reliable moral prescription. Right?
How
Like,
is it not?
how is it not? Okay, so why are the apostles the best standard for what is accurate?
Because they were
It's
writing
Jesus, isn't it? Isn't Jesus the standard? So unless
of course.
Jesus made this claim, you could maybe they could reliably narrate that Jesus said something, but I don't think that you can make a claim that they could reliably narrate what they consider to be morally right under your perspective. If you get what's morally right from your perspective predicated off of Jesus and not humans.
Hold on, can you repeat that again?
Yeah, if you get your moral prescriptions from God and not from humans, then it would just be the case that they would not be a reliable narrator of morality.
Yeah, but as I'm telling you, they were guided. They didn't did that. They didn't write these books because of themselves. They write it because they were with the Holy Spirit, and they were telling them what to write, and they were also writing the teachings of Jesus. This is what
How
I'm
is that any
meaning.
different
It's
from
not-
any other person claiming that, right? Right? Or how is that any different than
Yeah,
any
but
other person making a claim about morality this time? I don't think their claims about morality were the same as
yeah.
Jesus making a claim about morality. You could
Okay,
say
so
maybe you have potential evidence from your own perspective that this could be the case, but not certain evidence. To be totally honest with you, you do not have certainty that this then means that it's morally incorrect just because one of the apostles claimed it, unless they claim that they heard Jesus say this, right?
yeah. So listen, this is one other thing I forgot about this, but now I remembered. This is another thing why I trust the Apostle Paul. It was because yeah, I believe you. I heard from somewhere you were before a Christian, and this is why you know some stuff about the Bible. You were
Yeah, I
before.
grew up a Christian.
Yeah. So one of the things I kind of think Paul is reliable is because when he before doing the teachings of Jesus, he used to persecute the Christians. I believe you know that. And after he had an encounter with Jesus, and he changed everything of him and started preaching the word of God. So then he lost everything. He went to jail. He was in prison, and then he was killed. And then all of this uh, because of Jesus, because he loved them. He was trying to preach the word of God, even though he used to chase them, and then he lost it all just to like to preach it. He won nothing. He lost everything, and then I think it's valid. I think his teachings are valid because of what he lost.
I don't think that makes his teaching valid. I don't think that makes any sense, even from your perspective. I'm going to move us forward because I don't want to keep us on this for too long. I just don't think there's anything that justifies that particular notion, right? And I don't think that you have an argument to say that it's reliable unless you could say that um, Jesus gave them authority to make those determinations.
Sure, but that okay. So can I make my last point? Why? Because I think Trump is still better than Kamala, and so then I can go out
Yeah,
because I
go
think
ahead.
you
Tell
have
us why.
the other guest. Okay, so the one thing I like, I kind of like about him is the border policies.
Okay, what specific border policies?
So wait, hold up, I had it right here.
Also, make these last points, and then I'm going to send everyone over to Dean as well. By the way, Tina, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know, right? As well as Charles, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. Okay.
Make your
So
last point, and then we'll go on to send everyone over to Dean. Everyone.
okay. So hold up. The stronger border enforcement. I like that one. Like when he reduced a lot of the illegal crossings.
Stronger border enforcement. You like that he reduced undocumented crossings. So, did you know that the bipartisan border bill would have had a secure border and increased the amount of people who go through the legal processes quickly? So they would have made the legal process quicker, and they would have secured the border through through the bipartisan border bill. But Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine that bill and said, "Blame on me if the border bill fails," and then wants to replace it just with executive action, which, by the way, will be shot down by us once we get to office next. So that's
But
not
like it
long-term
reduced it.
legislation to help the conditions of the border, under your view.
No, but like when Biden wasn't in charge, I think there was like how much 8 million crossings, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I somewhere saw it was 8 million that crossing between the 2021 and
So
2025.
there were less than 4 million undocumented immigrants that became a part of our population under the Biden-Harris administration, according to Pew Research.
Yeah, and that's why like example, New York went extremely unsecure. Have you ever gone to New York? Maybe to New York City?
Yes,
Yes. So
I just
can
went
you agree
recently.
with me? Yeah, can you agree with me that New York City is not as it used to be like in 2010 or
I never went in
2011?
2010, so I wouldn't be able to make a comparison.
Well, um, I used to live there, so I'm gonna tell you, it now looks like a random market in South America. It actually does right now. It looks so bad, New York.
How does New York
After
look bad? It looks good to me. And also, by the way, I don't know why you're saying South America is bad.
it's not bad. I don't think South America is bad, but like for example, if you go to probably I don't know like a Mexico City market in the street, it's not how like USA is. So
Okay, have you been
let's
to
say
Mexico City?
yeah, I have been there.
Okay, so what about it's different that you would say specifically is similar to New York?
Like there's a lot of people like selling stuff in the streets. Like there's a button of tents. Everything's dirty. Like
Wait,
for example,
wait,
if you
everything
go
was
to
not
Queens,
dirty in New York City, and also I wouldn't say
did
everything is
you
dirty
shut
in
up?
Mexico City either. Like what?
No, but I'm telling you these are market streets. I'm not telling you all of Mexico City was dirty. I'm telling you these markets.
Yeah,
So for
so like
example,
let me
if you
tell you,
go to
let
Queens,
me talk about New York for you real quick. There's nothing about New York that you would be able to say that's ridiculous just because people are selling things on the streets. That's actually good. That's good
yeah,
that
but
there's things
like
that they're selling on the streets.
so you think it's okay? So like let's say
That's
a
like
thousand people in Manhattan start putting like their stuff
it's
in
literally
the
small
middle of.
business.
Bro, have you ever gone to Queens?
Yeah,
Yeah. Have you passed the Roosevelt Ave?
I don't remember.
You should try it. You should go if you have an opportunity to go to New York again. Go to Queens and go to the Roosevelt Ave. I want you to be like sincere with this and like check if it's okay if you like it if you think that this is USA or something like that. It's not gonna even it doesn't even look like the USA. It's so crowded. It's so dirty. There's trash everywhere and there's a lot of like I don't know like people trying to like steal your stuff. I went there like 2020
Okay, so
2025. I
I
went
just want
there.
to let you know there are aspects that you could say that about every city in the entirety of the fucking world. Okay? Literally every city, there are aspects of practically every city that can be classified that way. So,
Yeah, but
and that's
it
always
wasn't
been
like
the
that.
case. That's not unique to recently. That's not because of Democrats. That's every single city in the fucking world. Okay, there's practically no city you can point to where the entire city is fucking luscious everything. Okay, that's not how things work in reality. Okay,
Let me give you a news from 2024 as well because do you I don't know if you watch like BBC or Fox News, but there was a case that like there's something like I think in Ecuador there's like a carnival or something like that. There was in 2024 a festival where they started like throwing water and throwing like eating dancing and they threw a lot of garbage in the Flushing Park. They threw it
what
all
are we even
and it was
talking about right now? What are we talking about?
no I'm telling you I know
What are we
it's okay
talking about right now?
like New York
Why did we
City is
even get
not
to talking about this? What was the
yeah because
what's the point?
yeah, the point is here is that I don't think it's wrong to like let immigrants pass, but I don't think like 8 million is gonna be good entirely if you don't know who's entering the country. If you don't know like
So
who's entering,
wait,
who's
there
coming,
was
who's
4 million, and that's undocumented immigrants. And again, that's why we should give them a pathway to citizenship, where they have, if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, they shouldn't be
I
or they
agree
shouldn't
with
be
that. Yeah, I
deported.
agree with that.
Okay, well then you agree with Democrats more because they want to make the legal process go quicker. They
Why did
still want to
Biden didn't
deport
do
those
it
that have
then?
committed that are in the country undocumented. So
Why did Biden didn't do it then?
why did Biden not do that? Because he wanted to pass a bill, the bipartisan border bill, but Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine that bill. I explained this to you and you didn't listen. Okay, I'm going to get off. All right, everyone. Tina, thank you again for the $25 again. Thank you so much. I'm going to get off and send everyone over to Dean. I'm going to post my videos and then I'll probably join Dean. I love everyone so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. Have a fantastic day, everyone. I will see everyone later. Good day, everyone. Good day. Go to Dean's Live and spam Parker Raid. Spam Love Parker and call him Neil.